You hear the sound? The plink?
Yeah,
Like I still got
Your
it.
execution is pretty good.
You're
right
still
now.
doing.
It's a first to 5.
They're still doing the single press. You're not doing the double press.
I'm doing the double press. You can't hear it.
No, you're just doing this.
Our competitive history with each other.
It's only Street Fighter 4.
Only Street Fighter 4. Yeah, competitive history.
Yeah, we didn't play.
We never played Marvel.
5, 6. Like tournament-wise, we never played against each other.
Not in 5, not in 6.
We only played 4.
Yeah.
And then you played Guilty Gear, but
Yeah.
I don't really play Guilty Gear.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, 4 is actually the only time we actually played against each other in tournament.
Yeah.
Street Fighter 4, right? I think I won like all of them except for 1.
It's crazy. Yeah, that's true.
I think A was the only one you got me.
That's the only time, and it's only because you weren't playing your character.
I was trying to switch.
Yeah, you were trying to switch.
I was trying to switch to Yang. I mean, but you was cooking that tournament.
I did. Yeah, I
you
cooked everybody.
Yeah, you cooked that tournament.
We've had to have played like maybe 10 tournaments, and I only beat you once. But technically, you're only as good as your last performance, and I think that's the last time we ever played in a
Definitely
tournament.
not. I don't think so. I think we played at maybe we played 2012.
Oh, yeah, maybe you're right.
That means I won.
All right, yeah, whatever. Well, yeah.
You tried to use the line. It
Yeah,
didn't work out.
it didn't work. It didn't work.
Yeah, there was way too many tournaments after AE that I would be able to fight you again.
So we're playing Street Fighter 4. I'm going to be playing E Honda. It is my legacy character. It's a character that I've had the most success with and that I have the most fun with. I just really like his style because it's very simple and basic.
I'm gonna be playing Rufus, and he dive kicks a lot, and he's pretty cheap in general. I think he's a cheap character.
Yeah, he is.
Especially if you're not really used to like doing advanced tech, like Plink tech and everything like that. So I don't know why. I just like Rufus. He's just funny looking. Somehow he just magically became a really good character.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't want to pick Elena and bore you guys because that's like
Thank you.
That's my
Thank
main
you.
main. But for story purposes,
Oh my God.
I'll play.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
I don't
I'll play
wanna-
Rufus. Oh, this is the Ricky outfit. This is the Ricky costume.
Oh,
What
man, I
is
think
that?
the worst one.
Is that the turtle?
Oh no, this costume's not bad. This outfit's not bad. All right, let me show you my strategy.
Okay.
Nope.
Yo, why you jump like that? Jump jab?
Jump jab.
Okay.
Well, this is too easy, actually.
I'm still winning.
You're not.
Oh, no pling? What was that? Ooh. Ooh.
Oh God!
I'm telling you, this is a bad match. This might be 5 straight. Lock in, take off the shoes. Like, when was the last time you played this game? Like, next hit stun?
Huh?
Okay. No. He's a divine!
I'm pulling out all stops.
He's a divine! See, the problem is, Mike, might be a shameless plug, but I do this thing called YouTube, right? So I play Street Fighter 4 still with like people in Japan. Wata! So,
Just play the game. Just play the next round.
like,
Just play the round. Play the round.
you know how people say like natural skill,
Don't talk about that right now.
right? Because you're trying to do natural skill right now. Like, oh,
Yeah.
I haven't played in X time.
Yeah.
But I've been playing. I just played this with Lap Cheek.
Did you?
Yeah, he wanted to money match me.
Wait, why? Oh yeah, no, he always went.
You forgot crouch tech was available, huh?
Yeah. It's been a long time, right?
Okay, you got the hands. Ooh. He's so scared. Ooh.
Ugh.
Okay.
Oh my God, that's the 2009 bait.
Oh, he's still alive.
Still alive. Wake up, Ultra.
I should have.
Oh, you would have gone through it, huh?
Yeah, I would have won. You can't avoid that.
So at least I didn't go out looking like a scrub.
Yeah. You made me spend the bar. You baited the bar.
Yeah, I baited the I baited the bar.
You baited the bar, baited the
Alright.
meter. Okay, headbutt. Bro, did you forget how to play? After you
What are you talking
after
about?
you hit a headbutt,
No,
you
I'm not
whip-
gonna do Ocho.
You whip the command
No.
throw to build the bar.
I don't
Come
need
on.
bar.
That's classic.
I'm gonna
Mike.
get bar.
Ooh, nice. That's classic Mike Ross.
Yeah, but this is new. I'm new. I'm 2020. What year? Oh, wait.
6.
6. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I got reaction to that. Okay, you didn't press the button there.
No, I told you I'm better.
Okay. That almost didn't chip me out.
Oh, see, this is already good. Because you only won 1 game so far, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it's easy.
Okay.
Damn. Oh,
Smack.
okay.
Man, that does mad chip.
Yeah, it does.
Why you jerk your body like that?
Swear to God.
I'll take away the charge as well.
That's smart. That's all you have to do.
Whatever. Oh, you salty. Oh. You salty about that. I'm not gonna lie, I thought you hit me.
Why didn't it just do it whip?
That is bad game design.
Yes, yes.
That was
That's
bad
crazy.
game design. That was unfortunate.
Thank you.
You should.
Thank you.
Damn.
Thank you.
If that was 6, it would have hit.
Yeah, this is what I worked with for years. You understand?
And you just decided to never switch out of Honda?
Huh?
You had a T-Hawk.
No, I had a Sagat.
No.
I did.
No.
My Sagat was ridiculous.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, they got blocked out. Oh my God. That's a stupid character.
I mean, to be honest, like, I don't want the video to be too short, but they might as well run like another 1st to 5 where you can play your Sagat.
Dude, shut up.
It's not fair. You hear the sound? The plink?
Yeah,
Like, I still got
Your
it.
execution is pretty good.
You're
right
still
now.
doing,
It's a 1st to 5.
they're still doing the single press. You're not doing the double press.
I'm doing the double press. You can't hear it.
No, you're just doing this.
Yes. Who authorized this?
Why are you looking at? Why are you looking at
I'm
Esteban
looking
over
for
there?
help, man. I need help. God. I might have to pick Sagat against you.
I told you.
No.
That's a problem. Like, my Rufus is still sharp. Like, I would still take like money matches against people that play.
Okay.
You know?
All right. Now we're locked in.
Yep.
No.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
You just stuck there. Oh, you forgot that was punishable, huh? You forgot it was punishable.
You're so cheap.
You went in this with full confidence, and I told you, I still remember how to play this game, like pretty good.
All right. This is gonna be a long video once I make this comeback.
This is it. You gotta remember when I do the dive kick, you gotta jump back heavy kick. Remember that? No, do it. I'm a dive kick. See? There you go.
Shut up! Don't coach me while we're playing, dude.
Look, do it again. See? There you go. Now, you remember now, right?
Yeah. And I remember you're gonna bait it to EX Messiah if you think I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, look at the damage. Nothing.
But the showmanship.
It's tough, bro. You said you was better on the level list, so you could use the OS if you want.
Thank you. Thank you, because I'm gonna definitely pull that out. I was waiting.
Yeah?
I was waiting.
Ooh.
Okay. That was a hip. Okay. All right. No. Get away. No. That's too cheap. That's actually too cheap.
Is it? Oh,
Yeah.
nice. You know what it is?
Ooh! That was a punish.
That
That was a punish.
unfortunate.
Unfortunate. That was a. I swear to God, dude. No. Can you stop doing that? Can you mix it up?
I am mixing it up. Predictable there. Should have done the butt snap. See the jiggle physics?
No, I don't.
Rufus? Roofless? Rufus is roofless?
Okay.
I'm gonna try to do a new punish. See if it works. 'Cause the other headbutts I can't like.
God! You
can't
set me up with a jump back roundhouse.
You told me to mix it up.
Oh, I can't do it anymore. I need levelness.
I blocked the cross up? Oh, that's not punishable, right?
Yeah. Mmm.
Plus frames. Ooh, that was work! I knew that was gonna work. Ooh.
All right, bro. Nope.
Ew.
Oh my gosh, footsies! No! Justin!
What are you doing?
All right, here comes the comeback.
Here comes the comeback?
Here comes the comeback.
You think so?
I got the comeback now.
I feel no pressure. Punish. Ooh, nice. You do have 3 EX headbutts, right? So
Yeah, but I don't use them like that.
1. Focus. Focus is like an auto guard.
Oh, shit! Ah, no! Not the footsies are deep.
Oh no. So Esteban, is it too short? Do we need to do another first to 5? We gotta ask the producer in the back.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, it's about to be bad for you now.
Who do you want me to play?
Play whoever you want.
Play
whoever you
I'm gonna
want.
let fate decide.
You gonna let fate decide?
I'm gonna let fate decide.
Let's go. Please be Honda.
I'm
Please
gonna-
be
I'm
Honda.
gonna let fate decide.
Please be Honda.
You think I got a Gao? He's not a character I play too often.
I've never seen you play God.
Yeah. But I know how to play Gao.
Do you think I was a guy?
You're just gonna throw fireball and you think you're gonna have good space tiger knees and that's it. That's all you're gonna think you'd have.
All right,
You definitely got no javelins. No DP?
I was in.
Bro, you sure you don't have to fight? What is this? This guy's not doing it.
Sorry, I lost my temper at the end there. I just lost my cool a bit.
Okay, okay.
All right, let me lock in now.
We have to reset.
Yeah.
Throw it away around.
That's it, yeah, just throw it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to EVO.
The calm before the storm. Here we go.
Maybe he says that you can react to it, I can't.
Another EVO, another year of greatness, another year of history, and of course, another year of fighting games.
I think we got it. Don't drop it! And Defiant wins Evolution. This top 8, the magic is in the air. Not gonna make it. Hikari's gonna catch out, and it's gonna be your first 2XKO champion. Meta RD, back-to-back EVO champion. Your 6-time EVO champion, Arslan Ash.
Hello and welcome. For the first time, we are coming to you live from the Las Vegas Convention Center. Myself and 4 other very enthusiastic fighting game fans got in early, especially to talk you through what we can look forward to at EVO in Las Vegas 2026. That's right, we're going to be looking at a preview of all of the games that are on the lineup of this year's EVO. We're going to be looking ahead at what we can see on the showcase stage, and of course, we're going to be looking back at the journey over the last 12 months that have brought some of the best players in the world right here to Las Vegas to fight it out for another prestigious EVO World title. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you are in the world. For the next few hours, we are coming to you live from the convention center. You can see behind me all the setups being loaded in and ready up for thousands upon thousands of fighting game enthusiasts to battle it out for the EVO 2026 title. Let's introduce who I'm with here on the couches. To my left, very happy to be joined by Majin Obama. How you doing?
Start with me?
Yeah, you're the closest.
You're gonna start with little old me on this side?
Yes, sir.
I can't believe it, man. I'm joined. I got legends of the game here, man. We got the Wazzer himself. We got Justin. We got Long Island, Strong Island Joe. Got Jiyuna, I guess. But yo, real quick, y'all all from the East Coast. You close enough, I guess. Yo, congratulations.
I like Team Japan. We're Team New York.
Yeah.
Congratulations, by the way.
As much as we are.
What are you saying? We're time zone segregated. I'm all the way here on the end.
They got that passive buff from the championship a little while ago. Congratulations to y'all.
Thank you.
Yes,
I appreciate that.
I felt like we all got a dub off that one, but also, like, bro, we talking about time zones and stuff. We got a little international around. I ain't seen you in a minute. How you doing, man? How you doing?
Great. I'm doing great. You look fantastic as well, by the way.
Enjoying the soccer games. We in the soccer bowl, boy. We in the soccer bowl.
You got that great looking tan as well. You've been out there on the bike.
Yeah, we've been outside for real, man. It's been a pleasure, and of course, just glad to be able to make it back here. You know, there's a ton of stuff going on around the world, but the fact is, we always fight, no matter what. The fact that we made it back here for another year of these games, now with a bigger, expanded roster, we get more people to be able to put on stage, more matches to enjoy, and just more stories to tell. I'm always happy to be here.
Junior, how you doing? How's the flight?
I just got off the plane. Got off the plane, hopped in the shower. I'm over here, so I'm still recovering. But yes, it was long, like usual. But I'm excited. This is our 3rd year here at the convention center, right? But this is my 1st year. I wasn't here last year.
Really?
2 years ago, I was here. I got hit with the Ebola very quickly. I spent the whole weekend in my room, so I'm really kind of like just basking in, man. This is gonna be sick. I'm looking forward to it.
And you stepped off the plane to some great news as well.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's out there. We could say it, right? Blaze got a new character. I got off the plane. You're in airplane mode. So I get off. I get all these pings, like new captain. I'm like, all right, what is this? Like somebody made some meme, right? Because they just did it for Strive too. And then I looked, I was like, it's real, dude. It's real. Are we gonna see? Like, when are we gonna see it? They said it's happening this weekend. Can we just get it today? Can we just do it now?
Okay.
No. Announcements of an announcement. You're gonna have to wait. Joe, welcome.
Yes,
thank you very much for joining me on my show. Obviously, when it comes to hosting, it's mine. I'm chairing it. I'm taking it over. It's mine.
Dude. Before we do anything, I want to shout out Obama, man. The stuff that this guy does in Japan, bro, like, I'm so inspired by this guy to live life. For real, like, just to live life. Amazing. Anyway, sorry, my bad.
Joe, I got dark. I don't blush.
No, I'm not trying to, that's from the heart, my man, from the heart. But Logan, I'm honored to be here, bro. Love, like, sitting here with my, my great friends, people I haven't seen in a while.
We'll get to him in a minute. I'm shining the light on you, of course, because you're no stranger to holding the microphone at Evo. You've been holding it down on the stage. You're excited to be back up there again this year.
Yeah. Always excited to do it, man. This is honestly, again, I said it before, it's my favorite time of the year. Just getting to see people that I don't see often, just meet people that I've never met before and just feel the enthusiastic of, fighting games. Sometimes I feel like when we're not around it, we kind of lose it a little bit. I never lose it, but I like to be around it just to remember that, this scene really is pretty cool, man. It really is pretty cool.
And last but never by any means least.
God.
No disrespect to the other four of us here on the couch.
None taken.
Obama was on a waterfall.
None taken. He was.
Under the waterfall. Under the waterfall.
Waterfall. He was like going.
I was like this.
He was playing Art of Fighting, like charging.
I'm trying to get like you, man. Trying to get like you.
That's my guy, man. Sorry.
Oh man, how you doing, Logan? You doing good?
I'm doing great. I had made the smart decision of flying in a couple days early, so the jet lag.
Here for a bit.
I've been strangling the jet lag. I got in a day before.
Bought the ticket for me.
I got in a day before the England game, and that didn't help the jet lag because that put me to sleep a little bit. It's a 0-0 draw, as we say, no scoring. Not to.
They had chances, man.
Not to play into the stereotype of football games being uneventful, but there wasn't a single goal in 95 minutes of play. So disappointing stuff. But we're not here to talk about English football. We're here to talk about the Evo ahead. Now, Justin, you are always absolutely slammed in the last couple of years when I see you at Evo.
Pretty busy.
Your schedule looks like, the list of Jericho. It comes out. There's 1,004
It's
different.
on the list.
Yeah.
What?
You just made the list. What's it like for you at Evo for the people at home that might not really understand the scope?
I was streaming the other day and some people were in my chat, hey, can I have like a 30-minute interview with you? And I was like, man, to be honest, I don't think that's possible. You would have to catch me just running around getting to the next booth or getting to the next kind of like stage for commentary. I would say Friday, I only have 2 hours of freedom. And I think during those 2 hours of freedom is during a pools that I could participate in because I signed up for Evo, right? So now I'm thinking, do I do that or do I go run around? Because there's a lot of things you could do at Evo and I want to experience some of it. Obviously, people announced like Marvel Tokon got their schedule for like creators and everything. And, obviously you could play the game and then avatars in the arcade area and all the indie games, right? So there's a lot of things I want to go film and record and do stuff. So hopefully I'll find some time. That's the thing. I might be here before 10. I have to be here at 9.
I want to ask you what happens when you make it out of pools. Like
Pool of what though? You play everything. What game are you entering?
I entered a lot of games. I entered some just to boost up the numbers. Like VSAV, I wanted Vampire Saber to get a higher count as well. But I probably want to play in Street Fighter 6 because I like Ingrid a lot. Ingrid's fun. And then also, I saw there was a free schedule where on Saturday I could play Invincible. So I'll probably play that as well, too, because that's also a fun game I enjoy playing.
There you go.
But if I do make it out of round 2, well, the production guy, he assigned me for commentary. So I got to DQ myself on that
Can't
one.
you play and commentate?
I've seen you do that.
I've seen you do it before.
But I would commentate a different game. So it was.
That's the next challenge for you.
Yeah, that's
I still think you'd be able to do that.
You think I can watch both games at one
the
time?
YouTube thumbnail, man.
100%, I believe you can do that.
Commentate Street Fighter 6 while playing Invincible versus
I think
round
you'd
2.
still win. Yeah, I put money on that.
Spencer, see if we can hook that up. Can we get Justin playing
Production.
a different game than the
Might have to run
commentating?
that. I'm down to
hook
run
that up.
I'm down to run that.
I mean, I can lend you my genetic evolution if you want to look at 2 screens at once.
Okay.
I can hook you up with
I
that.
have a good peripheral vision. I'm good at it. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm excited to just play, commentate, check out some of the exhibitions, and also really show some love just with the community. Take obviously photos and everything, and
It's not interviews.
there's a lot of huge fans.
Just not
Interviews
interested
is
in
tough,
those.
30 minutes. I don't think I can afford that personally. I'm sorry if you guys are trying to get an interview with me after Evo. Hit me up. I'm down for like a Zoom call. I got you guys there.
Justin for the people, ladies and gentlemen. Justin for the people.
Yeah, you're always willing to go away and help anybody. 4 absolute icons here on the couch with me tonight as we kick off the show. We're going to be expecting more guests as we preview some of the games that we're going to be looking forward to this weekend here in Las Vegas. But before we get into that, we've got to thank our sponsors. And I have to tell you all about the AT&T Fantasy. Now, you'll all know about your pick'ems in advance of a tournament, your fantasy brackets. It's a little bit different. So if you get onto upset.gg, you can sign up using either your Discord or your Google account. And for your favorite game, you can pick what you believe is going to be your final 8 in order players at the end of the tournament. You can do that for every single game on the lineup. In fact, it's in your best interests to do it for every single game on the lineup, because the person at the end of Evo weekend who has the highest aggregate score across all of those top 8s will win themselves a free flight, hotel, and badge pass for Evo here in Las Vegas in 2027. So get online to upset.gg and you can sign up for the AT&T Fantasy. Right. As I said, we are going to be taking a look back at the journey of some of these players from the last 12 years. And of course, Evo has happened across the globe, multiple continents now already looking to expand. But over the last 12 months, guys, I want to ask you some of your favorite matches that you've seen at an Evo. So obviously we've got France and Japan.
Can I go first before Obama?
By all means.
Can I go first?
I want to go second. I want to go second because Obama might steal mine.
No, go ahead, Obama. I'll play
you
fair.
take it, Joe. Take it.
No, I'll play fair.
I want you to have it. You do it. Go.
Honestly, I'm gonna have to say Evo Japan Vampire Savior.
Oh my God.
100%. Hold that, Justin.
You can't say that.
Why not?
You commentated it, bro.
But that's why it was really important.
He had the best seats in the house.
It was really important.
Oh my God.
Justin, that grand finals, just like that, and like not even like, yes, like it was incredible to watch the game and watch the players, but the storyline was really something else.
Yeah.
You have the old guard VSAV, I'm going to say newer, but it's still like kind of older. You know, there's an old guard and an older guard VSAV players playing at Evo Japan. And correct me if I'm wrong, Obama, it's been 2004 or 5 was the last time VSAV was on a stage like that.
Yeah, so the hype thing about that, Joe, was like, you take a game that's almost 30 years old like that, and especially, you know, I'm sitting on the sofa with you guys, y'all know all this, but that's an older style Capcom fighting game with a more rigid tier structure. The game, even though people find, you know, little tips and tricks and tactics and stuff like that throughout the years, a lot of the game becomes established and understood almost. When you have a top 8 for a game like that with 9 different characters, that doesn't really happen with those kinds of games like that. Usually it's like, that's very unexpected. And then when you have, like Joe saying, Battle of Generations occurs at Evo Japan, and that's what was so cool about it. You could see players who got it, who have been ride or die from the series since its inception, since Vampire Savior. Then you have the West Japan guys who got into it a little bit after it got hot and faded out of the sunlight. And then you have people who got into it in modern era, and they're all going at it in that top 8. But the hype thing, too, that I'm thinking about it now. There's so much to talk about with that game, with this tournament, too. Because the winner of that tournament, Kaji, he's here. He signed up. He came back. And the cool thing is you get to see it in a different way, the same thing. A lot of vampire community in the West, they've come up in this modern era, too, based around, you know, online net play. Right, which is a very different environment than the old guard in Japan are playing with. When you see these two communities kind of face off and clash like that in real time in an old game that still just has so much character to it, where everything just jumps off the screen. Man, I'm excited. I can't wait to watch this go down.
Oh yeah, but anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to steal it from you, but that was, as soon as you said it, Logan, I'm like,
you got Justin.
That is
all right, Justin, have you got a specific match that jumps out for you over the last 12
it's
months?
probably Kaiji's whole run. Because Kaiji versus Kosio versus the BB Hood player, it was like 3-2, right? And obviously Lilith is like, she's not considered that great. She's just kind of like super honest, right? And even Nakanishi, like I thought he was the favorite to win just because when they had the Capcom Fighting Collection the first time, Capcom did the whole tour for VSAV. And he came out and won all of them. And then, so the fact that the story that James and you was telling how like, yo, this guy, like he stopped playing the game, but once Evo Japan announced it, he came back and everything.
Maybe I'll play again,
like,
I guess.
I thought that was just insane. He's like, oh, it's my time to shine, right? And so after watching, because I didn't watch it live. I went home and watched on my stream and I was losing it. So then I went to training mode. And I was like, this looks really hard. He's
do it once.
I did it once.
You did it once?
1 out of 10.
How many tries?
1 out of 10. So he
out of
was
10?
doing crouching light kick, crouching medium kick into just darkness illusion. And I'm like, usually you do heavy punch, you have a buffer. Yeah. But the fact that he's doing crouching medium kick, that means you have to do it right away. It was just really hard to do. Like, and the fact that he was like hit confirming it, it wasn't like he's just mashing it out.
Oh no!
Right. So that was the most beautiful part, because that's like he's old and he old man execution, but that's like a modern execution thing. That's something really, really hard to do. But I am curious about this VSAF term, like you mentioned, Majin Obama, because I was watching the Zabel player that got 5th place. The jumping light kick.
Jumping light kick
Was banned in Japan.
What is the rules of it here?
Yeah, exactly.
Can I get an update on that?
To my
You say is law. Whatever you said right now is law.
Yeah, because I really think that's going to change a lot of things if they lift that ban.
Because when I watch American VSAF tournaments, that's legal. Yeah. So I don't know what the rule set is, because I'm like, man, why is he not doing the jump light kick? And then everyone in the chat's telling me, oh, because in Japan you're not allowed to use it.
It was banned for Evo Japan, and that there's we could really
That's
talk.
like old school arcade rules.
Yes, exactly.
I love
really
that.
talk about this game legit for now. To be honest with you, because
Well, we'll have time for that in a little bit, because every single game's going to get its shine. But you know what? This is such a perfect example, though, of how important it is to have returning games on stage.
Yes,
Because
preach.
the passion that you guys have just poured out about a game that we haven't seen on one of these stages for, 22 years?
I think the last big stage was 2004, and that was SBO Japan. That was the last big national stage that I had in Japan. But of course, this game's been played here for throughout this entire iteration of this event. The community here has always been very, very strong.
I want to ask yourself, of course. We saw you promoting the upgraded AC and Junior as well. Evo Japan, how was that for you guys?
It's fantastic. And look, don't thank me, man. Anybody can do it. Trade school education goes a long way.
It's the phone number.
Don't ever.
AI's not taking your job there. You're safe from AI.
No, this year, Evo Japan, I would say I've gone every year since before it was even Evo, when it was called Sai. I felt like this year was Evo. I feel like it really it was neck and neck with Las Vegas. Like every year, noticeably, it gets bigger and bigger and improves. The AC, we joke about it, but that was a massive issue before, and it was solved this year. So it was very comfortable to just walk around, enjoy everything. I didn't see any complaints. I just saw nothing but praise. You had like a record-breaking tournament as well. So I think there's a little bit of concern about, Evo branching out of Vegas. You're like, it's going to have a bunch of small tournaments around the world. But no, you see with Japan, it's right up there with Vegas size. France is blowing up too. So I hope we can see more of these like Vegas level Evo tournaments around the world, and everyone gets a chance to participate. You guys were there, both of you, right?
France was amazing.
Evo France was superb, man.
Yeah.
We had a great time.
It was great. And also the lighting. It was very beautiful.
Yeah, because they had like the glass ceiling.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I remember that.
It was super bright. Like,
not sure if you guys ever been, but like the French FGC is crazy.
Yes, I went there for the Dragon Ball World Finals, and I was like, "What is going on?"
Mr. Crimson and versus Blas, his comeback.
Yes,
everyone was losing it off of a throw loop.
Watching France, I definitely had FOMO, and this is off script, by the way. This is just something I'm thinking about as things move on. What I want to see more of is, for these different Evo events, I want to see those respective regions and communities take more ownership of them, where they feel like a different experience. You know what I mean? Where like Evo Japan has a particular kind of feel that's a little bit different from Evo France, and France kind of takes it over. It actually feels like a French Evo versus another event happening in France. You get what I mean? That difference. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing develop as we move on.
Well, the incredible thing for me as a member of the European community, of course, for a long while, was the number of people there that were so proud to have an Evo experience. The weight of the brand being there. There's a lot of big events that happen, not just in France, across Europe, but Evo being there. There were so many players across Europe that, for them, the idea of being able to travel to Las Vegas or to Tokyo and take part in the existing Evos, for them to get an Evo that was essentially in their backyard, because travel in Europe is so cheap, it meant so much to them to be able to experience something that they felt was going to be forever out of their reach. And I'm so excited to see that expand to even more communities in the next year as these Evo events happen. I've seen a lot of discourse, and I'll go script happily here as well, about how having more Evo events somehow waters down the validity of other events. I think that's complete nonsense. Having been to Evo France, the importance and how much that touched people that truly believed they'd never get to experience an Evo, that overweighs any kind of perceived idea of, how much weight a title carries. And we're going to talk about the players that are here this weekend anyway, so that blows that conversation out of the water regardless.
No, I agree. I'm most people that I met at Evo France, they're like, this is my first Evo, and I don't think I would ever get a chance to go to any other Evo. So the fact that Evo France is a thing, it's really, really cool to hear them talk about it. And also the fact that when you go outside of the venue, the trams, it has Evo France logos on the tram.
Cool. Yeah, they worked heavy with the Nice
and everything, the Nice
council and the mayor and that.
That was really, really cool, because then people showing up, they like, oh man, this really is happening. This is Evo right there before they even got to the venue. So I really did like that touch. Even though you get the train card, it was an Evo Nice train card.
Yep.
Yeah, that was really cool.
And not to mention that Nice is just beautiful.
Yeah, it was my first. It was our first time there. Yeah.
Damascus lives there.
Yes.
He posted. I'm like, what? Where do you live, dude? Yeah, like what is this? Looks like a movie scene, right?
Well, it's on the Riviera, right? So it's right where all the film festivals are. I want to ask you guys one last question just about Evo in general. What is your favorite thing to do whilst you're at Evo here in Vegas?
I'm not going to go first this time. Majin Obama, it's you, bro.
All right.
And I mean in the actual event itself.
I'm gonna offer it. Justin, you want to go?
Okay, last year. You're saying what was my favorite thing last year?
Just in general, when you come to Evo Las Vegas, what is your favorite thing to do actually in the convention?
Probably just playing all the new characters, new patches and everything. So, yeah, like last year, you had Invincible Versus. They had it for the first time, and you were able to play it on the floor, and that was really, really cool. So like the fact that this year, right, Yasmin's here, so I want to play Yasmin. Then you have Avatar at the arcade center. And I'm curious on which characters are gonna rock. Like if they have Azula, I'm in there, right? Invincible Versus, I think they're having their characters there too, right? So it seems like every big booth is gonna have that. And plus, this year I want to focus more on the indie fighting games, because I felt like lately they've been cooking a lot. So I want to try out some of the games that they have here for Evo.
Joe, real snappy?
Yes, I will certainly say my favorite thing is definitely mingling with the community, man. Like
pandering, bro. That's like a layup.
I'm sorry, but it's the God's honest truth. It is by far one of my favorite things at Evo, is just walking around the floor, meeting people, hearing their stories, seeing where they come from, what games they play, how they got into fighting games. Like those small 2-minute conversations like make this whole thing for me, honestly.
Jiyuna?
Yeah, it's a corny answer, but it's same as Joe. Like I'm a very passive Evo enjoyer. I don't line up to play games. I like just walking around and just talking to people that I've never met before. It's really weird, right? People come up and talk to you like they know you. And you both like games. We're here for the same reason. Just instantly connect and chat, and that's it. That's what I look
That's the thing as a content creator, right? You're looking into a camera, into a screen, and you'll get the feedback from replies and comments, but to meet people in real life that enjoy the stuff that you put hours and hours of your day into must be incredible.
I mean, we've all been going to these events for like 20 plus years, right? So this is part of my life now. Like every year I need to come here, just walk around, talk to everybody. That's it.
And lastly, Obama?
Seeing the way the museum has kind of come up and celebrated a lot of the art and contributions that some of our favorite creators have made towards creating this culture we have. But my number one, man, I got to say it, I've been preaching it for years, especially because throughout the development of this event over the years, it's changed so much. I remember coming to an Evo in the late 2000s. I'm watching Justin Wong playing X-Men vs. Street Fighter on a cab. The arcade, man. Like, you guys are talking about meeting all these people face to face and getting that chance to talk to them. My thing is, I love when on Sunday, You don't see me lining up for an arena, bro. You'll find me in the arcade. I'm like a ghost. I just want to play everything with everybody, and because it reminds me of why I'm even here in the first place. It's these games that these games just do something to you and kind of bring something out of you. And I just love being able to play people who face to face like that again. It makes me really nostalgic.
Obama, you got to enter the X-Men tournament then, the side tournament, bro.
He's
Top 3 finisher right here, right?
All right, let's talk next then about something that brings a lot of people to stand in those lines. Of course, there's a lot of showcase previews that are happening. Let's take a look at that.
Hey, what's up, Evo?
Welcome back to EVO at the showcase stage. 2025 was a great year, but 2026 promises to be even better.
You guys ready for some high-level Street Fighter 6 on this stage, or what?
I'm going to crush him live on stage in front of everybody.
Fighters feud.
Survey says,
Goichi, of course, finishing strong. But you know what? Listen, this is a story beginning.
we have a canon award that we like to give out every year to the unsung heroes.
Where are the reveals? We don't want to keep you waiting, so let's take a sneak peek.
I'm excited! Yay!
All right, as Justin mentioned, if you come to EVO, you are going to be seeing some of the games and new characters that you're going to be able to experience in the coming year, maybe even further, depending on the development. Guys, we're going to talk about all of the things that you can see exclusively here at EVO on the convention floor. I want to talk about some of the exhibition matches, though. Of course, we saw the Tyler and Ludwig match coming up. I know that is going to have all of you guys on the edge of your seats. Justin, you have been involved in an EVO exhibition before. Talk us through the pressure of having to perform that extended set.
I would have lost a lot of money.
I don't. Yeah, you were trying to.
I was betting against you.
You didn't believe in me.
I did not believe in you at all.
Or I didn't believe in myself either, because I only played Jack won first to 50, and then I was like, oh, I did pretty good against him, so I was pretty confident going in because of that. But in general, the rule set was really different because it's like first to 6, and you have to win first to 6 two out of 3. Right. So even if you count the scores, I might have a better score overall. But the thing is, I won the first to 6, and she won the second first to 6, and then it was a back and forth. Then I won the third first to 6. But to me, I didn't feel really like too much pressure. Maybe because like I thought that she probably had way more pressure because this is her event, right? The OG hunt. Me, I'm just like, well, I'm just gonna play Cammy. And then I watched a lot of her matches. I watched a lot of her streams. So I studied a lot based off like, oh, this is where she likes to press a button here. And if she can't stop it, then I'm going to run away with it. I mean, Obama was commentating. He said something like, oh, I don't know what he said, but it was a crazy line with
I don't remember either.
like the crouching median picking the vasectomy or something. I was like, what? I was like, what did you?
I do not remember saying that. But
Just in a flow state.
But for sure, I definitely remember there was like it felt like for you, maybe there wasn't a sense of pressure, but I felt like some kind of transference at some point, especially once you got a sense of her throw tech patterns.
Yeah.
Right when she was mashing throw, it felt like once you opened that up, the rest of the game, the Wong factor started to settle in. But then seeing her bounce back from that third set came down. I mean, there was a lot of counter adaptation and then counter adaptation on you. You kind of brought some of the options back from the first set. It was really fun to watch though, and I think the crowd loved it too. That's the best part.
The crowd loved it, but the breaks is definitely what helped her a lot, because obviously after every first 6, I think it was like a 5-minute break, and she left the stage. Probably got some help from
Coaching, a little
from
coaching on the side.
Tachikawa and everybody. I'm just sitting on the stage just chilling the whole time, and then I noticed like some of the game has changed. Like she started doing the unk check, and I definitely got hit by mad driving backs and everything.
The OG check.
Yeah, right. So stuff like that really does help, and I'm really curious to see like how future exhibition matches will go if they do continue like first to 6, or I don't know what's the set count for this one. It's like first to 10, first to 15. But I do like the OG hunt rule, because it happened also with Betty versus Ryan Hart at EVO Japan. So that one, I mean, Betty came out really, really strong. Yeah. So it felt like she got used to kind of playing on the big stage of EVO, because she performed amazing at EVO Japan in particular.
Who do you think she should go for next?
Mago. Right?
Michael's on fire right now. I don't
Is
know. He's on fire right now.
Who's
Topanga
the
League.
next old person would you give her? Who's the next one? You think about it. Tell me.
I don't know, man. Because do you consider yourself old? Because she was fighting people that are like 45 plus.
I'm 40.
You're young blood.
He's
young
OG
blood.
status.
I'm 40.
I don't know, but you're the only one who's won so far.
Yeah, I mean, if she wants a rematch, I'm always down to give her a rematch. But if you were to pick somebody else, like who else would you had Ryan Hart, right? So, like, who else would you challenge?
I think we have to throw my boy Daigo a bone, man.
Daigo?
We got to throw him a bone, man.
Oh,
after
man.
the last
You didn't like that Evil Legends,
The last
huh?
exhibition.
He's got to work his way back up the contender ranks.
You didn't like all those perfect parries that Mena did, huh?
Man.
I hear you. We were talking about some of the exciting forthcoming releases that we are looking forward to get hold of down there on the show floor. Of course, Tokon and Avatar Legends are dropping real soon. And we're looking forward to some big news from both of those games. How are you guys feeling about the state of fighting game development at the moment and what we can look forward to seeing in the next year or so?
It's my year.
You get new character.
No, but we Evo Japan, right? We multiple type Lumina at the end. They announced update. It's like, what's going on? Like, why is multiple getting an update? Why is BlazBlue getting a new character? Something's going on. I think fighting games go in waves.
Nature's
and everything.
healing.
I think Capcom, you hit the peak, and now anime's gonna come over and take over maybe 2030.
Well,
Look for it.
I'm glad everyone has something. Right, that's the most important part. Even
throwing us a bone out here.
Don't forget, right? You got your BlazBlue. I mean, King of Fighters 15 is gonna get an update soon as well too.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So all the games that you see that people are still playing, like there's always a community, there's always a scene, and the fact that developers are like, hey, here's an update, here's a new patch, here's a new character, here's some new games as well too, right? You talked about Marvel Tokon. I mean, Green Goblin, Carnage, and Magneto, that was fire. That was actually insane. And I mean, Magneto is so different.
Yes, totally different looking character.
Yeah, totally looking different. I'm excited for more of Green Goblin whenever, we get to play him and everything like that. And Avatar.
Here for the memes. The Green Goblin memes are going to
Bro, it's insane, right?
Calling out to me.
And then Avatar, they showed Azula, Kyoshi. Like, I was like, how can you make like a cooler character than Azula? Like, you went ham on the marketing. And then Kyoshi came out, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry. You're so amazing. You're the boss. You are ridiculous. You are the Avatar. My bad. So there's a lot of exciting things happening.
Yeah. No, sorry. I was going to say, I feel like, honestly, I mean, a lot of us have been playing games for a very, very long time. Like, current state of fighting games, it's really is something special, I think. Because there's something for everyone to play, regardless of what you're into and what kind of game you want to play, what kind of style, like, resonates with you. It's out there now. It's out there, and there's usually decent netcode behind it, so you can also, enjoy it.
Let me just add in on, yes, there is something for everybody. So if you're playing something that you are not happy with and all you do is complain about, try something else. There's so many options right now.
Didn't the new DOA came out today? Last round or whatever?
Yeah, I saw people talking about it.
Yeah.
Today?
It's this week, yeah.
I'm not going to comment on, but something new came out with it.
Yeah, so it's just like there's so much fighting game, and it's always crazy because every time there's one announcement of fighting game, that there's more fighting. That week is already filled with fighting game announcements. Yeah. Right, we saw the Kenshiro gameplay. Like, he looks crazy.
He looks nuts.
My man was able to combo after a rev blow. That's unheard of.
He's already in the tier list in Japan. He's not even out yet. They put him up.
100%.
Really? For real?
From the trailer.
That one tool?
Give him top 5.
He looks like he's top 5. Yeah. Top 5. He looks like he's top 5.
Yeah.
You hit the nail on the head earlier. I'm constantly reminded, especially when we look at everything that's coming out now, variety is the spice of life.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine. I feel so bad for people who are like, no, I only play this game. Like, bro, you're crazy, bro. Could you imagine just cutting off an entire world of food or music from yourself? Why would you do that to yourself? Bro, Virtua Fighter Crossroads coming out. And look, God bless them. They've been cooked. They've been cooked.
Oh, my God. That Crossroads trailer.
Miss Independent. I can't remember the last time I've ever sang that song, but they got me, man. I can't even say that it's like that weird, bro. Everything that they put out feels so heartfelt. And I've kind of changed in my ways in terms of how I get excited about things as I've gotten older too. Now I've kind of made it more about just me. Like, bro, it's 2026. What year is it, Joe? Mr. Karate has come out. He's dominating the most recent SNK fighting game. And there's a new Melty Blood coming, and if I can get excited about it, I just try to keep it about me. Like, I like so far what they're putting out, and I'm really looking forward to the next year in terms of opportunities to be able to try some of this stuff out and play it.
I want to ask you guys as well about some of the DLC announcements. You mentioned Kenshiro, but we've got Tifa coming for Street Fighter 6, and of course Yujiro Hanma coming as well a bit later on. These guest characters have been like really cooking, like the level of excitement that they're bringing out, the status of some of these characters as well in terms of how well loved they're by the community already. Is this the greatest age of guest characters we've had?
The greatest
Yujiro and Tekken? Absolutely.
The greatest
Yeah,
guest.
Yujiro Hanma is actually crazy. Nah, man, he better be number one. That's all I want.
This is way out of my realm. I don't know what they're talking about.
You don't know about
I don't know
Yujiro?
what they're- I don't know what the. I know,
You don't know about that.
Even I know about the demon
no
back.
idea what you guys.
That's me.
You know it?
I know.
Joe,
I don't believe you.
Joe,
On Netflix, bro. It's a
he
cartoon.
would be your main character. He's that godlike.
He's crazy.
You gotta stop
Yo,
us and talk about Baki for like an hour.
I don't want to. We can't talk about sports. The
Baki
new
is the
season,
GOAT.
just the new
He's
season
crazy?
came out. We can't talk about it. But he's godlike. He's godlike. Obviously, everyone knows Tifa from
Yeah.
just Final Fantasy, and I mean that's crazy. Because I'm curious about how the material works, right?
That's what I'm afraid of, actually. So I get nervous with guest characters because of things that we may have seen in the past in other games.
Yeah. Okay.
Not saying any names, but
Yeah.
when you give a character something that is specific to that character and not the cast, just because they're a guest character, I get a little squeamish.
Yeah, I like that.
You like that?
I like that.
He's cheap.
I like that.
He is 2B double jumping
I like
Grand
that.
Blue.
I don't know.
Let the
what to do
material
with that.
rock. I hope to see some, like summons. Give me some.
Only
summons and
she
everything.
can summon
the CA.
Muhammad.
The CA will be a summon
But
for
that's
sure.
fine. That's
The
fine. That's
CA.
fine. But I don't want her to be able to like change materia and.
Yeah, why not? That's like a
Oh,
stance.
don't worry. There's not going to be any auto block gems or
Yeah,
any. Don't worry.
It's like a
Ooh,
stance.
okay. We're okay.
I'm sorry. I'm just worried about when there's original mechanics added for a specific character.
I love that.
Character.
I love that because that always carries forward into archetypes into the next game. They refine mechanics, and don't worry, we're in an era with balance patches now. You don't have to worry about that thing being too scary for too long.
Okay.
Hopefully.
All right. Well,
They're going to patch out Bahamut Zero. All right.
Knights of the Round.
What's her finisher? Like final KO, whatever. Like
I don't
she's
remember it. Yeah.
The Seventh Heaven? What is it?
Yeah, 7 heaven.
Is it Seventh Heaven? Yeah.
The weapon, right?
All right. Come on now. That'll be
All right.
sick.
Whatever. Go ahead, guys. Okay. Again, sorry. That's my stance on it.
That's a while from now. Yasmin's cooking.
She looks cool, bro.
Yeah, she's cooking.
She looks sick.
They did a great job on
Really
her.
great job.
Yeah,
An
she looks
incredible
really
job on
good.
her.
Yeah, I'm curious on like what
And 3 new characters as well in that season.
We're not gonna talk about
Arjun and Bosch.
You think Arjun's a grappler?
He looks cool.
He might be a grappler, huh? Dawson
Looks like,
grappler.
He looks like Karnov to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Balloon.
Yeah, Dawson grappler.
Balloon.
I mean, if you play World Tour, you get to fight Bosch. You fight him in there. He's like Evo Shin boss or something, and you have to put him back to normal. So you can see a little bit of his move list there.
I didn't know that actually.
Yeah, play World Tour mode. Single player content. It's important.
Benefits of being on the content grind,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, it's
You get to
important.
I'll take your word for it, Justin. I promise.
What games are we most excited to look forward to playing? New releases then. Let's go along the line. Start with you, Obama. Out of all of the games that are on the horizon.
The one I'm most curious about now is probably Virtua Fighter. Actually,
Damn.
VF Crossroads is just probably because of the way that it looks and animates. They went in a direction that I didn't really think they were going to go, but I think it still feels refreshing for people who, longtime fans who have played the game. But then also, it does a lot for it just has a style and presentation about it that has a confidence in what the game is that you haven't really seen so much, I think, from some other developers where they've kind of been pushing different types of presentation campaigns or approaches to like how gameplay works, maybe like adding, meters, gauges, those kinds of things. This game doesn't really have any of that so far. It's kind of just seems like an honest, earnest approach that to modernize the concept of what Virtua Fighter is.
And I feel like they've put that time and care and effort into other areas of development of that game, because for me to see, specific like blocking animations and interactions when you're just blocking out stuff, that like blew my mind, because we've been chasing realistic fighting for so long, and you can have as many pixels and beads of sweat on the shoulder as that, but that is realistic fighting for me, getting to see that kind of thing.
So it's that, and then the combination of just the fact that the game animates and has the fluidity of. Shout out to Shidosha. Shidosha put it this way, and it clicked with me. It's like a kung fu movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the fact that you have that combined with a renewed interest, I think, in single player content. We were just talking about World Tour mode and how great that's been, especially for us, like seeing JP community. They do a lobby avatar battles and all this other kind of crazy stuff. They get really into it. Seeing the single player content that they're taking, approach that they're taking with VF is a really interesting one, especially considering the history of that series. They've traditionally had some pretty good single player content in the past, but they've been leveraging a lot of the mastery that Sega and RGG has had, of course, with the other sister series, and seeing them implement that into a fighting game this way is something that I'm like curiously optimistic about.
It's a new approach. It's very exciting. Jiyuna, surprise us.
For me, it's easy. So I've been playing basically like every new fighting game for years now, and I enjoy them. I get to a decent level, but I don't have any like connection, and I've been feeling that it's because there hasn't been a character like I really clicked with. So rather than any game right now, I'm looking forward to playing Kenshiro. When they announced Kenshiro, first of all, I was shocked. I was like, there's no way you're dropping this character. I've been playing Fatal Fury since it dropped. I'm on Mr. Big now. Mr. Big a little bit, yeah. It's pretty good, but again, like he's strong. I pick characters like strong and easy, not necessarily characters I like or think are cool. But Kenshiro dropped. That's it. I'm picking. I'm never looking back. It feels good. I haven't done that since like.
That's a good feeling. That's a good feeling. That's a good feeling.
The character crisis is gone. Yeah. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Elijah?
I'm going to agree with Mr. Obama and say certainly Virtua Fighter, 100%.
Okay.
I think it's, I think with the current resurgence of fighting games and how there's so many different things to play, I think that is one of the styles I was kind of saying before, like no game plays like Virtua Fighter. Like it's only, if you want to play Virtua Fighter, I got big news, you have to play Virtua Fighter. There's no like substitute for it. And the fact that this game is coming out now, and just like kind of like what Obama said too, when you watch the trailer, that one trailer of him walking across the alley, like my jaw was on the floor. And it's just a 20-second clip of this dude walking and just throwing some punches. And I was like, this is the best thing I've ever seen. Like the presentation in it, it's Obama, again, he said he on the head, it's confident, it knows what it wants to be. It's like, this is Virtua Fighter Crossroads, and this is what we're aiming for, and this is the game that we want to release for our fans. And I'm beyond excited to see this game in action, honestly.
And Justin?
I am very excited for Crossroads, but I don't want to choose Crossroads because I like to play everything. But for me, I'm really excited for Avatar, just because it's like a lot of people, in the beginning, they're like, I don't know. But once the first beta dropped, everyone was like, this is the sickest game ever. And I think it's because it has a lot of personality. It has a lot of soul. And every character is also unique at the same time. And then pretty, I would say, story accurate in terms of like their movesets and everything. So you can really see how much love that the team did, right, when they worked on Avatar. And every time I see a new trailer, and they're putting these trailers out and they're showing like the sickest combos, the sickest mix-ups, and you just appreciate it. Even if I think you're not a seasoned fighting game player, you're still like, wow, that looks really, really awesome. So yeah, I would say that's probably going to be the game that I'm really excited for. And after playing the beta, and they had the online was amazing as well for that. So yeah, I'm really excited to play Avatar.
Brilliant. Very, very excited for all of the titles and all of the updates. We've got seasons of new content coming as well, balance passes through all of the games that are out at the moment, and many more to be released throughout the coming months and years. And we're looking forward to the showcases that are going to be happening across this weekend, specifically on Friday on the showcase stage here at EVO. There's going to be a lot going down, and of course culminating in that Ludwig versus Tyler 1 grudge match, that exhibition bout. It's all going to be going down there, so don't miss that. We have a star-studded lineup of experts, personalities, legends, icons of the FGC, to talk through on this pre-show as we look ahead at some of the competitive endeavors that are going to be going down across this year's EVO. But before we get into that, I have to remind you, if you're at home and you want to be here at EVO 2027, completely covered courtesy of our friends at AT&T, then get your picks in for the AT&T Fantasy. That's right, you need to go online right now to upset.gg and find that AT&T Fantasy picks. And you can pick either your favorite games, top 8, the 8 players, in order you think they're going to be finishing and predicting. But it's in your best interest to have a go at every single game on the roster, because at the end of it, we will be rewarding the entrant with the most points based on their accurate placings across all games, and almost all expenses, flights, hotels, and badges. That's pretty much everything you need, right? That's definitely not included. And that reminds me, you have to be 18 plus to enter. So thank you for reminding me on that one. Hit up upset.gg and look for that AT&T Fantasy and pick your final 8 players at the end of the weekend. And we'll see on Sunday night who it is that's going to be taking that title. Right, that brings an end to our look at the showcase. But we're moving on into some of the titles that we're going to be looking forward to. And let's start with Under Night.
Oh, we got the double shimmy, let's go!
That is what we're looking for.
Back tech gunshot. Hey! An Omni Dig with Frosty Faustix.
No way! No way!
Unblockable!
That's it! And Evo wins Evo Japan.
Pop off, let's hear it, crowd, let's go! And the Evo champion is out of top 8. I think we got it.
Don't drop it!
And Defiant wins Evolution 2025 for Under Night Invert 2.
Thank you for joining us here at the EVO pre-show. Obama cutting some moves there. Under Night in Birth 2, Sis Celeste will be making its return here to EVO 2026. And we're looking ahead at a stacked bracket. We've got some big names, and we've got some big names joining us here on the couch as well. We swap in one of my favorite broadcast talents. Rynge, welcome.
I was about to say, I was like, he's just going to go in the spiel, not even introduce me on the couch. That's OD. Nah, what's good, everybody? I'm glad to be here. Going to be going over some uni right now, right? So I'm glad I heard y'all chop it up a little bit about all the things going on at EVO this year. So it's going to be fun.
Had to hit the 2-step on the intro, man. The music in this game is fantastic.
That's all right, though.
Makes me want to move, bro. But look, we got to talk about this community and the players and the action that has been unfolding over the past year since we last saw Big Black and Defiant going at it on this stage 1 year ago in one of the top 8s that, you know, kind of went under the radar. We cutting video content, documentaries and stuff like this on this set just because of the history that those two guys had, right? Defiant ends up walking away the winner. Big Black, of course, still in the hunt. And I can tell you he's been traveling too, bro. He's been coming out to Tokyo, been running sets at Tatakai Tuesday. And the fellas out there are like, this dude's a monster, bro. How did he not win? We can't deal with him. Well, so for me, I'm looking ahead to this event like Big Black. You get put in that driver's seat again and they hand you the keys. Are you going to drive? Are you going to be able to take that W?
You talked about Tatakai Tuesday, though. Like, we got a champion right there. We had, 2024 was when Sonara won, I think. But he's there week after week playing, not only uni, playing every game, but he just did really well at AWT. Yeah. He's out here now as well. There are, at least when I checked the bracket, I think I saw about 4 uni players. Not the biggest turnout. You know, they just had the EVO Japan tournament, just AWT at the end. But I don't know. This is a crazy game because, you know, we're talking about NA and Japan, but AWT was just won by Brazil.
Yeah. So good point. That's the big thing, too. Talk about how he qualified, too, Rynge. That's the crazy part. They didn't even have a qualifier out there. Bro, he got on an airplane, said, yo, Europe, I'm taking y'all's spot. He ripped their ticket, then showed up and did work at the final like that. That's crazy. And I don't know if they're gonna end up in this bracket. Of course, you know, obviously there's a lot of reasons for why competing at this event in America right now can be difficult for people. But the impact of that to me is what lingers. And so now you're looking at players like, you know, Jocko waiting in the wings. We're looking at, of course, the businessman. You brought him up, Sonaru, of course. Shows up every Tuesday, got his tie, got his shirt, got his slacks. He's playing City of the Wolves and he's playing Under Night. And on a good day, he's still good enough to run with them and get that dub. But you also got to talk about the Evo Japan champion, Ohito, right? He shows up, gets the dub as well. Another consistent legacy name for this game. In addition to, Omnideek. Omnideek, who also has had the good momentum, of course, coming off of Frosty Faustings and Combo Breaker. This game has sharks in the waters. The question is just like, who's going to get that big dinner this weekend? It comes down to a lot, I think, who can play with the lights. A lot of the players from overseas, they do have travel experience. I don't expect them to get starstruck like that in the same way, but who's just going to have a good weekend and who's going to be riding that momentum this weekend?
That's what's cool to me about Uni at this point, right? Is that it's been around for so long now that it really has established its own consistent legacy players. And even at a big tournament like Evo, right, where there's hundreds and hundreds of entrants, you can still count on these people because it's not an easy game either, right? It's not a scrub-friendly game. So because of that, everybody that's been putting their time in year after year, they're going to be at the top. So it's going to be up to who is the best on that day out of those elite players, but it's going to be fun to get there too.
It's fun seeing the storyline change too, because a lot of these games, the games we're going to talk about after 2 Grand, we're going to talk about Strive and stuff, but go back 10 years and it was like, oh, Japan's coming, Japan's winning Evo. Like that's it. Now it's like, hold on.
Flip. Flip.
Now it's like Japan has to come here to prove themselves because the champs are here in America.
I knew the script was flipped when Big Black came out to Tokyo, and I'm talking to the uni guys on Tuesday. I'm like, yeah, so how's it going? Yeah, Big Black came out. He's like, man, this dude's a monster. Like they started traumatized. I'm like, whoa, it was like that? He's like, we couldn't touch him. We couldn't do anything. Wow. And then sure enough, he shows up at the next tournament, dunk. So yeah, I think this is another case like what Jiyuna's saying, where you can observe this with a few games this weekend, I think, where for a long time we talked so much about, well, this game is an arcade legacy game. Japan had a head start, tighter community, so the gap is just too big. But over time, that gap is just not as big, frankly, as maybe a lot of people thought. And then player effort and player dedication, it just does so much to cover that when you see people pledge and commit to it. It's especially cool, too, because for people like Defi and Big Black, for NA representatives, they really got their come up during Corona era, which is where, you really started to see an evolution and kind of just like a delineation, I guess, of where this scene is versus JPC, where maybe things slow down a little bit more.
Off a little bit.
Well, it might potentially all come down to our top 2 seeds, representing 2 completely different regions in Big Black and Scenario. We'll find out how that goes as the night in Birth kicks off. Let's move on to our next title, though, that is going to be Blaz Blue Central Fiction. And I know Jiyuna's going to be excited to talk about this.
Do you have it?
Nice. Oh! What's the air combo here? Hold on with barrier draining, and unfortunately,
let go of the barrier.
wow! What a disrespect! Oh no! The Hotenjin. Wow! What a raid! And just like that, with the big gears, Excalibur Blade is your champion.
All right, our experts are here for a reason.
Yes.
Jiyuna, please.
I have been
enlighten
following
us.
this game for the past, I've been playing it for almost 20 years, but the storyline basically shifted to NA, right? So Obama mentioned a little bit with Uni, but after like COVID hit, a lot of the smaller scenes in Japan kind of fell off while they picked up in the States. So this is kind of like, this is the tournament, this is the area you got to win it right now. We have Excal, the champ from last year, who has not only the Evo champ, he's won like every single tournament for the past 2 years, playing a character that is arguably top 1 to the point of where they actually tried to ban the character last year, but they put out a doc, the NA scene put out a doc trying to ban him, did not go through.
Tried.
They tried, yeah.
They didn't get enough signatures? What was the...
That's why the OGs are there. The OGs had to be there to check the kids, be like, no, we don't ban characters like that, but... Excal toured up last year. He beat Fenrich. That's a lot of people consider the GOAT. He also beat Monarch, but something definitely, I thought maybe JP was kind of done with the game a little bit, but I think Excal's win last year put a spark. They sent out an army this year. I think it's like 10 players, and it's like these are the best of the best of the best of the stuff.
I love that.
And when did the shift happen in BlazBlue? Because like it's so wild to me that the shift happened in BlazBlue, right? Because when I got into the scene, like that was like I could never fathom NA touching Japan in BlazBlue.
2022 rollback netcode added.
Straight up.
That's it. Like rollback netcode got added.
Changed
These kids,
the game,
all
man.
they do is grind. I'm talking like the players 30, 40, 50,000 games is like that's the standard out here. So as the arcades, also you got to talk about we're playing on console now, right? So arcades in Japan had a little bit of lag in there, so a lot of the strategy involved making mix-ups that are reactable on console, but their go-to in the arcade a little bit unsafe. So the best players here, we talked about Excal, we talked about Monarch. If you watch their matches, they will just block for 30 seconds. They will just sit there and block and react to everything. Wow. The guy on offense runs a Goichi, right? Will overextend, put themselves in a bad situation, get punished for it. In the arcade, you can't do that. Because of the delay, they'd get opened up, they would take damage. So the meta's been shifting. I'm just so excited because it's like, I'm not cheering for anybody. Whoever wins, I'm excited for this next storyline. It keeps going, keeps growing.
Yeah, because like that's where I got familiar with you, man. Was Blaze Blue back in the day. So like to see you, to see this, the tournament actually still coming through with a big storyline. They're adding a new character to the game, bro. Like
what's going on with that? Came off the plane, but
I still think it's a joke.
I feel like the reality has not set in yet for a lot of the Blaze Blue fans.
I mean, why would they just pick it up? Tell you, all right, I'm with it. I'm with it.
That's an incredible timeline for you, though, right? We got this level of competition showing out at Evo before any hint of this announcement, which I don't know if you were aware it was. There were any rumors of it coming down the pipeline?
Nothing.
So this Evo is going to be marquee matches, like you said. An army has come out to defend, and off the back of the excitement and the quality of the competition that you're going to be enjoying this coming weekend, then you get to look forward to a new character and potentially whatever else might happen after that hope that's given to you there. Like how you literally just got off the plane a couple of hours ago, but like has your phone just been going crazy?
Yeah, it's like Obama said, like I got pinged and I thought it was a joke. It's like there was never a rumor, there was never like an idea, there was never a leak or anything. It was like new character. Like what?
I was like, where did this come from? Like, nice try, guys.
And the beauty of the scene right now too is like Arxis has kind of had BlazBlue on the back burner. They haven't been including it in like their official announcements and their artwork and everything. It's been, we got to go to the Zoomers, right? The new generation of player that's been propping up the scene with net play tournaments, with exhibition matches and everything, attending the locals, attending the majors, which to us are majors, right? They're not as big as, they're not maybe like a Combo Breaker CO, but there are a lot of little regional events. BlazBlue's always there, not just in NA, it's all around the world. So it's a community.
Let's give some props though. Like, what are the spots that have been holding it down for that? Like
the big one, Boston Blue Beat right there. That's right there in the northeast. You got to hold down there. I got a shout out to Europe as well. So we had DLZ, player from UK, right? He's been traveling out to NA. He's not going to be here this year as well. But basically, every time there's a tournament, I'll watch the finals, put on my YouTube channel, and I'm like, hey, guys, we're in Mexico this week. We're in Brazil this week. We're in France this week. We're in the UK this week. It's around the world. Everyone is playing this game.
He talked a little bit about it, and we touched on it a little bit, talking about Vampire Savior and talking about Undernight, but it's the fact that this is also just like in my mind, it's a culture clash in that way too, where it's a lot of this new generation of players. You have to talk about the kind of game BlazBlue is too, how much it changed from its inception to its last version when you leave it off in 2017, 2018. This is becomes a very technical game. It's very like mechanically robust, but culturally, it's kind of hit this point, especially after the rollback netcode got added, where it's kind of like a modern, like almost like Third Strike level of fandom in a way, to where it got so many new people that hopped into the game. And just because of the well of knowledge that's out there about it too, a lot of them got to pretty competent levels very, very quickly. And so big ups to, of course, the new gen NA players that really decided to pick up and roll with this game, because now it leads to this moment to me, and that's what's so cool about it.
Yeah, you can see that across the board with NA and almost all the fighting games, right? It's just like how much they've embraced since they've gotten netcode. There's been tournaments every day of the week for every fighting game. And like you can see the results are there, right? They've been competing with regions that they've never competed with in because of, maybe the games have changed or whatnot, but it's also the grind that they've been able to put in. So it's been really impressive to see across the board. And yeah, big props to the new gen, man. They are coming through heavy.
And it's infectious because they're getting the old heads to come back. Like Fenrich was not practicing the game. He was just coasting by, beating everybody. He started losing. He's like, you know what? I might have to start practicing again. We have all the JP players coming out. We mentioned it earlier too, the Daigo Mena exhibition, but like that's Mena putting the spark back in the OG. So
it's a beautiful thing to see resurgent in the FGC in an era where so much focus is put on prize pools and checks. That focus on pride and prestige, and that even regional rivalries, wanting to become the best in your region, defending your region against others, all of those things coming to the fore and seeing that play out here.
That's what it's always been about, though.
It's beautiful to see it coming back, though, man.
Yeah, that's facts. And yeah, I want to give a shout out to Kizzy, and I believe it's like Bay Area Madhouse. They're bringing back a California tournament this year in November that is basically about NorCal versus SoCal, to bring that spark back. So it's just cool, especially getting all these new players in now that we can actually introduce them to those rivalries that we've known since we've got in the scene.
And that spark, of course, then feeds back to the publishers, the developers, and they're willing to invest their time and money into doing things like
I can't believe we've been talking this long about BlazBlue. I got to say the obvious. I'm also trying to see how these players who, in their minds, they're coming in as top threats for this event, how they going to deal with the NA minefield when they hit the D Smooths, when they hit the God, man, we made it, baby. You in the hype reel.
That's top 8 winners last year.
Let's go. Yeah, but even like a lot of the legacy NA scene too. I see some of them tapping back in for this, and for the kind of game that this is. Even though BlazBlue, especially version to version, a lot characters can change a lot with this series traditionally. But for some of them to even be able to get that spark back too, like you were saying earlier, I think it's going to be fun to watch. This game's just really cool, man. This is a cool game.
Right, that's a great spot to leave it. Let's move on to our next title coming up this weekend, Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising.
Yo, let him know. That was saucy. Oh! There's a lucky star shining upon Zangief tonight. Oh! No! The delay on that was pristine. Oh my gosh, Mary, you beast. Whoa! Up against the wall. It's a counter. It started. That's chip damage territory. You got to play perfect. Oh my gosh! What a spot dodge right there! The prince has finally risen up to become the king here at Evo.
Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising.
All right, Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising returning to Evo here in Las Vegas 2026. And we got a lot of returning names that are familiar. How do you see this top 8 playing out?
And Obama, we're not here to, shield our event, but I think we have another Tatakai Tuesday. Might be the favorite to win this. I don't know.
It turns into cyberbullying if you keep saying it over and over again. If you got to hop in from game to game every year, be like, yo, by the way, sorry, Tatakai Tuesday, sorry, we're going to go, sorry.
Pull yourself over, man. That's what we're here for. Do it.
Yeah. But he brought his name up. Of course, he got second place at this recent Evo Japan, but Zangief Dream, this dude, and you got to understand, for one of the best players of this game, this is somebody, I cannot stress it enough, shows up every Tuesday, doesn't matter if it's raining, if it's not raining, if there's 16 people that show up, if there's 32 people that shows up, he shows up and he's trying to play. He's trying to get matches and he's trying to get everybody around him better. And he knows Rising Tide raises all the ships, because he knows that being able to put in that grind with those people around him, take ownership of the community like that, that's going to put him in.
Is he one of those players that plays like every game like it's grand finals?
I don't know if I'd put him in that way, but he definitely is. I don't get the impression that he is ever like playing casuals. You know what I mean?
That's what I mean.
You know what I mean?
He does not hold back in casuals.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Especially with his character roster, and when like Vikala and Kag as well in at Evo Japan, you saw those on display. He's diversified a little bit with the character picks, but he's also not afraid to get on the road. He was out there in Korea as well. He's still competing on a week-to-week basis. That's a player that I'm looking forward to seeing doing well. But there's also other threats in this bracket.
We've got Gamera back in the bracket. Looking forward to seeing Gamera.
He just won in Korea, last week or 2 weeks ago at the Super Tournament. But it's, we've been mentioning with all the games, we're seeing the trend of early Grand Blue, vanilla, Japan kind of dominated, right? And then with Rising, we're seeing now NA, like last year was NA versus NA Grand Finals. I know Koji comes out to Japan, I think at 3rd at Evo Japan last year, but does well out there. So I know Europe's got some players too. So it's another like anybody could take it kind of thing. I don't want to. I don't have any info, but we've been talking about new seasons, new characters, and everything. The Grand community, we're waiting, right? So we're at 2.6. We want that 3. We need that next that next character pass because there's somebody missing. Somebody been asking for since 2019.
Who you want?
I want Siete, man.
Oh.
It's been 7 years since this game has been announced. The character popularity poll, the top 10, they have 9 out of the top 10.
Yeah. Oh, and she's the only one that's gone. Excuse me.
He's
I'm unfamiliar with Grand Blue characters.
It's golded.
Man, golded. What about Ichigo?
They just got added.
I heard Ichigo got added to the main game.
Got added. They got everything in that game, dude. They got Conan, they got Ichigo.
The 1,000-year blood war. Yeah, let's run it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But also, you got to talk about the Evo Japan champion, right? Kasosagi got the win over Zangief Dream at that event, and he's coming into this one with a little bit of momentum.
Is he coming? I don't think he's coming.
Oh, he's not registered?
I don't think so.
My bad.
Like last year, he won Evo Japan too with Ferry. He didn't come last year. This year, I don't think he's showing up either. It's the same thing though. It's like the meta right now.
Can't see him in the
game
seeds.
was early on in Rising was rush down, but it's starting to see a shift to more. Ferry, of course, zoner characters. Zangief Dream again plays Cagliostro, kind of like a zoning trap hybrid, and Vicky as well, zoning. You have Matera doing a lot of work. You have Lil doing a lot of work. So the meta is very, very kind of keep away. They're trying to tone it down a little bit, but it's tough.
That's what was so impressive to me about watching the Evo Japan Grand Finals too. Is like, I'm like, man, Ferry was doing work in the beginning of Vanilla, and then like years later, I'm like, she's still winning tournaments, man. She's still doing work with the same kind of approach and a lot of the same tools too.
Rising came out, they said she was bottom 1. When Rising came out, they said Matera, Ferry bottom 1. Like zoning.
Has anything changed, like balance-wise, since then?
No, system-wise, not really.
Yeah.
They changed the way the Brave.
It was wrong. That's never happened before.
Yeah. First time ever.
Was it like during the 6XL era?
It's still 6XL. The 6XL
Still, the era is still present?
The players got better at dealing with that,
Okay,
right?
okay.
Because it's still a very aggressive game. It's just at the highest level, the zoners can stop all that, right?
Yeah, true.
They have ultimate skills, too. It's like one touch. If you get one anti-air, it's full combo, right? One touch, full combo. It's not just push you away. It's combo in the setup, in Oki, and then all the cooldowns recharge. You're back in that miserable situation. It's tough.
Logan, you're a beast, by the way. You were like, what, the community was wrong? Yeah, it turns out Leffen's tier list was not correct. We're going to go crazy. Imagine that.
Happens in every competitive community. Right, that is Grand Blue. Looking forward to that one. Grand Blue versus Rising, of course, back here at EVO. Now, let's take a look. Guilty Gear Strive.
Ooh. You handle this one.
Finally, the Pop Buster! Yeah. I like it. Oh, the quick RC! We've got a new EVO champion! Casey, what you do? Tiger Bolt had a lot of momentum. Oh my God! Tiger Bolt! That's the new EVO France champion! Daru! What a super! Jiyuna is your EVO Japan champion!
Guilty Gear Strive returns to EVO Las Vegas, and last year it was an incredible top 8 on that main stage. This year, we're looking at Nitro as the #1 seed. How are we feeling about that?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense coming off the combo breaker victory, right? He's always had multiple characters in his arsenal as well. His Leo's looking like stronger than any of his other characters ever looked. So
Leo got that worthless new move. It's not good, right?
Worthless? He literally won the combo breaker and used it. Yeah, I was going to say.
That's a downplay god, Nitro.
Rynge, you bringing up all this stuff, dude. The Knicks just won. He got the passive buff. That's what it's about, man.
I forgot. You're right. The Knicks in 5.
It's the duration of Mamdani's.
Yeah, exactly. And Grand Finals is best of 5, so it's Nitro in 5 all tournament long. That's true. That's a good point. But yeah, Nitro definitely going to be the favorite coming in right off after combo breaker, just showing out as he always does. You mentioned before as well, Chihuahua winning Evo Japan, which was long time coming. It feels like it felt like he was always.
I think 4 years he was in top 8.
Right? Yeah, like always so close in top 8 in Grand Finals, never taking it home really, but finally got a big one there. And then Daru as well has always gotten far. We're kind of waiting for Daru's dub now. Chihuahua and Daru, they were going hand in hand when it came to that, always the bridesmaid, but finally, Chihuahua got his day. We'll see if Daru gets his. I'm hoping for it.
So Logan was talking about how FGCs could be wrong. Well, this is a 2.0 now, right?
Yeah.
So you know, I think even if you don't play Strive, you know Happy Chaos, right?
Oh yeah.
You know,
I have heard of this character.
so with 2.0, one of the big things was Happy Chaos. They deleted him from the game, right? So when the Ketchup came out, he's gone. He's the worst character in the game. He can never be played again. And a week later, he's now been broken the best character in the game of all time.
Ban-worthy, yada yada.
DLC, man, you know, they're just
to the top. So we're still trying to figure out where he is. Comic Break, I think Jack got second place.
Yeah, exactly. And like Jack got second place with an entirely reworked character, right? And it was funny because he was always the best Happy Chaos in general, but like he was always the best Happy Chaos at using the normals, at using the system mechanics, at just having really great defense. So it made sense that he was able to adapt to a lot of the new stuff and then just use his fundamental prowess to get that far, right? So I'm very interested to see if he's explored stuff. If he's saving anything for nationals, right? That character is definitely still, I think, underexplored when it comes to what they're actually putting out there and its potential, what he's able to do. So I'm hoping to see it. Honestly, I'm always rooting for the chaos. No Happy. Man. I'm always rooting for the chaos.
But yeah, this is 2.0 where you mentioned it, right? So this is the biggest update to the game since its release, right? They wanted to lower the average, lower the floor, lower the ceiling. What's the?
I don't know anymore.
The ceiling of the damage,
They just
kind of.
wanted to like lower everyone's base damage and like tone down some of the crazy stuff so they can rebuild it from here to get the crazy again. But if you watch it, you're like, what? What do you mean? It's still crazy. This game is still nuts.
That's the thing, right? Is that just naturally it's forever going to be a big damage game. Like it's built to be a big damage game. So that's really not going to go anywhere. There are some things that they tone down to make it so, you maybe don't explode from certain hits like you did before, right? They changed some of the like anti-air properties of closest.
Oh, yeah.
Which is pretty wild, right? That's never really been like, I think like we saw, especially in Exer, we saw plenty of characters anti-air with their closest. In this game, that was some of the characters' highest damaging anti-air starters was their closest, and that got nerfed heavily. So there's been some interesting changes. Obviously, Wild Assault completely removed from the game, right? Speaking of people being like, well, our bad, we were wrong. Like they just straight up said, we're removing this mechanic.
That's a very brave development decision to make.
Honestly, real, like serious respect. Honestly,
super respect.
Respect too.
Respect. I like it.
The Guilty Gear Strive devs.
That is accountability.
Say it. I need you.
Respect. Respect to the Guilty Gear Strive test. Yes.
Let's go. We got it.
Respect. But seriously though, I think there's something really cool about watching your game develop and then you saying like, actually, I don't know what we were thinking with that. And then just like, let's go back to the drawing board a little bit. I actually respect that because and I wish maybe more games would and game like battle designers would kind of take that perspective and be willing to take that risk. Because I mean, it feels like with the way that games can develop sometimes now, it's like it's hard for the developer to admit fault in that regard, in that way. But it's really refreshing to see it when it happens like that because of that.
I think it's like part of human nature, right? It's like we're naturally defensive. We don't want to admit something that's our fault, that we did wrong or something like that. But I hope that this shows that the community is very loyal, not just Guilty Gear, but the fighting game community in general. They played through that, and we've seen the numbers grow after it got removed. Combo Breaker had one of its biggest Guilty Gear.
I think as a community, you just care about the end result of the game being enjoyable, right? However you get there, you'll give the devs leeway as long as they get you to that destination.
Especially when the communication has been as clear. Like, I mean, even from the beginning, right, where Strive, our first beta was delay-based. I still haven't forgot about that, you know, and we cried from the heavens to make it roll back, and they listened. So they've been listening over the course of the game, and it's going to be interesting to see where we go from here. We obviously got RoboCop, we got Jam going to be
I was going to ask you, like, so Jam came out, what, April?
I think that sounds about right.
Yeah,
any kind of impact in the meta, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think they did a good job, as they've done, with capturing the spirit of the Guilty Gear characters, right? They're never going to play one-to-one as they did before because Strive's too different from the predecessors. But honestly, when it comes to the spirit, the ignorant rushdown of Jam, it's in there, man. And she's annoying to deal with. It's always going to make you be on your P's and Q's defensively. She's about that. She's got big puffball to be ignorant from full screen. Like
jumping low.
She's got the overhead, Jiyuna, the overhead, brother.
One of my hated fighting game mechanics. Shouts to Arcuna's got that as well. It's just like.
So, yeah, I'm hoping to see her as well. I think she's definitely a solid character, and she'll obviously take advantage of some people not being as practiced with her because she's the newest character. And just in general, because she's an offensive juggernaut, she's going to be one of those characters that takes advantage of people being off their game a little bit anyway. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see her in top 8. But honestly, the variety when it comes to Strive right now has been good. Like we saw like Dizzy, I believe, got Combo Breaker at top 8. That was like one of her first appearances in that high of a result. So it was just cool, man. Potemkin is still relevant. Like they haven't deleted that character even with the changes to him and the system mechanics. So yeah, it's just I think it's in a healthy spot, a very good spot when it comes to character variety, and it's going to be a great tournament.
I mean, the biggest thing to me though, Rynge, that we haven't talked about it yet. This community still shows out. They still pull up for events like this. This game is what, like coming up on 6 years old. Yes. You got to put some respect on the fact that it has its own community, right? And they like their game and they still pull up and play it.
Yeah, just shy of 1,000 entrants here at EVO. That's a fantastic show.
Like CB, those are actual entrants. Daisuke didn't pay for
the shots
there, but
I respect those. But yeah, even at Combo Breaker just this past year was one of the biggest Guilty Gear tournaments that they've ever had. So it's just sick to see that this community, again, from the beginning, this was where I think one of the big like resurgence just started for NA was Guilty Gear Strive, right? That's when we had like a tournament every single week. It was Can Opener and TNS and everybody just going ham on Guilty Gear Strive. And it really infected the rest of the scene. And when we got games with good netcode after that, everybody followed suit and everybody just tried to play as much as possible. And it's resulted in NA, I think, being maybe the strongest it's ever been overall as far as long as I've been in the scene.
Yeah, I mean, it changed just the meta too, right? We have, like I mentioned before, Japan would come to EVO, just take the trophy. It's like, are we going to get an NA player in top 8? Now it's like, no.
Yeah, that was a great point. Is that you talked about how some of these other games, they started with Japan being the stronger force, then NA eventually caught up. That's kind of with Guilty Gear if you look at it as a whole. But with Strive, NA has ruled EVO Vegas, right? Like they have ruled most of the tournaments when it comes to Guilty Gear Strive. And yeah, it's just a testament to how much everybody plays.
Well, talking about two regions there, you're going to have to indulge me as someone who's a passive viewer. What chance does Verix have?
Oh, man.
Senegal.
So, talking about 2.0, so in 2.0 they added new special moves, and Verix's character has one of the best ones. So, tier list, Nago's a character that was like early on, like top tier, bottom tier, top tier, bottom tier. He's back on top tier now. So, Verix is loyal.
Is that community adjudicated top tier, or
that is a good
results based?
I think not many people play Nago.
Adjudicated right now. We haven't seen a lot of big results with Nago in this patch yet, but I believe I'm with Jiyuna.
So a pinch of salt.
Yeah, 100%. Like obviously,
the character that was already strong, and then they're like, "Here's a new move." It's like, well, okay, all right, thank you. So
yeah, and it could be it's a new move that keeps him at one of his peak strong states longer than he ever has. So
okay,
like, it's definitely a good move, and I'm hoping to see it. Like Verix, obviously one of the strongest representatives from the EMEA region for a long time right now. Obviously, you said out of Senegal, so it's just cool to see. I'm hoping that he's out here. Do we know for sure that he's registered?
Yeah, he's the second seed.
Oh, awesome! Yeah, man. I'm hoping he goes far. I'm even interested in seeing Verix in Tokon. I think he's actually one of the Strive players that could translate well to that game. So I'm looking forward to it, man. I know he's got a bright future.
All right, we've just been through 4 of the titles that you're going to be able to see this weekend at EVO here in Las Vegas. And that means you should have plenty of inspiration to start filling in your AT&T fantasy top 8s. That's right.
That's what
for free. But luckily, all of you are watching the same show. So it's going to come down to some of your own personal picks. Get on there. You've got 1 day left to fill in your top 8s there for AT&T Fantasy. You can see the URL there, upswets.gg/EVO 2026. You have to be 18 to enter. And all you need to do is go on there, pick whichever titles you want to, but the more the better, and predict the order in which you think the top 8 is going to be finishing. Hopefully some of our experts have given you some inspiration. We're going to be moving on into our next segment now. Of course, we've enjoyed a number of these anime titles, but we're going to be moving on next here on our pre-show into our next segment, which will be a break. That's right. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. It's not going to be one of those esports breaks. It's not going to be one of those 20 minutes, we'll be right back, then you add another 5 minutes, and then add another 15 minutes to the timer.
I've heard
very, very, very short break, and then we'll be straight back to talk more about what's happening in and around the EVO event and the EVO brand over the years. So we'll see you there. Thank you very much to our guys here on the couch. They're going to be sticking around because hopefully we'll be speaking to them about some of the more titles that we're going to be seeing at EVO this weekend. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. You got my word on that. See you then.
Both of us thought that
thought that scene was going to work.
And now we have a...
Yo, it's a look! BB! He wants this! That's like the most emotion I've seen of him in the mid-set before.
Everyone asked me what was going through my head in that moment. I was like, I was shitting myself, I'm not gonna lie.
This is for all the marbles, and they both know it here.
I knew this was my only shot. This was my one shot to be an EVO champion.
Get the place! I think that's it!
I think we got it!
Don't drop it!
Versus Enkidu. We got ourselves what may or may not be a footsies matchup for grand finals of this tournament.
I've actually been playing fighting games for a decent bit actually. I'd say until 2019 is when I started like getting serious, but before that I have dabbled in a lot of different games like BB Tag, CF, Skullgirls. I've kind of always been a dabbler. Ever since I was younger, I remember funny enough, my older brother beating me up on Accent Core on the Wii. Like really old, just disgusting, like super old game, right? And I actually, funnily enough, fun fact, some people don't know this, I used to be a Uni hater, because I used to be a Smash player. And everyone remembers when Smash got removed from EVO, and then Under Night took Smash's place. And I saw the trailer, I was like, what is this game? Like, what am I looking at? Because I was a dumb Smash player. I was like, what am I looking at? And then I actually got to watch footage for the game and I was like, wait a minute, this is like the game I was looking for my entire life.
Oh no, and that should be it. Yeah, all right.
WSD actually started with Dragon Ball, so it was my first fighting game. I wanted to learn and I figured the easiest way to learn would just be to throw a tournament. So I got on Reddit, started running Dragon Ball tournaments, and it kind of grew from there. One night I was just streaming Under Night with a few friends. Some Uni players hopped into the stream, started giving advice, and we threw our first Uni tournament maybe 5 years ago online with 4 people. Defi was kind of like a part of the core group, and it just kind of really grew from there.
I consider myself a generation, we're called the COVID generation of Uni players. People like Omni, Omega Lid, Tama, a lot of those people, that's when we started to get good, me included. And at the time, WASD was kind of the only tournament organizer running online Uni tournaments on the East Coast. Kind of the only one. Imperius Club was carrying Uni on his back. Essentially the biggest net play tournaments for Uni 1 during COVID and stuff like that. And at the time, it was kind of just that kind of small group of people where we were just playing and playing. And then like just the demon came out. BB joined for the first time ever. At the time, I think I was winning the most Mashfest. And then BB came and he changed everything. We realized like, wow, we're not as good as we thought we were.
Next door is just gonna kill anyway, so there's no point.
Oh no. I vividly remember when Big Black started joining our online brackets because we kind of joked that he was a machine.
My whole life growing up, I played sports when I was younger. I played basketball. I've always had a bit of a competitive edge. Once I finished high school, I was looking for a way to spend my time, and that was around the time Injustice 2 literally came out. I've never tried actually getting into a fighting game and learning to play it properly. I'm gonna commit to this one and see where it goes. I had a friend that I met in college who actually showed me the game. It was the first time I ever saw it. I saw Byakuya in the Japanese arcades, and I was like, whoa, this character's pretty sick. My favorite superhero is Spider-Man, which is the reason why I play Byakuya, so that's what got me into playing. The case of Monday Night Mashfest, the tournaments were ran on PC, and at the time, I was only playing on console. I would watch them on Twitch and just, kind of casually watch the tournament. I wasn't too invested until I got my own PC and I got to start playing myself. Normally make my way through the tournament and end up playing Defiant later on. Kind of just been that way ever since.
I don't even remember the streak that he had at a certain point for Mashfest, but it was absolutely crazy. He was farming us and everyone was trying to beat him there. Like we were just having fun with our Mashfest tournament. I thought I was at the top of the world. BB comes and just takes over.
fall back. Hey yo, check it, we gon' run them through the mix. They spot as soon as I dash out. Get your bars up, I'm basically about to cash out. Everybody worthy until they fade in the background. If you in an early MC and do all the flash down. Back down, hit them with the classics. Final on the cabinet, let me hear how to wax skip. I just press a button and you can see the reactions. Flex on everybody, but uppercut in the flash kick. Back to the era where the six is busted, where they screaming at the set appearance. Let's go, Justin! It's that woman show where you get on the back of a jump in. Say that you believe I trust it. Take them all to run that city. I'm too risky to let the comeback hit me. Don't get tricky until you see that shimmy and the crowd get busy singing. Street Fighter 6!
Welcome back. We are here in the Las Vegas Convention Center ahead of EVO Las Vegas 2026, and it's my pleasure to be joined here now on the couch by Zed Tabani. Welcome onto the show.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, you've been a solid part of how people experience EVO for about half a decade.
Oh, that means a lot. Thank you. It's very nice.
But
That
in a
video got me emotional.
In a slightly different way, though, because it's from what people hear. Of course, you've been part of producing a lot of the music that have been intrinsically linked with EVO. And I want to go back to the start of your journey so we can explain to the people how you got involved in the EVO sound. So 2011, let's talk about that, Evolve.
Yeah.
How did that come about? And
well, it's funny because I got involved the year before. So the story essentially is that in the West Coast around the time when Street Fighter 4 came out, I was going through a breakup and I was like, I'm just going to dedicate my life to just this, right? And so I used to go to this garage and Alex Valle was there and I knew Alex Valle was. And I was terrible. I was so bad and Valle kind of picked on me. And what I would usually do in a lot of those situations is just like, oh, I'm going to rap for people. And then people, because I'm good at that. And Valle didn't take any quarter with that. He was just like, nah, I don't care if you do that. You have to get good. And so I got good enough. And then I did like a small little freestyle or something like that. And he sent it to Seth, who was doing a lot of the Capcom blog at the time, and they posted it there. And then James Chen, who was in charge of doing some of these like little intro videos for EVO at the time, was like, hey, I want to do something like the Sprite Slam Dunk commercials that you would see at the NBA with like slam poetry or like hip hop freestyles. Could you do that? And those were like the first EVO intros we did in 2010, where I did these like raps for all of the games. And then on Street Fighter 4, I did a rap to the Cody theme and that blew up. And then for 2011, like that's when I said, okay, so this is going well. Let me try to pitch an EVO theme song. Because before it was just Sandstorm. It was just by Darude. Like they would just play Sandstorm every time EVO came on. I was like, let's give it like an actual theme song. So I got Mike Ross. I got my friend Kana, who I knew who had done music around, my city. I got Henry Choi, who was one of the local players. I got my friend Dylan Hulse. I got as many, and then Shiza, who was also like, if you don't know Shiza, if you're a pad player, you've inevitably are resting on his legacy, right, of bringing pad players into the FGC like at the highest level. I got them all on the track, and Yipes also was on it too, and making that was so hard, but we did it, and it became like the official theme song for EVO for 10 years. And that it was like a real labor of love to try to get that across the line. And then I was absent for quite a while until, obviously in 2022, a lot of things changed.
EVO came back, of course.
Of course. And like a big thing too is like, I look back on 2011 and 2010 and all of that kind of stuff and how like amateur of a musician I was. And then I went to Berklee College of Music. I did all of this work to just try to become a better musician. And I was like, man, I wish I could just come back and redo that song and redo EVO and redo all this stuff. And with the new change, I got another chance to redo the EVO theme. And I was like, well, can we try to do like intros? And we really worked hard to try with no budget to make intros that year. And we got them, and they were popular enough that this now became a thing that you kind of see today before all of the top 8 again. And it's a labor of love every single year.
Clearly, it is something that you put a lot of yourself into. I want to talk about the process in terms of putting these things together. going through and looking back at, the 4 albums, there's so much detail.
Yeah.
And I know through speaking to a few people, when it came to creating some of these tracks, the amount of work that you did to make sure that some of the featured artists had the reference as well.
Oh, yeah.
To make sure that everything was accurate and correct. Talk me through the process of putting together that first album in 2022.
Well, for the first album, again, we had like no budget, and like I had a lot of like just favors and stuff like that. When you go to Berkeley and you're around music a little bit, you get a lot of like a little bit of clout because you have favors that you can pull from other musicians. So I begged and I borrowed and I asked for a lot of people who have done soundtracks for some really amazing games and really amazing stuff in the pop world. My key in there was a guy named Devesh Dayal, who's like he's a producer who goes by the name of Dace right now. He's doing like some amazing things. But I got him, and through him I got connected with a lot of other people. But the main goal of the Evo albums was, a lot of times when you hear esports music and music in like games in general, and around esports events, a lot of times, and I'm not knocking anybody, but it sounds like just sync music. It's just like, oh, this is just a fun kind of thing. And sync music is fun in a lot of different ways, but popular music in general has a very different vibe to it and a very different like intention. And so the goal was to make it so that every song like sounds not only like the community and what they've been through, but sounds like you could hear it in a Spotify playlist, or, for nobody listens to the radio anymore, but on the radio or on something, and someone would go, oh, what is that? And then they would go and they would find out, more about the game. And so that required a lot of people understanding the game a little bit more. So I would make these sheets of like, just research the game intense and make these sheets about like, okay, what are all the terms in the game? When I'm saying this, what's going on here? Like for Guilty Gear, for example, Rush It Down, there was a guy named David Stewart who was on that song, and we had to get him last minute. And so I was like, all right, this is the game that you're doing. Here's a sheet of everything, and here's just gameplay of like grand finals. And then he played that while he was singing the song that's just try to get into it that year. And I think a big part of what we do is just making sure that people have a love for the thing that they're doing, so that it doesn't feel inauthentic. Because, I know I'm talking a lot, but like in general, when you have somebody like on the track who doesn't really understand what's going on, and it's just like, oh, this is just a gig, then it doesn't translate into what is beautiful about the game, right? You should have, when people mention like a Hadouken or mention something like a drive rush or something like that, you should have them understanding what that is. Like even last year, Brian, one MC that we love, Brian to Earth, mentioned I'm a mix between Biggie and a Mena RD, and a big part of that was making him understand like, okay, who's Mena RD? What has he done? What's the history of Brazil in Street Fighter 6? So we take that really seriously. That like every song you have to have some understanding of the DNA of what that community is going through beyond just it being a game.
How do you manage to capture the essence in terms of the spirit of the game and the community in terms of the production side of things? Because I understand getting across the lyrical aspect and hitting the right references and making sure your context is correct and you sound like you know what you're talking about. It's coming from a place of feeling, so that the music feels like it connects rather than it exists in the background. In terms of the production, outside of straight up essentially imitating sounds, which I know we haven't done, how do we capture the essence and feeling of these games and these communities? Because if anyone hasn't checked them out, it's a unique, bespoke title for each title.
Yes. And so I think a big thing about it too is that when you're talking about like the language of how music works, not to get too heady about it, but
we just spoke for 10 minutes about like BlazBlue and Vampire Savior.
No, but I'm saying
let's get heavy about
the contextual like language of music in general. Like there's different things that every single year when people are listening to popular music, even if you don't listen to popular music, whatever you're listening to, there's a different like auditory language that we all have in terms of like what we're listening to and how we're listening to it and what signals what. So a lot of times when we're talking about getting the production style right, number one, we'll pick a genre for the game that we're doing. Sometimes we have kind of fun with it, like we did like reggaeton one year for KOF. Which some people like, some people don't like, but it was meant to be like celebrate like the Latin players, right? A lot for Street Fighter, we've done hip hop quite a bit because that's kind of intrinsic to it. We did K-pop one year for a song, but the main thing that we try to do in terms of like picking that genre, right, is what is the community going through at the time? It's one thing to kind of represent the game, because the game is like, oh, City of the Wolves, it's going to be like dad rock, right? Or Guilty Gear, it's going to be metal and everything like that. Or Street Fighter's just going to be hip hop every time. Or that's one thing.
But how do you time it to
what the community is going through? The example I can give you is Grand Blue. Grand Blue, the first year we did a song that sounded like Paramore, like Hayley Williams, and we did that because there's like this rebellious kind of uplifting spirit in it, because the storyline of that community that year was that, oh my God, we almost died because of our community almost completely was wiped out, and we didn't have a game anymore because of the fact that we were all inside. We couldn't connect with each other. Like netcode didn't work. We were in a bad place, and this community came together and was able to survive. And now we're at Evo, and it's amazing. And I think those kind of stories, like showcasing what the community is going through, is what makes this project what it is. Like even this year, I didn't get to work on all the songs this year, but the songs that I did work on, we really tried to make it sure, like, hey, what is this community going through? What do they feel about this game? And like, how can we put into the music in some ways celebrate where they're at personally?
I know it's always a very, very difficult question to ask an artist, a creative, but what's some of your favorite tracks that you've produced over the years for these Evo songs?
I mean, Run Back City. Run Back City is like the craziest song I've ever done.
You're ending the set with that, right, at the concert?
Oh my God, yeah. Like I still want to figure out a way if we could ever do like a concert of Evo stuff, but like Run Back City, definitely. I mean, all the Street Fighter 6 songs I have a special place in my heart. I love Rush It Down. I love all of the Grand Blue songs. Those are very, very kind of out of left field. One song from last year that I really love a lot is Gimme That by Kings for Under Night and Birth. Getting Kings is a big TikTok star. Getting her was like a really, really big deal. The Third Strike song is I'm just naming hip hop songs at this point. But Wickedest Eyes is one of my favorites. That's Adrian Cohen, who's a crazy metal vocalist, and when I hear that song, it's about Eno from Guilty Gear. It feels so good. Like there's a lot of things that I'm really proud of. That there's a lot of songs that I'm proud of. That like every time I finish an album, I'm always like, I screwed up. This is so bad, and everyone's gonna know I'm a fraud. And then it works out. I'm like, oh, I did a good job, But it's one of those things where like I'm really proud of the work we've done, even when it's stressed, even when it's last minute, because there's just a lot of love in there,
It's a beautiful process, and music is such an intrinsic and important part of the fighting games in general. Obviously people can go out and check all of the tracks. Given some of your favorites there, I want to ask you, we'll round it out on this. As a musician yourself, do you have a favorite piece of video game music of all time? If you had to pick one,
can I pick two?
I'll let you have two.
All right. I'll give you. The child in me loves Live and Learn from Sonic Adventure 2. That is the child in me.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's just I grew up with it.
You got to do it for them. It's all
good. I got to do it. But the fighting game track that I like the most is I'll just be real. NYC Jazzy 99.
Okay,
is my favorite. That people like talk smack on that a lot, but I love that track.
That's very much like pop music, right? Because it's kind of like cool to not like the thing that everyone likes, but everyone likes it for a reason.
Everybody likes it for like everything. Music's all about demographics. Everybody has their own taste, and everything's subjective. I think the only bad song is a song that doesn't say anything. If you like a song for
apathy is the worst.
Apathy is the worst thing. Boos and cheers I can take, but silence is terrible. Absolutely. Terrifying.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure talking to you, Zed, and everyone at home, please go and check out some of
Yes.
them. Where can they find some of your other work?
You can find me on Spotify. You can find all the Evo albums on Spotify. You can find me on my YouTube show every week where I rap the news. You could also give me a high five if you see me in California, or don't stalk me. But yeah.
Which is the one track to look out for that you're involved with on this year's soundtrack?
I think the 2XKO one is particularly strong.
Perfect timing.
2XKO is amazing, and like I think that song is insane.
What's the name of that one?
I don't want to give it away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining me, Zed. Appreciate that.
Thank you, man.
Always a pleasure to talk to someone else about music. Speaking of 2XKO, let's move on to look at that title. It's going to be an incredible 2XKO tournament this weekend at EVO Las Vegas. On the other side of this short video, we'll be joined by some experts on the couch, and we'll look ahead at this weekend's competition.
Jump in the back hitbox! Holy moly! The young man bleed, your Frosty Fausting champion!
Sonic, Fox, and Inzem. The duo gets the job done on the big stage.
What a showing from the young god! There's a clean hit! The assist is not gonna make it! Hikari gonna be your first 2XKO champion!
Welcome back to the EVO pre-show. Of course, we have been going through some of this weekend's biggest titles, and one of the biggest names to join EVO in the past few years is 2XKO. And I'm very, very pleased to be joined here on the couch by Vicious, Wisely, and of course we've got Ketchup and Mustard joining us as well. It's nice to have some familiar accents with me here on the couch. Guys, how are you all doing, first of all?
First and foremost, whose idea was it to put like the two bald people together and then like the two very similarly looking
baldest
gentlemen?
guys you could have gotten.
Well, because
twins?
we saw you on Twitter,
Your
so
gimmick,
you know,
or?
you had the connection.
You've got to have the duos until the end. We're talking about 2XKO, and every duo needs a gimmick. Ours is just naturally given at birth, so we had that unfair advantage. So I'm going to be talking absolute nonsense. I'm quite jet-lagged already.
It's a pre-show, so that's exactly what we're here for.
Bro, Mustard's
Go
so
for it.
jet-lagged, he's not even in the camera shot.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Oh wait, yeah, I am here.
Keep him away.
Lean in.
I'm just gonna have to end up being like the conscience of the couch killer.
I was wondering. I was like, wait a minute.
How's it going?
I am literally getting as close as
Joke doesn't
physically
make
possible, and I'm barely. We kind of like Idol from KI right now. Look, and this.
There we go.
Anyway, well, I'm happy to be here. It's great to see you all again. Obviously, EVO, the annual Las Vegas trip at this point, you know, the championship of the grassroots fighting game tournament. And 2XKO, you know, as you've mentioned, is a real highlight this year. It did quite well in the entrance department.
That's right.
And it is looking pretty full steam ahead in terms of top level competition. You know, shouts to Riot. They put out a fantastic video kind of showcasing a bunch of the North American talent who are definitely players to watch here. And that's something I kind of want to start off with if we're talking about the game overall, is I feel like it's hard to say that there's a clear favorite this year. There are just a good collection of players who are playing at the level that if they won, it wouldn't be a surprise. I think it makes the top 8s kind of predictable in a way, but EVO is the place where those predictions can go completely flipped on their head. I think players like Bleed, Supernoon, that kind of like forever second place for EVO at the game, you know, right now, whether it was EVO Japan, EVO France, the dynamic duos, you know, Sonic Fox and Inzem, who, I mean, we're talking Sonic Fox at EVO, right, is a completely different beast. The twins from Japan, Hikari, EVO Japan champion, like there are so many players to watch this year as to who could potentially take it.
Not even just that, but the invasion of France. I feel like every time the French FGC in general, if there's a game that they just gravitate towards, they go in a really big way, to the point where, you know, there's a sizable official French restream happening this weekend. I believe it's being handled by Flash and Co.
When they get into a game, they go hard. Yeah.
Every game they play. Every game they play, for sure.
But you love to see it, because not just the fact that they get really good at the game, like the obvious stuff, yes, they become high level. The passion behind it and their support for one another, I think that can
it's the culture for it. Yeah.
Yeah, in an emotional place and a mental place, that can do so much to help push you in the right direction.
But also, if you are an international player who is making the long distance travel and you're doing so with your friends, it's a big morale boost, right? You're not really kind of facing the competition alone, even though only one can win at the end. I think we're all kind of speaking from experience here that if you see one of your boys take it from a certain region, you kind of feel like it's a win for the whole community in that part of the world. And I think I think France is really good at consistently pushing that forward. And 2X, I mean, whether it's Noka, Wade, Kane, Wawa, the list goes on. There's so many French players here this year who could do some serious damage.
So I want to talk about the game, seemingly managing to break these different regions. There was obviously a slight uncertainty, I guess, about whether the game would be picked up in the way it has been in Japan, whether it would be embraced in the way that it has been in Europe as well, and whether it would be entrenched with some of these top name players in North America. And it seems to have ticked all three boxes along the way of breaking. I think it's got 1,080 entrants, they're number 3 on the leaderboard as well. A big overall success, right?
Yeah, well, you compare it to what they were doing last year. They had some unofficial tournaments. They had a lot of exhibitions going on with a ton of players just to garner interest. And they had their first real big run over at EVO Japan. Now that you've had that kind of test run with so many of those regions that you were talking about, garnering all that interest, getting those players cultivated enough to get settled with what the meta is like or even form the meta, now you have that the even bigger test, in my opinion, going into EVO Las Vegas. Right now, you have so much of the North American contingency really showcasing their stuff on home soil. Then you have the EU scene, who's been mad hungry for so long, kind of doing their thing over in Japan, as you guys had mentioned before. It's kind of interesting to see who would actually take it down here after giving the time from EVO Japan Combo Breaker up until now.
Well, the legacy spans even before that, because I would say the first really, really big tournament for it, even though the game was in its early access, was EVO France. So being able to see Europe hold it down as well as they were able to as well. Obviously we look at people like Wawa for situations like that. EVO France was such a wonderful introduction to what 2XKO brings. You then have that cycle of tournaments, Frosty being the first one on console when the game was out of early access. And then there's been a whole bunch of different tournaments here and there in between. EVO Japan's the big one. And then, if we're talking about recent results, you have to talk about Combo Breaker, where you look at Sonic and Inzem. And for me personally, if we're talking favorites, that duo is my personal pick to win this, because it's not the biased NetherRealm guy in me, I promise you. It's just
maybe a little bit of the bias.
We may have watched Sonic win an EVO once or twice.
You're fine.
It's just a coincidence that they happen to be very good. I think it's okay.
Look, mate, it's just this idea that we've had many, many years of seeing what Sonic Fox at EVO is like, and then you look at Sonic Fox with Inzem, who is another unbelievable cream of the crop competitor. Now they've got that powers combined.
Honestly, I wanted to mention how cool it's been watching the game go from everyone was talking about duos have this theoretical potential, but people aren't quite figuring it out to okay, first duo to win a major. All right, now you're half the groups that you were naming as your top picks were duos and not just individual players. It's been really cool seeing that come to fruition.
It's genuinely, I think, one of the most interesting points of the game overall is that duo dynamic, but not necessarily for the reason that you might think. Because I think at an entry level, you kind of can see duos as a fun way of playing with friends, right? Kind of getting into it, even at a casual level. But then as you get competitive, playing in duos is hard.
Is it kind of like a reverse Dunning-Kruger, where at the start, duos is just it's the friendly thing that I'll do.
Yeah.
In the middle, when you're kind of getting to the competitive level, you're like, no, this isn't the optimal way to play, and then you come all the way back round again to the other side.
I definitely think there's an argument for that, because at an absolute entry level, you can just jump in with friends, even if you're two competitors, just having fun as a pair, because you just want a different way to play the game. You can do that, and it offers that experience. But then when you're trying to be serious, you realize how much of a drawback it can be to not be in control of what's going on at all times, and obviously there's a lot more pressure on your partner that you've got to make up for them, but then when you get to that absolute highest possible level, which only a a very select few of duos in the game have seemingly been able to play, which again, we can't have this conversation without shouting out like the twins, Haru and Toshi, who took Red Bull Knockout, which was a duos only invitational.
Tournament was sick, by the way.
It was fantastic. But then True Devon and Yudu in Europe are also here.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly. That was over Sonic and Inzem in finals. But even in Europe, you've got players like True Devon and Yudu, who I believe they did win a trip to Evo to play in 2XKO. So they'll be in the bracket as well, I believe. If I'm wrong, sorry, but I'm fairly sure that's correct. But also that kind of, we're talking duos, the way the game has evolved over time, because it's still in its very infant stages. But in that time, it's changed a lot. We're not just talking balance patches. We're talking a steady stream of new characters, new fuse, right? Teamfight was added about, a month or so ago.
I was going to talk about Teamfight a little bit. And, I don't even know if we're even going to have time to talk about the fact that the biggest meta shift is the fact that we have Senna and Thresh.
Yeah.
We got Teamfight and a double drop character.
We did. However,
that's crazy.
Teamfight, I would be very surprised if we see it at all.
Was heavily nerfed in the patch that immediately followed. So Teamfight definitely not as strong as it was at first glance. However, the same cannot be said for Thresh. I think
we're going to see a lot of Thresh for sure.
A lot of Thresh on results posts. Yes.
Yeah, I think Thresh is definitely going to be one to watch. A player, if we're talking, you want to know Thresh players to keep an eye on. My personal kind of dark horse of the tournament, K7 Show Off. I think a lot of competitive players have gone straight to Thresh. Senna has seen some play, but nowhere near as much. I think Senna is a bit more kind of debated. I think she has a lot more kind of clear-cut weaknesses, kind of held back in her kind of default form, and the Wraith form is where she's meant to kind of pop off, and I think you kind of have to really go at her in a unique way to play around that. Whereas Thresh is quite obviously, he's doing a unique thing in the game. He has that range, he's got that damage, he's got that versatility with everyone else in the game, and a lot of competitive players have flocked straight to him. We look at the online tournaments like the TNSs, the weeklies, the many others around, and a lot of players are already going straight to him. We will be seeing Thresh this week.
That kind of a convergence of a character that clearly has a ridiculously strong tool set, but also a character that is just so iconic and so well loved as a character in their own realm anyway.
I think he was a character a lot of people would want to see.
Yes.
Even I'm not a huge League of Legends.
Even his voice is sick. Just listening to this character move about.
Thing. I didn't go into 2XKO as a massive League of Legends super fan, but everyone's got friends that play that game all the time.
Yeah.
And I would hear my mates talk about him all the time.
Yes.
Just in whether it was Teamfight Tactics, whether it was any of the other the many things that League of Legends has that aren't just MOBAs. There's lots of other products. 2XKO now, a welcome addition. But I think outside of just the fanfare, one of the major strengths that you see from Thresh is you're hard-pressed to find a character he does not synergize with really well. It is really, a lot of people out there are saying that his back assist, for those that don't know, it's
a full screen projectile that tracks
it's
towards.
a full screen hook that pulls in, and it's plus on block.
Sounds about right.
Picks up. Yeah.
It's pretty good.
It sounds a lot like bot lane nightmares for me.
But you can just essentially, even at a basic level, a lot of people are saying they think that could be the #1 assist in the game right now because it just works with everything. There are characters out there that had a hard time converting from some things reliably that he does. Like, you play Blitz, right?
Oh, Blitzcrank Thresh is a fantastic team.
Blitz Thresh is insane. There's tech where you can have 2 times assist with Thresh, do a level 1 super with Blitzcrank, the big punch, call the assist in preemptively, picks it up.
Effectively gives you double down without having double down.
It's insane.
It's things like that, right?
One of the small bits of tech.
If you're looking at it as like a checklist, right, it's the kind of character who are they going to give you combos on your throws. That's important because then your strike throw game gets a lot more powerful. Combo extensions where you otherwise wouldn't get them. Moves that have a lot of kind of predetermined hit stuns, so you can extend combos in ways that otherwise wouldn't be possible. I mean, we've all seen. Take one look at Twitter and you'll be looking at straight up touch of deaths from standing jabs, from Sonic and Inzem.
Well, yeah, I think
it's dangerous.
Flooded with everything that was Thresh, and even people trying to find synergies with older teams against Thresh to kind of figure out specifically what they need to do against that character by himself is actually kind of wild to see. I don't think I've ever really seen a character that's had that much of an impact in certain fighting games in a very long time.
I think he fills a gap in the roster that people were waiting to be filled, I think, in terms of, it's a unique play style. No one else in the game really does what he's doing. And also, quite a lot of the players, they're younger players. They are no strangers to just picking up new characters quickly, trying new things out. Because if you are a player like, to go back to talking about them again briefly, Sonic Fox has historically been a very good player at picking things up quickly in any game that they play and being able to compete with it almost straight away. And even though they are new characters, I mean, we talk about Thresh, we could very well see Senna this weekend. There might be players who have kind of been sitting on some of that secret tech and leaving it cooking, because there's a lot of prize money to be played for as well in 2XKO right there. There's a lot of money. We're talking 6 figures. I think all in all, definitely an exciting weekend ahead.
At the moment, looking at the seeding in the brackets, we are projected a run back of the Evo Japan Grand Finals with Hikari and Supernoon. How likely do you think that is to come to pass? Can you expect some big upsets along the way as well? Is there any dark horses that you want us to look out for?
Right. So this is, I would say, a mixed bag of an answer, because the one thing about 2XKO is, because there are so many top-level players, and you mentioned it at the beginning of the segment, that very much many players could win this tournament and it wouldn't be a surprise. The one thing this game, and I don't mean this in a super negative term, it's just the nature of how many good players are here, there aren't... The tournaments so far have been very predictable. Like, the people that you know are really good do really well. They place as high as you expect. Many people's predictions for a top 3 where you might go, this tournament might have Sonic Fox, Inzem, it will have Supernoon in it, it will have Hikari there. Like, they're all safe bets that just seem to consistently always be true. Evo's the tournament where just the nature of a tournament this damn big, to be honest with you. Like, this is where the upsets could happen. You're going to have to fight extremely hard to cause those upsets. I think the inclusion of 2 new characters that, as far as fighting game terms go, I think fresh off the press, I mean, even like a couple of months is not a huge amount of time in the grand scheme of things. So
I definitely feel like, to kind of piggyback on that, though, I think Supernoon has earned the predictability when it comes to Evo finals, right? Because I very much could expect to see Hikari versus Supernoon again. But I would want to see Supernoon in grand finals more than almost any other player in the bracket, because Supernoon, 2nd place at Evo France, so close but so far. 2nd place at Evo Japan, yet again, like so close you can be to winning without winning. And Supernoon is a very competitive player. Supernoon, longtime fan of multiple fighting games, but only really dedicates to the games that he is like, this is the one.
Yeah.
This is the next 10,000 hour project. And 2XKO has been that game for Supernoon.
Put so much of himself into it as well, not just time-wise, but emotionally. If somebody's followed Supernoon's career and trials and tribulations on social media, engaging with like 3 or 4 titles, even going back before 2XKO, everyone definitely is happy to see Noon get the result, and it could definitely be this weekend.
I remember looking at Supernoon's like social medias around the time 2XKO like properly got announced. That was like a day one, I'm in there. I mean, even the fact that right now, we're talking about passion. Like at this exact moment, there is currently a 2XKO boot camp happening.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Is that like Noon's house or something? I know it's on Noon's stream, but yeah, there's just a whole bunch of people are there together.
It wasn't even.
That's like Evo's gone past as well.
It wasn't even
That's
just literally for this coming Evo. It's always been like a thing. I think Leffen was a part of that as well during Evo Japan. They were all like the same. I forgot like what organization they were all at, but everybody was there. In their little mini boot camp as well. That's happened a couple of times, even for like Combo Breaker too.
I love seeing stuff like that happening again, because we kind of lost that right for a while. It's something that you used to see before Evo. Like I'm going to show my age and say, like, I remember Zach Bennett coming over and going to the FGC house and showing off all of his ludicrous Marvel tech, playing against the F Champ and everybody in there before Evo, and it really shows the importance, but also the growth of the community. That's a wonderful thing to see. I'm going to have to put you guys on the spot now. We're going to start with you. I want you all to pick your winner for this weekend for 2XKO. Is it going to be one of the expected names, Or are you going to pull something out the bag?
This one's going to be a very easy one. I'm glad I'm first, so sorry, guys. But so I was actually thinking about this even since Combo Breaker, with the way that Sonic Fox and Inzem have kind of become one super unit of a team. I don't really see them stopping, and also like kind of following them. Anytime Sonic Fox decides to stream some 2XKO and also catch some of the matches, it makes me feel pretty confident in picking them as the duo. Super Noon is my boy and everything. He's the pick I would have with my heart, but my brain tells me every single time Sonic Fox Inzem.
Well, I was literally thinking the opposite of my brain is definitely telling me Sonic Fox Inzem. But I want to see Super Noon I want to see him break the second.
Absolutely.
So bad. I'm going to say Super Noon just because I want it to happen. I don't know if it's the most likely, but God, I want to see that.
Pretty high percentage.
I mean, it's up there. It's definitely up there.
And guys, who you got?
I think it's the era of the young blood. I think Bleed. I 100% think that if you're looking at recent consistency, overall presence in the space, success versus like time in the spotlight, it's hard to think of a player who has made more of an impact than Bleed has on this game so far. You know, that kind of breakout performance at Frosty Faustings is absolutely tearing it up in the online tournament space. And, you know, this is an online tournament space filled of the best players in the game who are always there trying to get their practice in. And I think the spectacle that Evo brings, I think this is the exact kind of circumstance that is exactly what you need for a player like Bleed to really show that it's possible. And yeah, I think that's the way it's going to go.
I feel like such a traitor not mentioning a French player for this, but I just have to go with what I have experienced from Sonic Fox at Evo previously. And I'm talking, you know, this could even be my 10th Evo, I think.
Game mentality.
Yeah, there's just so much. But it's also the fact that Sonic Fox and Inzem are so brutally prepared every time there's a major shakeup, because one of the major parts of having a duo here is that you're not just theory crafting with things yourself. You have a direct training partner that now every single idea, every single thing in your mind that you think might be possible with this new character or this little change that a character's had, you're not just having those conversations with yourself. You're having it with someone that you can train with directly, but then compete alongside them.
Like an in-game coach, so to speak.
For sure. And I just think that when the patch really is still pretty fresh. There are two new characters out there that they will be absolutely ready for. I would say more than most, especially, you know, everyone knows we're going to be seeing Thresh, but Senna could very well catch a lot of people off guard just because maybe people aren't worried about her. I know, like, the community is very much a split of whether they think she's even any good right now or not. Whereas they're two players that I would think are ready for anything and will not be surprised. And then you look at their previous pedigree, their recent results. I do truthfully have to say I think Fox Inzem could be...
If we're talking brain versus heart, if a French player takes it, the bias is going to come out.
Fair. I did have
are allowed to be biased for that.
I did have a slight honorable mention. I was thinking about it when I had the luxury of being able to watch over at Evo Japan. Hikari was an absolute beast going through every single person, even outside of top 8. I got to catch some of his games, and I'm like, you know what? He should have been mentioned also, to be quite honest.
He was
already,
so
I mean, Wawa, right? Existing Evo champ for 2XKO. Hikari, existing Evo champ for 2XKO. Like, I guess that kind of goes back to what we were saying about there being so much high-level competition that we're going with our, like, who comes to your mind first favorites without even talking about existing Evo champs as it is.
I think it just highlights the weight that Sonic Fox brings to an Evo stage, and obviously coupled with Inzem and the form that they're both in, but when you're looking at the two top-seeded players of Hikaru and Super Noon, and so many of you are saying, well, my brain can't argue against Sonic Fox and Inzem, it just underlines the absolute behemoth that Sonic Fox is when it comes to being inside this arena. Thank you very much.
Make it very clear that I think it's Evo is the main contributing factor, for sure.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's now move on to a game that is making its debut at Evo on the big stage, and that is Invincible Versus.
Are you ready?
Boom! Damn. Oh my God, Baited! And that's mean up damage. Boom! Good combo, good damage. It's enough. Sheesh, that was almost perfect. Give him the car.
5-star Uber.
You got all of us now. Duplicate 0, finishing it off. That'll do it. Zippy, you're invincible versus champion.
Welcome back to the EVO preview show. We are here live in the Las Vegas Convention Center, and just behind us you can see everything being loaded in for an incredible few days of action, both competitive and celebrating fighting games. It's my pleasure to have a all-star lineup here joining me on the couch. And we're going to talk about a game now that's making its debut here for the first time, Invincible versus Vicious. It's a game that I know you're very familiar with. What's the state of play right now?
Well, there are a lot of people that have been trying to find and solidify their current roster and the current teams. Looking into it, I was thinking about the meta going into EVO weekend. We did have a couple of patches to kind of check between what had happened over at Combo Breaker. We saw Zippy do a phenomenal job of abusing the team that he had pretty much created for himself. But there have been a lot of changes, right? Before we even talk about like the current atmosphere of what's going into EVO Las Vegas, big shout outs to like the entire dev team to kind of make sure that there was a lot more space to grow for the rest of the roster. It kind of is in an interesting space to kind of off the top. You have Mark, Omni-Man kind of leading the top two in the pack as like the mainstays for a lot of teams. But as of late, there have been a lot of openings for other characters to kind of get their shine, to create that third man synergy, or even kind of create even some more nuances. I was talking to Nerd Josh literally a couple of hours before. He's seen a lot of Bulletproof come out of the woodwork. There have been a lot of tricky things coming in with Lucan, and some more shout outs towards like characters like Elemental, who we haven't really seen in the meta as often, seen some like really hard hitting like 50-50s off of Titan. So I want to say right now in the current state of the game, you're guaranteed to see a lot of Mark, guaranteed to see a lot of Omni-Man, but what I'm excited for the most is seeing what new character kind of synergizes well with those two right now. I did have a hot take in a previous stream with the Invincible versus Devs and their round table. I did mention that I think the champion of this year's EVO will not have Mark in their team.
Why is that?
I think there have been a lot of avenues to grow for these characters, and some have been hiding a lot of tech. We have the luxury of being able to watch a lot of replays and see what kind of tech is being developed against these two, and I feel like a lot of people just kind of got stuck on just trying to hone in on just Mark, Omni-Man, and like a random third, sometimes like Rexplode. But I think there's going to be some pretty huge upsets going into this top 8 because of how things have changed within the gameplay itself.
But it seems to me that so many players in this game, the hierarchy is still just being developed before our eyes, I think, almost.
That's facts, yeah.
You look at the very interesting team combinations. You definitely have like some more, hard to say the word character specialist in a 3 versus 3 game, but there are people out there, quite a few, that seem to be like, this is the character I really like, and I'm always going to have that on my team. And then maybe swap around the other two. Or maybe
So you're kind of just enabling a main by building the team around
Exactly
it.
that.
Yeah.
There's so much variety in Invincible Versus that you can easily do that. You know, I do the same thing with like Titan, for example. You know, when I play, and we saw players like we saw 2 duplicates in the Combo Breaker top 8.
Yeah. It's like Foxy Grandpa. It was definitely one of them.
Yeah, and then the ability to just go, right, this is one thing that I think a character does really, really well. I'm going to have 2 other characters that totally enable it. I think we see a lot of Lucan players do the same thing. You know, you've got a character that has very sort of poor movement by design, because when he gets in, you know, big command grab, big damage, hard knockdown, you know,
So he starts just hovering in front of you. And
Yeah, he'll float above you, get the hard knockdown, call an assist, and then just belly drop.
Had enough of this. But there's no, that's the best thing. But I definitely feel like I'd really love to, you know, because I'm sure the devs are probably watching this right now, or if not, they'll check the VOD. I got to give huge props to just how quickly I would say maybe like emergency patches rolled out. The ones where things would be discovered that were like, oh, that's kind of crazy. And I'm not talking from like a balance perspective. You know, from a balance perspective, the team's kind of letting the game breathe a bit. Anything that could be like a problem, I've never seen a team fix it so fast.
Right.
Like within like a week of something insane being found, it's gone straight away.
Stuff
And
that I
like
think
I can't
risk-
give enough props for that to just keep the game healthy.
They've had that philosophy for quite some time, considering majority of the devs have been pretty much old heads in the fighting game scene. I mean, they were also responsible for getting KI off the ground, right? And they were talking about it a bunch during their roundtables in previous streams, where they're like, you know what, we wouldn't mind like having really broken characters all across the board, but if something is just like completely heinous, we have to put a hinder to that. For the rest of it, it's like, you know what, let the balance rock, let's see where the players take it, and we'll just go from there, rather than just kind of hinder everybody and kind of make it like so that they're not superheroes or they don't have superpowers, right? We want this game to feel like the impact that they have in the show is reflected in the gameplay itself.
I think that does reflect in terms of the game being obviously quite volatile. I think it's a very over the top, very crazy, kind of hard to defend, a lot of kind of insane options, whether it's movement, damage, but it all seems like it's that kind of approach where every character's doing it.
I'd say it's clear that that's the intentional design. Like that's the power of fantasy, that they're really.
And there has been enough time for that to have been adjusted. You know, the game did have betas before launch. Like the devs have been very kind of finger on the pulse of the community to see what people have been doing and what's been good. But clearly they want the game to be this really exaggerated, fast-paced action, constant action team game. And I think that's usually what a lot of team game players look for in a game. And I think we're kind of seeing, especially looking at who is currently seen to be like top players in it, who are the kind of players who are really going to, gung-ho for it. It's a lot of players who play things like, whether it was Dragon Ball, like some Marvel, even MKX players, right, over on the kind of European side of things, players who like fast-paced games like that. But I think that's kind of reflected in what characters people gravitated towards. You said before about how a lot of players are kind of coming up with their kind of anti-mark tech. And I think that's kind of like a direct response to when a character is that strong and what you can see that everyone's going to play. That maybe the weird characters get through the woodwork a little bit, but then when you've got those obvious ones, you know what you've got to prepare for.
Yeah, even if you weren't playing it as heavy, you could even take a look at the leaderboard if you have the game. You could see like within the top 10 players, you have a good amount of marks, a good amount of Omni-Man sometimes put together. But if you look at the entirety of top 40, there are so many different varieties of teams. It's got me really inspired to see like what comes out for this particular weekend.
Speaking of what comes out this particular weekend, I'm going to have to hold you guys to a pick. Let's start at this end. Who have you got taking Invincible versus?
It's really, really hard to argue anyone except Zippy right now. I think the consistency in whether it's obviously a combo breaker, it's not like there's been like constant tournaments offline, but I mean the success is there already, and I think just having a real grasp on the game as it is, that would have to be my pick.
I think that's the safest bet to go for. There's one player I saw in the Start GG that I'm very curious to see, and it's Hook Gang God, right?
That's right.
I mean, actually, didn't actually think I did not think was coming.
He is the Invincible Omni-Man Rex Squad. So I think Rex, I don't know if he changed it over his stream lately, but either way, he is the guy that has been terrorizing everybody. He is the most patient person on earth that I've seen play this game, and it drives me nuts. I'm like, who is going to crack this person open? I think that's a really solid bet.
I'm going to be the wild card, and it's almost like, as a commentator, it's a really stupid idea to go by online leaderboard as your reasoning for it. But man, the points, like
he doesn't stop playing.
Seen how much points he has.
There's replays at like 3 or 4 in the morning because I don't sleep. I be checking this game out like pretty much 24, and he is there. He is like putting up replays from like half court. I'm like, what are you doing? Do you ever sleep? He's always trying to stay at the top. I feel like with the way he's been garnering points, he might create like a brand new like ranking emblem, like our new title. Like I feel like the developers have to give him a specific title if he keeps like breaking the record.
I would love to see him win because
it is that much higher.
That's crazy. Okay.
I'd love to win. I'd love to win myself. I would love him to win because, dude, anyone that followed him online, right? The character arc that he had, week 1, wasn't really a big fan of it. And then
diplomatic way of wording that.
No, but then a week later was he literally like, yo guys, I was wrong. I'm in love. And then here he is now, just being insane. So I'm gonna go online warrior for that one.
Well, I'm glad that you're taking a different approach because as someone who does not know the game as well, I saw the combo breaker results. I was going to go Zippy as well. I feel was talking with...
It feels like the sensible one, right?
Yeah, I mean, and I was talking with Obama during the break and was talking about like kind of the question from what I've been told is the game has changed a lot since then. Is he able to keep up and adapt to that? And from what I've heard, I think there's a good shot.
I'm glad you mentioned that because if you looked at that top 8 from the very beginning, there was one person that had actually put Zippy into losers, right? That whole run was from him going undefeated from the loser side. It was actually Jazz Rap who placed 3rd. They had a double Jeopardy situation where it was pretty darn close, and I think he was the only one to make him bleed throughout that top 8 journey. So I will kind of agree and say maybe there's going to be a moment where people have downloaded Zippy to have like certain tactics against him, and granted, it's a much larger pool in comparison. This one's kind of difficult for me to kind of justify. There was a moment where we actually had Sonic Fox to potentially make it into top 8, but he had 2x KO obligations. Understandably so. You have like another duo that you're responsible for, right? So we were like, you know what, do your thing.
Let the squad down. Yeah.
Exactly. And a lot of us in-house were thinking, you know, Sonic Fox, surprise, surprise, might be the one to do it, but I think he's got a lot on his plate. So if I had to pick anybody else, I've been studying Nerd Josh very closely. He's very much so a student of the Versus series. I think the way he's dissected the game, considering the patch, I think he has a pretty solid shot to take down anybody as soon as he gets into top 8. It's just a matter of going through the minefield first for him.
I would love to see Nerd Josh get a winner's top 8 at an Evo in like this day and age, because Nerd Josh is one of those guys who's been around for so many years, more years than you would ever assume. But to see him succeed, I would love that. Because we all know, if you know Josh, you know he's got the capability to do it. And I would just love to see it happen.
I love to see 3 out of 4 different names as well, predictions. So everything to play for this weekend, we'll find out. Let's move on to another game that is making its debut on the main stage here in EVO Las Vegas. And that is Rivals of Ether 2.
Now, can we get the conversion? Yes, we can.
That's so sick. We're still going.
The slide-off, no way! That is it! That's going to take it! Stango gets the 1! And he's forcing Stango into the corner. He can't get off stage. And just like that, Bluff is going to be your Rivals of Ether champion.
Welcome back here to the EVO pre-show, and now we're looking at another title that is making its debut on the big stage, Rivals of Ether 2. And I'm very thankful that we have some experts here, because my knowledge on this is quite shallow, but even I know 2 names that I need to be looking out for are Cake Assault and Stango.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about those.
I mean, first up, I know that most people watching do not know Rivals of Ether 2. The people that are here...
That's why you're here.
I know that's why I'm here. But, I mean, let's be frank. It's the first time a platform fighter's been a main game at EVO in...
a long time.
Years. You guys saw the footage, though, between that. Rivals was an extended lineup game last year. And that was one of the big stories, is that it was not only extended lineup, but it was like 100 more entrants than the next extended lineup game. It was actually closer to the main lineup games, and I think that's a huge reason that it got main lineup this year, and that's also why everyone absolutely showed up, because the community was like, we don't know if we're ever going to get this shot again. We are going to make this the biggest tournament that we've ever had.
That's what EVO's all about, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Because of that, we have almost all of the top 100 players, both by tournament results or ranked or anything. Not everybody, but most of them. But out of the top 20 players, we just had the top 50 season standings for the first year. I think it's 2 people from the top 20 aren't here. Every single person from the top 10. It's going to be crazy. There's a lot going into this bracket. You mentioned Cake Assault and Stango, the number 2 and 1 seeds respectively. I mean, that by itself is a story, because Cake Assault is, according to the rankings, number 1 player. He's also just flat out the GOAT of Rivals. For Rivals 1, he was the number 1 player in the world, I think 5 different seasons. where Stango comes from a different game. Stango came from a different game. He's also currently in the middle of switching characters for the last 4 months because he's like, everyone says that Loxodon, big, heavy, slow character, usually bad in most games. He's like, I think this character's crazy and I'm going to prove it. And went from like was still a phenomenal player, had won the largest tournament in the world before then with the other character. Took like a month and is now back to getting first place and is the #1 seed in this bracket.
But that's where it gets difficult, where whenever you see a player in any game wanting to prove that a character's good more than just on paper, right? You can only really convince people in a completely undisputed way if the results are there to show for it. But it's also so hard to do it, right? Yeah, and then you get them and suddenly, oh, well, hang on a minute. Maybe there's some skeleton to it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you have never seen Rivals, this is also a phenomenal tournament to watch because you are going to see every aspect of the game. Out of the top 8 seeds, they have 8 different mains. So you're going to see a huge variety of characters. The top 4, like what's expected to be the top 4 players by in winners, are each from a different gaming community, from a different platform fighter. So we have people from Rivals, and Ultimate, and Melee. It's this really cool melting pot community that's come up between all of the different platform fighters because if you've watched a lot of Smash, one of the things that you can pay attention to is this is a platform fighter that was designed to be a competitive game from the ground up. So there's a lot of things that, wouldn't have been in the game if they were only making a fun party game that we are turning into a competitive game. Like, it is designed to be that from the ground up, which is really sick.
Well, I feel like it was years of going to large events in America and Rivals would just be in the show floor area, right? They'd be like early versions of it with devs in attendance, just getting opinions from everyone, whether it's like casual attendees just there for fun versus super serious players who are looking into, could this be, I was saying it before, with Super Noon and 2X, the next $10,000 investment. Every player in the game will be looking for that kind of commitment.
With a stage as well, I have to point that out as well. Like, the support has been fantastic in terms of the actual representation at the event as a serious game. It may be on the end of the line of the stages, but I'll walk down and I'll see the Rivals of Ether stage, full broadcast setup, full production, really nice tournament, everything run well, and that is what encourages the players to turn out and show out. Obviously, you mentioned it was on the extended lineup last year. You mentioned the top 4 seeds. In terms of Plup, is there any way that you can see them retaining, or is the gap between Stango and Cake Assault too?
I'm glad you brought that up because that's actually an insane story right now.
Oh, please.
So, Plup,
wow, I love it when I stumble on great bits of hosting. Let's go.
If you don't know, Plup, which is the Melee Plup, same dude.
Yep.
He won Genesis, and then he won Evo last year, which were at the time the 2 biggest tournaments, and he has not been to a single tournament since then. This is his first tournament back, which a lot of people are like, oh, well, he's not been playing, Plup, Swash, whatever. He has 4 characters in the top 10 on online ranked right now.
Okay.
If you look at the top 10 online, profiles, 4 of them are just Plup alt accounts. He has 800 sets played in the last season.
Jesus.
Every top player has horror stories of running into Plup at 3 a.m. like he's the boogeyman haunting their dreams. All of the diehard Rivals people are like, yeah, he might not have entered anything in a year. He is still, some people would argue, the favorite to win the bracket.
Can I ask them, because this makes the kind of top 3 situation as a dynamic really fascinating to me. Because if you've got Plup taking up almost half of the top 10 in online ranked.
Yeah.
If you've got Cake Assault, who's got, I think, around a 90% win rate in offline tournaments, it's insanely high. But the #1 seed is still a player who is doing what was deemed impossible with an uncool character.
I mean, the character's cool. People just thought he was bad.
Oh, sorry, that's what I meant. An unpopular character.
I thought the people thought he was dumb, but that's a whole different thing.
As someone who's outside of the community, just is blowing my mind that with all of those things going on with Cake Assault and Plup, Stango is still the favorite to take this tournament. How good are they?
So you'd mentioned that like Cake used to have like a 90% win rate. One of the stories from Rivals 1 is there was a season where he literally won 10 majors in a row.
Yeah.
Before he was finally beat. Cake is dominant. He is not that Cake anymore, though.
Okay.
He's still really good. And I think if you ask a lot of Rivals players who are you betting, like, it's so hard to bet against Cake. But if you look at like the results, he does bleed now. You are seeing a lot more tournaments, even within the last 2 or 3 months, that he's not won. Like literally, Stengo won a tournament over Cake within the last month. So, I mean, it's going to be a bloodbath no matter what. They put on amazing sets. But one of the cool things about this event is that I can see, 5 or more people that have people we haven't even mentioned yet that I was like, they feasibly could win this whole thing. There's a player who just got ranked in the top 10, B-Bats, who is a fleet player. B-Bats is in law school. And so B-Bats, he can't really compete much during the school year. And then he came out and won Combo Breaker immediately after he got back. And he is playing with a fire under him because he's like, I have the summer to prove what I can do in this game. There's so many different people I could point out that, like, I think we've got the 3 favorites, but there's a number of dark horses that I could see make it a crazy run.
And Evo's the tournament you want to see that happen as well, especially if you do end up having the big stage, the crowd's going to be behind you. You were saying before, a lot of the community are kind of seeing this as a, not to doom and gloom, but you don't know if this is going to be an opportunity you're going to have many times in the future. So what a time to suddenly do these upsets.
It's less of a doom and gloom and more of like, we were all shocked that we got main stage, or not, that we got main lineup at all, just because it has been so long since a Plat Fighter, it's a culture thing. But we're like, hey, if we have the opportunity, let's run with it.
Yeah, and that's also not to say that there's zero chance of it to happen again, right?
Oh, no,
It's
I
just,
think with the numbers...
Make the most of it just in case, but hopefully you do get more chances in the
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I've got to say, Waz, you've done a fantastic job of selling this to me. I always look at Evo as the Olympics of fighting games. And I don't know if any of you guys have watched the Olympics, whether it's the Summer or Winter Olympics. You'll always come across a sport that you didn't follow before, and you're just utterly engrossed with those people sliding that stone down the ice, or
if Rivals is the curling of fighting games, I'm down for that.
But during the Olympics, you are absolutely glued into these people competing at the highest level in the thing that they love, and you have sold this to me brilliantly. Thank you so much for that. I cannot wait to find out how Rivals of Ether 2 does on its main stage debut here at Evo.
Saturday night.
If you can please, all 4 of you, real quickly, make some picks for us as your favourites to win.
I like the story of Plup, to be honest, because I feel like that is a name that, again, as someone who's not in the Rivals community at all, that is a name I've seen the FGC in my years. And I like the way you kind of set up with not really in the constant, non-stop tournament, but is playing and is one to watch. I think that's a safe bet. That'd be cool.
My prediction would be the same, purely by the setting that we're at. When you look at someone like Plup, look, I don't have the biggest knowledge of Smash, but when I see when I see a big stage, when I see a huge tournament, he's always there.
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm talking just being ready for something like this and just not being intimidated. And if anything, I would assume using that as fuel. You're not going to have an edge in that regard. Like, you're going to be going up against him in theory at 100%, 110%, and is, from the sounds of things, very well practiced and might have somewhat of an edge.
Practiced. It's just not offline right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, I've been thinking about my answer to this the whole time. I feel like it's going to be Cake or Stango. And I'm a Rivals
I could have picked that.
Yeah, I'm a Rivals player through and through. It's so hard to bet against Cake.
Yeah.
I have seen him come back from crazy deficits. Losers Run Cake used to be like the legend. He's someone that is fantastic, phenomenal at playing when there's pressure on the line. And I think you're giving him the biggest stage in fighting games. He's going to make something cool happen no matter what.
I'm basing this off of the summer vacation power up, baby. I think, you know, after watching the way B-Bats played over at Combo Breaker, I'm like, you know, if you have less pressure on yourself and you have more time to focus on something you love to do, especially on a grand stage like Evo, I think you'll definitely get like a significant power up going into it. So B-Bats was my choice.
He beat Take recently. Yeah, it's 100% possible.
All right, that is our expert panel's picks. Hopefully you've been inspired listening to their insight for the last while about some of these titles, and you can give your insight as well. It's your opportunity to get involved. The AT&T Fantasy. So go online right now to upset.gg/Evo 2026. And all you have to do is pick your order for the top 8. You can do one game, you can do all of the games. It's in your best interests, though, to pick as many games as possible, because the person with the highest score based on their accurate positions at the end of this weekend could win a all expenses covered flight, hotel, entry badge to Evo 2027. So we see here next year. Get online right now to upset.gg/Evo 2026. You must be 18 years of age to enter, and sign-ups for that close tomorrow. You got 1 day left to get your pick'ems in. We don't have to complete it right now. We'll be back with more insight into games come out here at Evo 2026 on the other side of this very short break.
Yo, hey Sean.
What up?
Yo, we shooting right now. What year was it when you hit that Dougie, bruh? Was that 2019?
Don't keep asking me about this damn Dougie.
I'm Rob TV, and this is Teach Me How to Dougie. All right, so Pete, so we're at Evo 2019, okay? We had an after party. There was an Evo after party at Esports Arena. So after the tournament, me, Shine, Dude, you know, the whole Street Fighter League team guild, the homies, and Punk. I think Punk was with us as well. We all like, okay, we're about to head out to the after party. So we get there to the Esports Arena. Soon as we head in there, the lights is low, it's a vibe. You know, they got the purple and blue like club lights and everything. There's a whole lot of handshakes, hugs, and all that, greetings. Immediately, I'm in my mode, I'm in my zone. So, now at some time throughout the night, eventually, somehow we all just ended up over at the bar. Next thing you know, I hear a voice, and it was a very distinct voice. I'd rather Yikes do the impersonation than me, but it was Punk the God. Mind you, this is $50 million Echo Fox contract, Punk the God, no less. You know, this is back during that time in the scene, if I'm not mistaken. I know he's getting that bag. So then you just hear Punk say, yo, drinks on me. He said, drinks on me. Now, I'm taking it back. First thing I'm thinking, damn, that money. Second thing I'm thinking, because at this time, me and Punk, we wasn't even friends all like that yet, like to how we are now. We, you know, like, there'd be a little back and forth sometimes with us. So I'm like, hold up, this a decent human being? Completely surprised that he actually was doing something like that. So I was kind of perplexed, to be honest with you. So I had the face of that dude, that black ball dude from Dexter. That's like, you know, I know something's up right here, but I can't prove it. That was the energy that I had, but still, as perplexed as I was, I accepted the drink. So now we kicking back, we enjoying ourselves, we having our drinks, and they're playing a whole lot of old school music. You know, sometimes the DJ get in that bag. They even play like Crank That Soulja Boy and stuff like that. You know, they're not playing that stuff all night, but occasionally they go to the old to the throwback joints. Now, we had no idea that something legendary that we never would forget was about to go down. Now I have to preface this with this I have to preface this comment with this. You have to understand who Shine is. $3. You know what I'm saying? Shine NYC from NLBC and all that. He is the most reserved and relaxed guy in our entire friend group. He's like the antithesis of Big Hollywood Rob TV. So Shine somehow just disappears. I don't know where he went. So me, Punk, and Dude were chilling. They start playing the song, Teach Me How to Teach Me How to Dougie. Teach Me How to teach, you know what I mean? They play the old Teach Me How to Dougie song. We turn, like simultaneously. I don't know how this happened. So there's this whole big group. And it's like the crowd of the Evo after party just parted. and you like the Red Sea, and you just see Shine standing there in all his glory. Got the boots, he like to wear the maroon pants, his jacket, the long hair and everything. And when I tell you that Shine started hitting the meanest fucking Dougie that you ever seen in your life, Shine, of all people, is dancing. And he's doing it extremely well. And this is the crazy part, he not smiling, bruh. He not smiling because he's serious. You know when somebody so good at dancing that it's not a good time? Like, he not playing. This motherfucker biting his lip while he hitting the Dougie, like just, cause he know he hitting that shit. Like it's serious business right now. And apparently earlier he had an energy drink. He had so his I don't know, that caffeine was in his system, and then Punk must have gave him the strongest shot of all time. And that was the last time Shine ever danced in front of us, because we have been trolling him about that for years ever since. And in case you don't know, there's a GIF that Punk uses on his stream. I think it's either his subscriber GIF or his follower GIF. And you see us at Street Fighter League, like, I'm hitting the dance move, we all start laughing, and Shine is uncomfortable. That is exactly what we're laughing at, trolling him about that, all the way to this day.
And I just happen to have a bang.
You did?
Yeah.
Hold up, so you had a bang and the shot?
Yeah,
it was deep.
Drinking and I had the bang, so like, that's why damn, that advertisement was real.
We're Punk the God. We're not dropping nothing.
Stronger together.
Welcome back to the EVO 2026 preview show. We're coming to you live from the Las Vegas Convention Center, and I'm very pleased to be joined by the best of man.
You forgot my name for a second. That's pretty funny.
I wouldn't know if I wanted to put I was deciding whether to put the in front of it or not.
It is usually the best of all.
Yeah, it was that or just Esteban.
Yeah, you got to assert dominance, right? There's the in there, the one and only.
You've got to own it. Exactly, yeah. Take control. There can only be one. We're here to talk about the resurgent, new look EVO YouTube channel.
That's right, EVO FGC. So we have, people might know the EVO Events channel. That's usually where we have all our matches and our streams and everything events oriented. And then we have EVO FGC, which is our culture channel. This is where we kind of make the content that the community wants to see, and it's like for the community, by the community. So that's like our big mission statement with that channel.
There's been a ton of content on there, various different types. How did you put together the brief of what this channel was going to be? I mean, community is such a broad and a vague concept when it comes to the FGC.
Yeah, I think a lot of it stems from like a lot of the people might know me from my other channels like Hold Back to Blanc and some of the work that I've done there, and a lot of that just stems from that same mission statement, right? Like, I want to make videos that are relevant to the scene, but also touch on the history and like the present and the future of it. But it's also very community-led. A lot of the things that we do are community first and foremost. It's not a lot of editorial at the moment, just a lot of like, hey, we had a bunch of people, like we just had a video with Mike and Justin, where they talked about their first meeting in Street Fighter 4 in the GameStop Championships, and then we had them play, a first to five that didn't exactly go someone's way. But like, we want to do more stuff like that, because I think that's kind of missing in like the kind of YouTube sphere at the moment. Like, we have a lot of like personal brand channels and that's cool too, but I really wanted to have like a home for fighting game communities and where they're at and where they're going.
Storytelling is such an important thing when it comes to preserving community as well. And whilst a lot of the FGC does exist in terms of archives, what I've really loved is some of the content you've done. We just saw some during the break, actually, in terms of people describing their experiences, the kind of things that you would never know happened unless you were there. And that's what I love about EVO. There's so many things that happen that you just had to be there to steal a line from Seth Killian.
Yeah, and it's like, fighting games are more popular than they've ever been, and there are events happening all the time, whether they're in person or online, et cetera, et cetera. It's hard to really kind of be there for all these things nowadays. So being able to have a spot where like people can share their stories, like that video that we saw with Rob, like that was something that was pitched by Meeks, who's actually producing the stream right now. And he was like, I think it would be cool if we just got some conversations and did some art to it. And like, you know, Quasimodo did that one. We try to incorporate these stories from the community with also community artists, right?
Yeah.
And that's like the great joy with this, is giving these people a platform that they might not have had or they didn't know how to attain and stuff like that. And we want to keep it open and accessible to everybody.
Obviously, you're here to talk to us about the growth of this channel. Where do you see the future of it lying?
That's a great question. I mean, Evo is constantly changing.
Yeah.
And so in terms of that, the channel is constantly changing. I think this year and like going into next year, I think you're going to see us take a lot of bigger swings. People know me for like kind of my longer docs and stuff like that. You know, I think we're going to do more of that stuff. If you've seen the work by Pepto Griswold, he does like, I use his gamer name, but yeah, Nick, he like handles a lot of the Fighting Further stuff. So like Defiant and Big Black, chronicling that story and kind of getting deeper into kind of the rivalries and the history of like these specific matches. I think you're going to see us go bigger in the next couple of years.
That kind of content's done so well for what were sort of niche interests, I guess, in terms of the wider sphere of awareness. You look at stuff like Formula One, you look at tennis. There's been some incredible documentaries made in the last couple of years that really give fantastic insight into the psychology and the mentality of the elite competitors. But I love not only that, but shedding light on the openness of the FGC and open bracket tournaments and how anything's possible. That's certainly a story waiting to be told and reach people that had no previous interactions with fighting games. Inspirational, surely.
Yeah, and you know that's kind of like the core like nature of the FGC, right? It's like any given Sunday, anybody can show up, take a shot, and like probably make something out of themselves, right? It's similar on the content end too. Like there are a lot of people who have a lot of good ideas, but don't necessarily know how to facilitate them. Maybe they don't have the budget, or maybe they don't know how to go about something, or maybe they have a perceived lack of skill. Though in most cases, people who tell me, I don't know if I can do this, usually excel, right? So having a spot like Evo FGC where folks can come in and be like, I have this idea and I want to try it. What do you think? And then I can turn around and be like, yes, I think that's a cool idea. We have a couple of editors. We have like this much that we can allow for it, and then power those ideas. And, you know, some will succeed, some will not, but then we can iterate and move from there, right? It's not like you take one shot and then you're done. It's, you know, you take a shot, you do something, see if you like it, and then, you know, we will work with you. That's like a really big, important part of this mission statement as well.
What do you think it is about Evo that makes it such a unique like brand proposition? The weight that it carries, it's so unique within the FGC. It's so unique within all of esports, in fact.
It opens a lot of doors, that's for sure. You know, like, you know, you say, hey, I'm doing something for Evo. People are like, I recognize that, right? Like to some, a lot of people, like to some people who are not maybe necessarily ingrained in the FGC, Evo might be the only tournament they know about. They might not know about a combo breaker or a CEO or you know, a final round or et cetera, NEC, but they'll recognize Evo. So when you say, hey, Evo's doing a profile on like James Chen or Justin Wong, like that comes with a certain kind of like, it hits different, like it's on a different level. So it definitely helps, and I'm glad that I can be part of kind of elevating at least the YouTube side for Evo.
I want to ask you, this is a question for me, but this isn't out of the book. We just had a film that came out and did really, really well about a young guy playing table tennis, going around the world, trying to be the best there could be, a compelling human story. That could have been a fighting game movie, surely. Yeah. When's the fighting game movie coming out? And I'm asking you because if anyone's going to make it happen, it's going to be you, Esteban.
That's very high praise. I don't know. It is something I've been thinking about lately. It's like, how do we distill, like, what is the story that you pick, and how do you distill it in a way that like really resonates on like an emotional level?
It's just a vehicle for the human experience, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, back when I did like my earlier documentaries, like the mission statement there was like, I just want to make fighting game videos my grandma would watch. And like, I succeeded there. Like, it was great. Thanks. But I really am still searching for the answer of like, hey, what's the core of this and how can we get as many people wrapped in this? Because at the end of the day, I have like very simple plans. Like I just want to make cool shit about fighting games. Like that is number one. And number two is like I want to chronicle these stories and tell these stories in a way that wants you to, even if you don't feel like you can play these games, at least watch. Like if I can make you a fan of somebody that you will now follow this person throughout their career, I feel like that's a big win. And then you tell people about it and all this kind of stuff. And all of a sudden you're like, yeah, I think I'm going to go to Final Round. I think I'm going to go to EVO. I'm going to go to Combo Breaker. Like you start to actually become a part. And then once you get through those doors, we got you. So that's what I really want to do. I just want more people to play fighting games and talk about them.
You mentioned earlier as well that you know that there's loads of people out there who've got great ideas but might not think that they can achieve them themselves. I know you're talking to me beforehand how EVO FGC is accepting pitches. How can people reach out and get in contact?
Yeah, so we're always looking for community pitches. So like if you have an idea that you think will work, sorry, I'm being told to wrap it up by the producer back there.
We haven't even hit out, like we're literally just hit our.
Yeah, they're like, this is the segment that we can catch up on. Thanks, Meeks. Like, you know, if you have pitches and you have ideas and you have something that you're like, man, I really want to see this come to life, you know, you can reach out to me on social media at the Bestaban, either Twitter or Blue Sky, Esteban at evo.gg. You know, we won't be able to fund everything, but we're always looking for ideas. And, you know, if there's a lot of producers out there or a lot of want to be producers, like they have a desire to be it, you can always reach out to me. We can chat. We can figure out something out. And, you know, if the idea works and we can work on it a little bit, we might be able to fund it and then throw you out there. That's how a lot of our videos and our series start.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much. One thing, what should people look out for in EVO FGC in the immediate future? What's coming up?
We got a lot of things coming on. I don't know if I want to give away too much. I know that I've been running around and, you know, filming something on one of my favorite games, which is Vampire Savior, which we'll talk about in a little bit.
30 seconds.
Yeah, in about 30 seconds. Meeks, I'm getting to it, Meeks. Calm down. But we got a lot of cool things. You know, Meeks is working on stuff. Pepta's working on stuff. We have like Nervous Dick Kramer, who's in the back. He's usually edits, but he's working on something very special on Broly Legs, actually, which I'm looking forward to. And we're going to be filming some stuff with Broly Legs' brother this weekend, which I'm very excited about. We also have Min, who's our production coordinator, but he's also actually dipping his toes and producing as well, so we're going to do something arcades. One thing I do want to highlight, and I don't know when it's coming out, is that we're doing a big profile on Japanese arcades and talking to owners and stuff like that. So yeah, look forward.
Very needed.
YouTube.com/EvoFGC.
Check it out. I know you check it out already, but check it out some more. Subscribe if you haven't. Like and comment. And if you've got any great ideas, Esteban.
Please.
Esteban.
I need more content. Please, more videos. I want to make your videos.
He does. He's going to hang around, though, because we're going to keep him talking about something he's very passionate about, making its return 20-plus years since it's last been on a major stage. A returning classic. It's Vampire Savior.
You block that! That is what you get out of these old school games. Oh, he tricked him inside. He was going at the trap! The bait! I can't stand up anymore.
Good luck.
Oh,
I told you.
I think this is it.
I told you.
No. There it is. The EX Pursuit's gonna do it.
All right, as I said, making its return over 2 decades since it's been on a major stage here, and I'm very happy to have 4 people who are going to be very passionate to talk about this. Obviously, the Bestaban, Hellpockets, hey. Welcome to the stage. James Chen, thank you very much for joining us, and Obama, welcome back. This one is going to be very exciting for us to talk about. Vampire Savior, where's it been? Where's it at right now? What's going to happen this weekend? Go!
I talked a lot. You guys go first.
I'm a guest on this segment. This is for James and Esteban. You guys start this one off.
I mean, look, obviously, Vampire Savior, EVO Japan, I mean, I've been seeing just... It was like one of the best top 8s that we had seen in a while.
James. It was not one of the best. It was the best. You can put it out there.
Okay. I just don't want to, you know.
You don't get top 8s like that, especially for a game that old and the kind of game that game is.
With 8 different characters, you know,
I mean,
like
nine
different characters in the top 8.
The one top 8 from Kosho, yeah.
9, and then just the way it broke down. You and Joe, I was super jelly. I was right there. I had front row seats, and I was still jealous. I was like, what the hell? They got this. They got blessed up heavy, and the way the bracket worked out too. There's honestly. Yo, go ahead, change the ROS, bro. We could talk about this for like 2 hours, man.
Yeah.
So, the thing is,
we've taken over the show now, Meeks. It's our show.
The grand finals ended up being Kaji and Nakanishi, who are like the 2 big names right now. Like, who is the best between these?
Yeah, I think in that bracket, most people would have said going into it, they were looking at Nakanishi, they were looking at Kaji, and of course they were looking at Kosho. And then it ends up 1, 2, 3. So it was expected in that regard, but you got to talk about a lot of other elements that are present in this conversation, right? So I talked with Gal Wincourt, I talked with Ken Gown, I know Esteban has as well. So we've kind of like, there's been a lot of discussion, I think, about this game and the competition surrounding it in the past month, especially. And you got to talk about the factors that are present with this in terms of format, right? So Evo Japan was first to 3. Traditionally, this game is not played. Usually, like, even first to 2 tournaments are not that common. Usually it's first to 1 and it's arcade style, right? So when you take a game like that with the way some matchups work out and you start to play them over the course of first to 3, all of a sudden now stronger options and maybe some character matchups can shine a little bit. Some characters might shine in some matchups in that longer set format, and also some players. You talk about a player who is playing a character that is very Yo, my bad, Esteban. You could.
Well, I mean, I'm listening. That's great.
Sorry, you'll get your half hour.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, the guest, by the way, the guest.
He was like, I'm gonna let them do all the talking, and
we're here to yap, man. Like, let's be honest.
I mean, look, people have to realize when you watch a Vampire Savior match, right? Even at the highest level, an entire 2 out of 3 can last like a minute and a half, you know, depending on the match, right? So this is a very fast game. This is a brutal game. There is no friendliness in this game. Like, it is one of the most I don't want to call it evil games, but like some of the stuff that these characters can do is pretty dang evil.
You either have it or you don't in this game. Like you either are going to be like, I'm confident, or you're going to get destroyed.
Yeah, you know, I want to float something out there for people who don't know so much about this game too. First of all, if you're over the age of 30, you don't know what we're talking about. Shame on you. There's something wrong.
Sorry about that.
But the other thing too is you got to understand. I think in Capcom's library, especially when it comes to fighting games, this series, not even just Savior. I'm saying like from jump. Mm-hmm. This series is just so damn cool, man. The characters they jump off the screen in terms of animation, characterization. Mm-hmm. The music is fire, the colors, just everything about this game. Now, Savior specifically, you got to talk about the game speed. It's a fast game. You mentioned this, James. Mm-hmm. Playing first to 1 this game, because it doesn't use a traditional round system, bro, first to 1 in this game, there are some tournament grand finals that are over in like 15 seconds.
Yeah. I have beaten somebody in 15 seconds of this game.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's just one of those games. Like, I'm sure when they designed it, they're like, people will gain their health back from the white life, so it'll be long. So let's not do traditional rounds. And then all of a sudden, the game just ends up being you get touched.
What do you mean we're at the title screen? What's happening? What's going on? Insert coin, huh?
So for people who are not so familiar, there are a couple of things that I want to highlight about this game and what makes it so fun to watch. What makes it even more than fun to watch, what makes it fun to play. It's that speed. Mm-hmm. Certain characters have air mobility. Just overall mobility and moving around in this game just feels so good. There's something very satisfying about it.
Yeah.
The other thing is, of course, the defense mechanics, and that's something else that you have to bring up. This game, especially if you come from, let's say, like, in my mind, right, I'm thinking like Smash Brothers, like especially Melee is a very APM heavy fighting game, right? Like, they're doing a lot. Even if nothing is happening, there's a ton happening. This game, in terms of 2D fighters, is kind of similar. A lot can be happening on screen where it looks like nothing's happening, but there's a ton of inputs going off. You got to talk about, of course, like basically their advanced guard mechanic, right? the way it functions in this game, if you don't know, it's based on button presses, and you might not get it guaranteed on the press that you think. There's a ton that goes into it.
It's like randomized, and even if you hit 2 buttons at the same time, it counts as 1 input, and you have to input like as many buttons as you can in just like the tiniest amount of time. I'll tell you right now, when I play this game, like I sweat more than when I play any other fighting game, because you are just like constant.
I play James. I hear him screaming on the other side of the cabinet. It's pretty crazy.
Well, you were using a cheap, dirty character.
I don't know what you're talking about. I love Wolf. He's so cool. I think commenting on the speed of the game, like it really is unlike anything out even now today. Like there's very few games that have that kind of speed, and also human error is a part of it. Like we talked about, like defensive mechanics and the speed of the game is like it just lends itself to human error. So you'll see a lot of scrambles, a lot of improv, which is what I really like about this game. What's cool about this game, and you'll see it this weekend, is that no 2 matchup is the same. Like Felicia and Wolf, like they'll have a set, you'll fight, and then 2 other players will pick those same characters, and it'll look very different because you're allowed to inject a lot of your personality, a lot of your own design in terms of how you want to play into the game because of the speedy nature of it.
And heck, even if you see 2 different characters, it doesn't even feel like it's the same game sometimes, right? You were talking about how like the movement is so good in this game. I swear most characters don't, like you see a traditional horizontal game, Street Fighter, you're thinking, oh, this is like, KOF or Street Fighter. Like, you never stop jumping in this game. Like, you are
Jumping is your most powerful weapon in this game.
Exactly. And it's interesting because, this was remember, this is the second fighting game Capcom ever made when they started with the original Vampire, aka Darkstalkers. And by the time they got to Vampire Savior, they had honed it into something so crazy. But I mean, half the times, like we were talking about the push block mechanic, the way that it works is, you have to hit so many buttons, but it balanced itself perfectly and everything works. And I swear it was all accidental.
It usually is, though, right? They always say that. The devs always say, yeah, we didn't know how we did that, and we're trying our best to reinvent that, basically. From
I definitely want to sit like a dev down at one point and be like, hey, man, like, did you think any of this guy? No. But it's cool, though, right?
A couple things. I mean, the funny thing is when we start talking about this game, you're talking about, okay, 29-year-old fighting game. You have to stop myself every time I start talking. I'm like, they've never even patched it, and I'm like, wait, they did try, but then like,
yeah, they did try.
they did try, but then it didn't go that well.
We don't know what you're talking
actual about. Vote with your wallets right there. Like, oh, we're gonna go back.
We don't know what you're talking about. I don't know about any other version of Vampire Savior.
But going back to what James was talking about with the way the push block mechanic works in this game too is, even though it's not guaranteed in the way it works based on statistics, that makes when you watch some of these matches and how consistently players are able to get the push block that either they want or maybe the second one that they want, how consistently they're able to do that. When you understand what they're doing, it's like you're like, wait, that's what they're doing? I mean, look, an eye-popping moment.
Look at Kaji, right? Like, Kaji plays, like, there was, like, one moment at the end with him in Grand Finals and Nakanishi where, like, he went for a combo, he did crouching heavy punch, whatever, and missed the cancel into the super. Right. And right there, that, like, in this game, that can cost you everything. Like, momentum is, like, a very real thing in this game, where if, you drop something and you're in your head too much, like, that could cost you everything. So like these micro decisions that are being made in the speed of the game is like what really is exciting, both as a viewer and especially as a player. Like this is one of those games where like I don't mind losing in because I'm learning something every time I play somebody, or I'm expressing something every time I play something. And it's just there's no other game like it.
And real quick, let's take that point, James, and develop that too, because he brought up obviously one of the marquee players that we're going to be watching in this tournament, Kaji, right? Kaji's story is kind of crazy. Imagine when MJ came back on the Wizards and then they won everything, right? He's not who he was, but it was good enough to win. That's basic. Kaji, basically
Space Jam good ending.
Yeah, exactly. Right? So he kind of walks away from major forms of competition for about 8 years, only really showing up here and there, maybe for a team tournament or something like that. And he wasn't really playing competitively matches or anything like that, going out for casuals or anything. But you got to understand there's something about this guy, and they were singing his praises even just decades ago, right? Talking about he was one of the best. He is he's a monster. But you got to talk about the kind. He's the kind of guy, he'll go home, Sega Saturn version of the game, has every possible scenario loaded into the dummy, and he will grind. You have to understand what he's doing and the character he's playing too, and
Luminous
how
illusion combos, right? Yeah.
So it's demon inputs, and Justin was talking a little bit about it earlier. But there's so many scenarios where you can like kind of put that attack into even like some sequences, right? And using it for punish situations as well.
Yeah, one of the key things about that is that once you start the chain combos in this game, you can't cancel your normals into special moves. So even if you have a cancelable medium kick, once you start the chain, you can. But the way that Raging Demon inputs have worked in every game that there are is that you can cancel any normal, right? And so at any time. And so
even if you whiff it.
Yes,
which is incredibly scary against that
character. They use it for dashing and stuff like that, you know. And so the fact that he is inputting this Raging Demon input and even like confirming it off of dash, medium kick, and stuff like that is insane.
With that level of precision, with that level of accuracy and consistency. But again, it is executionally intensive, right? And so you saw over the course of that top 8 at EVO Japan, he still even really like there were a ton of misinputs, like for him, that's not what you would expect of him at that level. But over the course of it being played first to 3 standard, over the course, you know, a little bit of bracket fortune, and then just some grit, and just got in some good long sets where he was able to still find some level of consistency like that and get the win in the fashion he did.
Empty
that was
DP.
That too.
I was rewatching that match. That was insane.
But I mean, the thing about it is, these games, they're so fast, right? Like, you are making mistakes all the time. Like, even someone at the highest level is going to miss those Luminous Illusion combos. They're going to miss the push block timing. They're going to miss the guard cancel and stuff like that because the game is so fast. But that's the way the game is played. Because it's so fast, you're all trying to do stuff, and based off of what happens, whether you both succeed, one person messes up or whatever, you have to then come up with the next plan, like, right away. And you're just doing that like maybe 5 times like every second or every 2 seconds. You know, the game, there's not a lot of like super long combos or anything like that. So it's like as soon as something happens, whatever the result is, you have to have the next thing you're ready to do instantly.
Oh, hold on, I hear Sandman playing. You trying to wrap us up, Meeks? You coming over here with the... All right.
I'm afraid Unk Corner now has to come to a slight respite. I'm going to have to ask you to pick your favorites for VServe this weekend.
Let's go down this way.
We talked a lot about Kaji already, but the other names that I want to put out there are, of course, Nakanishi, who is also extremely well-traveled in this game, and the big factor that this is going to be familiarity with these kinds of setups. JP Community is used to playing an arcade platform. This is not going to be a one-to-one replication of cabinets like that, so the players who are the most well-traveled might have an edge in terms of that experience and being able to adapt. I'm also going to put out Kosho. When his Boletta touches you, it doesn't matter if you get hit or if you got blocked, you're either going to get mixed or you're going to get put in the grave. He's crazy, and that's another execution-heavy character. If I got to pick one to look out for, and I'm going to toss it to you with this one, the match that JP wants to see and the match that I think people here want to see is Dr. versus Kaji.
Yeah, okay, so I was going to mention that a little bit. By the way, Kyosho has a little problem. If I can make it past my first round, I'm going to take him down. Watch, no, I'm just
James, James, I think after we played, I think you might have your work cut out for you.
I'm done. Trust me. But the thing about it is we haven't talked a lot about the American players yet. Right?
That's what I want to bring up.
And Ailerus has been dominating all the tournaments for quite some time with his Felicia, right? And then finally at Combo Breaker, Dr. defeated him. And so that was like the first tournament that Ailerus lost in a long time. And Dr., interestingly enough, is a Lilith player. So, you know, I'm still looking at we're missing a couple of like some of the best US players here. But, you know, obviously, I think Dr., Ailerus are the big ones to watch there. For me, I mean, I'm always going to be rooting for Nakanishi because he's my, you know,
he's your hero,
my
your
Bishamon
hero,
basically. Yeah. So. Yeah.
What about you, Hellpockets? Who are you hoping to win?
Kidding me, bro? Like, what was the first one? Nakanishi.
Yeah, there you go.
I feel like that was well explained. Like you talk about the environment that goes into the experience of playing in a tournament. And a lot of people literally only play on one kind of setup, you know? Like, how many times have you heard third strike players say, I want to play on cab or whatever, right? Has to be in this scenario. Otherwise, Mojo just ain't right. So if Nakanishi, as you said, can kind of get that momentum flowing in any scenario, that's immediately like a 50% buff, I believe.
I think, you know, we've talked a lot about Japanese players. I personally want to see a rematch between Kaji and Nakanishi. I feel like that story is not done. There seemed to be some words exchanged. I don't know if people saw it on camera or not after that match. So I'm hoping there's a run back. I do believe in my American brethren to do some damage. Zach, Dr. Mighty Mar, Typhus is in the mix. Like, there's a lot of people that people don't necessarily see all the time, especially with this game, that I think can do some real damage. There's also the hidden Fightcade monsters that, I've been training on Fightcade for a little bit because, I'm also in the bracket, so, look out. But, like, some of these people are just absurd. So I'm hoping that we just get some random person that, like, maybe we might not be aware of that just comes out and does some damage.
You talked about it, and we talked about it with a few other games as well, but that's a common trend with a few of these games, but especially in this one, Logan. You got to understand the Western scene, they've been driving this game through, especially online platforms, and being able to just get match play with each other in a way that their JP counterparts don't.
Yeah.
There's a lot of young players.
So there's a huge cultural change here. And also, like you said, Evo Japan was its own battle of generations. The fact that you get that now, it folds onto itself. You get a not only battle of cultures, but also battle of generations within that. Dude, I'm sorry, man. This game, Evo Japan was really hype. I'm really looking forward to this one this weekend.
You're going to be at the front screaming like Ned Flanders for this topic.
This is going to be the game that steals the show, in my opinion. And I'm not just saying that because I am, like, a huge fan of this. Like, kind of going behind the scenes a little bit, like, I had to win a lot of arguments to get this game into Evo. And I'm very happy we did. Some people were a little skeptical of it. Some people might have called it a charity pick. But, we had some of the best numbers we've ever seen for Vampire Saber at Evo Japan.
Who called it that, bro? That's the first I've heard that.
Just I've heard things.
Okay, all right, damn.
I mean, look,
and those who know ball, know ball.
Yeah. I am so glad that people are starting to see what this game is really about and why it's so much fun to watch and so much fun to play. Get into it if you can, please.
Yeah, and I just, I want to say, because I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to say it, I want to thank a lot of the Vampire Saber players for turning out, right? Like, because, we could have put this in the lineup and it didn't do, but, like, people have come out in support for this. Like, people who weren't even alive when the game was, like, in its heyday are, like, coming out and playing and giving the game a shot. And I know. And that makes me so happy to see. And I think a lot of people who have never had a chance to really sit down with this game or watch it are in for a real treat this weekend with Vampire Saber.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's move on to our next title, which is going to be Virtua Fighter 5 Revo World Stage. Let's take a look.
Oh, we are pressing. Oh,
no.
That was disrespectful. We have our Revo champion, and it is Jiyuna.
What are you waiting for? Come get some.
Circular comes out, that's unblockable.
Another load.
Oh no. Oh, what? He tried it again. Oh my God, you see that? That's disgusting. Virgo finally closes out a tournament.
And finishes the story.
You gotta love it.
3-0.
Welcome back to the Evo pre-show. Here we're coming to you live from the Las Vegas Convention Center, and behind us you can see that preparations are well underway. This week we will be here under this roof with tens of thousands of fighting game fanatics enjoying over 12 titles as part of this Evo lineup. Let's take a look now at Virtua Fighter 5 and let's hand it over to mine who hasn't said a lot yet. Hellpockets, is your time to shine.
You usually yelling and stuff, man.
No, I'm probably would do some yelling pretty soon because this is a game that, and I'm not going to say that I don't get excited for the games that I work or the games that I play, but this is a game that for the first time in a while, I've been like just super eager to be a student of, you know? Like I haven't tried to be like, hey, I'm making content for this, come check me out. I'm not trying to over here and like do the influencer thing. I'm literally just on Ranked grinding it out, you know? I'm a VF beginner. I'm not trying to change that wooden block until I make a certain level and I beat a certain number of people a certain number of times. And to me, it's like being in high school again, when you finally just like start getting into competitive games and you don't know anybody, you don't know anything, but you're stepping into this world that has been existing well before you even knew about it, and you're just trying to take a bite out of it.
Yeah, VF in particular has a speed and fluidity to it that I think once you really get into it and you understand even just the basics of how the game works, not even getting in the intermediate level where you mess around with option selects and how defense really works at that game, but just at the entry level, it's very active and it gets you constantly thinking about RPS against opponents, and it's you should give it a shot if you've never have. It's a lot of fun. It's really easy to get addicted to.
Yeah, no, I'm constantly like wondering, like, am I even doing this correctly? Like, I feel like when you win, you feel good about winning in this game, but then you run into some dude that knows how to move in this game, right? And you're just like, oh, I am not playing this correctly at all, bro. And then you beat him, you're like, okay, cool, maybe movement is not as important as good decision making, and this game will let you know if you're making good decisions immediately. Because if you're making bad decisions, it's over. Less than 15 seconds. You backdash, it's over.
I mean, one of the important things, too, that I feel like right now is that, look, Virtua Fighter 6 looks sick.
Oh, that's a big important point,
I am really excited about this, and I think this is a good opportunity for a lot of people to tune in and see what Virtua Fighter is about, how it flows, you know, because, you know, back in the day, there was always the whole, like, 2D games versus 3D games, and you kind of put Tekken and Virtua Fighter and say, I mean, they play very differently from each other, and so I think if people are thinking that Virtua Fighter is just like another form of Tekken or something like that, this is a good time to watch, because I think you're going to be very pleasantly surprised at, like, how unique it is and just how fast it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's like interesting because like I'm by no means like a Virtua Fighter expert. Like I'm kind of learning this game and learning the scene as I do. Like, funny enough, it's like really interesting. Like we talk to a lot of players, especially in Japan, and it's like you would think like my origins were Street Fighter, right? And a lot of it is KOF and Virtua Fighter, right? Like a lot of these games come up all the time as this was the game I built my fundamentals in, this is the game that I found my community in. And so it's really cool to see this resurgence. I also feel like I'm in a time loop, like it's 2026 and Virtua Fighter 5 is still at EVO, which is like my first ever EVO was 2012, and I went to 2012 and it was like Fudo versus Itazan and Virtua Fighter 5, and now I'm back here and like, you know.
Actually, that's a really good thing to point out too, because, you know, obviously Fudo and Itazan are like super well known for Street Fighter right now. They got their chops from playing Virtua Fighter. They were known for they are part of the like elite crew that is considered the gods of Virtua Fighter. Those two guys right there. And so that's why when they play all these other fighting games, the decision making is just so crazy.
There's that term again, you know. And I think the reason why that's such a big deal is that maybe a lot of people under 29 don't know this, but Virtua Fighter was like the fighting game esport of Japan for like such a long time. You talk about Togeki closing out the show every year, Virtua Fighter 3v3s and whatnot. It was, man, I hate saying like the first fighting game esport because I don't think that's really a thing. But I would say like, in terms of like laying the groundwork for what we're doing right now, VF has like so many hands in like different aspects of FGC, just making fighting games in general from the ground up. You know, we're talking about trading modes and frame data and information that's available to you out the box, and people still ain't caught up with that. You know what? You know what, man? I'm telling you, Sega, show them something. Put them on that game.
So Logan, this has been a consistent theme. I sound like a broken record by now, but right now we're talking a little bit about the game culturally, right? We haven't gotten to talking about the players yet, but we'll come back around to that. You mentioned that originally this game is one that is just traditionally has a very, very strong competitive culture in Japan and in East Asia territories, and it's struggled traditionally, I think, to replicate that same success in the West and overseas territories. And you know, that's for a variety of reasons, but with the, you know, a new game on the horizon, and then of course renewed interest and patches as well. Adjustments being made to the current version of VF5. It really, really has lit a fire under some communities, especially regionally, and I would say NA, and especially in EU. You're seeing a bunch of players pop up and kind of having their own journeys with the game, and they're embracing it competitively. We were just talking about Fudo and Itabashi Zangief. Itabashi Zangief got wiggity washed at Combo Breaker by Gentleman Thief.
Yeah.
So, and that's like, I think for NA players, that's a name you want to be looking on in the bracket. Shouts to Shidosha. I talked with him a lot about this game coming up to this Evo, right? And that was something that he brought up, and you could really, really see it with the results. Ton of micro pockets in North America are having a lot of activity with this game, and players of all ages. This is going to be a battle of generations in a different way. A lot of the old guard from Japan are still active like that, right? But when you look at across the pond to the EU communities and the NA communities, there's a mix. It's a lot of old players, but it's also some young players too who have just kind of just embraced the game for what it is. And to go back to what we were talking about a little bit back in the day, you're talking about 2D fighters, 3D fighters. The end of the 2010s, you had a new Tekken title that was just, man, that was like lightning in a bottle. You cannot you can't do that again in the same way that went down. That was some storybook stuff. But you also had a new Soul Calibur title. You had a new entries in DOA. Yep. The one that was missing was Virtua Fighter. So here we are now.
Because he had, 5 games in 12 and a half years and then nothing for the same length of time again, I think.
And it was like leading the way for the time that it was in its prime, so...
It was like Tekken and Virtua Fighter. Like they had like advertisements against each other. Like they were quintessential 3D games, and then Virtua Fighter disappeared. And now Virtua Fighter's been making this slow comeback, and now they have this game. They have Crossroads coming out, right? And it's weird. Like it's very interesting because I'm very excited for Virtua Fighter Crossroads, but like my friends who do not play fighting games saw the presentation at Summer Games Fest, and they're like, I want to play this. I'm like, you want to play Virtua Fighter? Like I want to play this. Like whatever this is speaking to me right now, and like this is it. Like this is the preview to what I think is going to be like a huge resurgence and explosion in Virtua Fighter, and I'm very excited.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to call it there. I need you to give me your predictions for who you think is gonna win the bracket. Let's keep it short and sweet.
I think the pro tag. I'm gonna put it all on Virgo.
Oh, I'm not gonna put it because I'm not familiar enough with the players.
Ride with me. Say Virgo.
Okay.
Ride with me.
Itabashi Zangief will get his revenge.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right, y'all took my picks. I was gonna go with Virgo also because he's like VF Open Challenge champion, Evo Japan champion, make it the trifecta. But there's a player here that's kind of near and dear to my heart. Yellowtail, take it home, brother.
Okay. I'm still learning a lot about the scene and stuff like that, but I'm gonna say Dural's legal here, right? Do we know that or not?
I don't think there's any bans. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna say
don't do that out here.
I'm gonna say a Dural user is gonna win. Yeah. I'm just saying somebody with Dural. Yeah. I'm just picking Dural. I'm calling my shot.
Okay.
All right, coming very soon to Evo FGC, it's going to be Unk's Corner, where it's going to be 5 hours of these guys talking about games that you haven't been able to buy for 30 years. Look out for that on Evo FGC. I hope you've enjoyed the preview of it here today. Let's get into our next titles. No, only joking. It's been great. It's all about the passion.
It's for the channel. Right? Like you're gonna the Unk Corner for the channel.
All my nightmares have come true.
Hey, yeah, you wanted me to pitch ideas? There you go. You can have that one game for free.
I don't mind being that old dude at the YMCA.
It's all about the passion, and you guys have not been short on passion. Not been short on
Drying
passion.
himself in the hand dryer.
60 years old, find me at Rucker Park. Just like,
All right, let's bring it back into the modern era. Next up, we are going to be looking at Fatal Fury City of the Wolves.
Okay, finds another opening.
Oh my God, that's so unfortunate.
KOG always a character. Very emotive guy, this one. Damn, that's crunchy.
One more time for your champion, Goichi!
That's not enough.
70 meters. Shanghai, the first two-time champion here in Evo Japan.
Goichi to dethrone Shanghai.
$1.5 million combo for Logia. He did it again, Haru. And he goes to the wake up from Goichi with the vengeance.
Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves.
Welcome back to the EVO pre-show. We're coming to you live from the Las Vegas Convention Center. As you can see behind us, they are very, very nearly complete set up. We'll be opening on Friday, and tens of thousands of fighting game fanatics will be descending here for 3 days of incredible action. We've already gone through a multitude of titles, and now it's time to go through 3 of the modern classics. I'm very happy to have a packed lineup of experts here on the couch with me. Before I get into that, I want to remind you that you can get involved at home with the AT&T Fantasy. We've been giving you insights into the players that we expect to see in the top 8. Now it's time for you to pick your top 8 in either your favorite game or take a stab at some of the titles that you might not be familiar with. But we've given you a lot of insight over the past couple of hours, because at the end of the weekend, the entrant with the most points accrued from accurate positional placings in those various top 8s across all 12 titles of EVO 2026 will win flights, hotel, and badges. You know, all 3 of those things are expensive to get to EVO. You'll be here in 2027. There's, of course, many more prizes to be won, and there's individual title prizes as well for each game. So if you're an expert on just your one title, you can just go for that as well. You must be 18 years of age to enter. Head over to upset.gg/EVO 2026 and start picking your fantasy EVO 2026 top 8 finalists. Right, let's get into this right now. Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves. Welcome back, Justin. Hello. Welcome back, Joe.
Logan.
It's an exciting time right now for Fatal Fury, isn't it?
It is very exciting. Obviously, new character.
Oh,
Mr.
yes.
Karate, and then, Kenshiro with the latest gameplay that they've been posting on social media. Yeah. It's just, there's so many questions I have to ask when it comes to just Kenshiro. So I'm excited to, possibly play him, because you could play him here at EVO if you're here, right? But
if you get 20 minutes in your schedule.
You get 20 minutes in my schedule. But I think the talk of the town in general for Fatal Fury, at least the competitive side, is Mr. Karate.
Yes.
Yeah,
Talk is certainly a word that you could use.
What year is it?
Yeah, what year is
Justin,
it?
Joe, Pockets, what year is it? Newest SNK game. Karate's on the screen all over all day. We gonna see him all weekend.
Listen, I mean,
2 years later.
Yeah, they did a great job, because they brought the art of fighting style in him, right? His taunt brings up your rev gauge. He can use his power up to lower his rev gauge, But the thing is, that's not what makes him good.
What makes him good, Justin?
I mean, besides his combos, besides his tatsu,
keep going.
Besides his fireball charge,
keep going.
Besides his feint,
keep going.
The stance.
Oh,
there it is. The stance is amazing. Let me tell you, if you're not familiar with this move, Logan. Okay, so the stance. It's a parry. Okay. Let's say if you mistime the parry, it's also has armor.
What else?
Right. It also is a command throw.
Of course.
Right. It crushes.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. It crushes lows.
Yeah.
As well too, and it also nullifies projectiles.
Absolutely.
And you can
Will you do my taxes?
Oh, it might. I mean, technically.
That backdash is escapes everything.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So it's a great move, and a lot of people currently are having issues with it. They're trying to learn him themselves. Let's see if other people can counter it. And I think so far, you pointed out earlier.
Sorry, wait. You're telling me that rather than learn how to counter him themselves, they are putting the load on other people to see how they want to counter it.
Yes, exactly.
They've given up.
So if you follow Nemo, Nemo posted, this year I'm not going to play Street Fighter. I want to focus on Fatal Fury.
Okay.
So he put the kind of everyone.
Did he post that before Mr. Karate came out?
Actually, good question.
I think he would have to post it.
I think it was after the first event.
After the
first event.
Yeah.
So he made a flyer of everybody's qualified and put a Mr. Karate mask on anybody that's a main of him.
Okay.
So not even a main. If he sees you with the character at any point, online, ranked, whatever, you are a karate.
So he's been doing it for a month now, right? That thing looks like a V for Vendetta poster. It's just like Tengu masks all over the place.
It's November 5th every day.
There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them, but he's good. But then Pocket's pointing out, it's the character that people were saying giving him problems actually Mr. Big, which is a very competitive meta character. I mean, you saw H-Dope at at the mix-up, he beat Goichi.
Soundly.
Yeah, soundly. So, and he won the tournament from losers.
Yes,
well
he did.
Too. So, Mr. Big, we'll see Mr. Big a lot. Also, Billy Kane as well. You think there's going to be some sleeper ones, though?
Dude, we just saw 3 dongs in an online top 8.
Didn't we just see Tizak win?
Smart Tizak.
Intelligent
Right?
bird.
Very
Cabezon.
intelligent Tizak won.
Shout out to Cabezon just won La Gema. I forget which number, but I totally pronounced that incorrectly. My bad. But no, he won with his smart style Tizak, which at Combo Breaker was also giving some people some headaches because they were just like, dude, I don't know if I can deal with a high mobility SNK grappler that can kind of get his you-know-what off at any moment without the required inputs and still get all that damage. You know, it's just, you talk about mental stack. I think that we'll probably see some wild cards, some wild pitches thrown out in the same right as that, because in that same top 8, like I said, got 3 Dong Juans. Dong Juan has been a bracket buster all season, even last season, I would say.
That's true.
Shouts to Abu Amar, who would just be like, he would just show up to a tournament, and, you know, if you knew who he was, you was like, oh, here it comes, man. Shanghai don't know? In Atlanta?
Hey, but guess who Shanghai played now, though? Put the mask on.
Put the mask on.
Mr. Karate.
We know what the numbers are on Dong Juan versus Mr. Karate, though, right?
Not really, right?
That might be some weird stuff, right?
It could be weird.
It could be weird.
Yeah, it could be weird just because, like, Dong Juan's definitely a character that if you don't know how to fight him.
Yeah.
But it's also, he has to take a lot of risk. Like, he
And they ain't real either, right? None of it's real.
It's definitely like bet the farm type of mentality when you're playing like a character. Like when I went to a tournament in S Factor and I fought a Dong Juan, he put himself in a -2 situation and he just did super. And I said, wait, really? Like you're just going to just bet the farm like that? So, I mean.
Did it hit?
The second time it didn't hit. It didn't hit the second time. It hit the first time.
And you were just like, oh, okay. It's like that down here.
I'm just
huh?
not a fan of. You know, it's just in general. Like, I'm curious to see what characters. Like, we'll probably maybe see one Preacher.
Yeah, no, we'll see. I think we'll see. If we're talking about a top 24 scenario, I think we'll see at least 2 or 3 Preachers because she has not moved in terms of like strength. I believe. I think she's right where she started in season 1. It's everyone else who's shifted around
What's
her.
her player representation though?
For Preacher?
Yeah.
I think everyone's got a pocket Preacher.
Okay. Yeah, you got.
Because if you're just nervous about a matchup and you're just trying to slug it out, she's a great character for that.
Yeah,
What do you think about the Billy Kane count? Top 24.
I think they switched to Mr. Karate, man.
I think there's only one, El Maza.
Yeah, Danny El Maza, and this has been his year, dude. That dude has won almost everything.
He's super solid.
Holy crap!
It's like when I think about how Evo Japan went down too. That was a pretty good interesting top 8 with a good bit of character diversity. But end game Shanghai just kind of ices the crowd. And that was after, Lagia had a really good performance leading up until that point. You got to think about the set against Goichi that he had as well. Goichi, of course, going to be absent from this competition, overheating in real life, but we wish him he's in cooldown right now. He's in cooldown.
He definitely overheated in real life. He hit that rev gauge really fast, 100%.
You bring up an important, like something that's fascinating. That whole weekend was about Lagia versus Goichi in a way, right? Because we had the Evo Legends showcase where they went through that long set, and Goichi ended up edging them out. Doesn't even make top 8 later on at the big show.
Which I think was like his first time not making.
Yeah, like I think that was probably at least in the COTW run, it was the first time he hadn't made top 8. And then Lagia almost wins until he runs into boss mode Shanghai.
And the interesting thing about that set too was, to me, Lagia was one of the players. If you guys haven't been watching this game, first of all, shame on you. Second, you got to understand one of the main appeals of City of the Wolves is watching how well players use the defensive mechanics of the game to be able to create openings, create opportunities for themselves. Lagia up until that point, especially in the Billy matchup, to me, I'm watching, I'm like, bro, he's just dunking on every Billy with just good use of defensive mechanics, being able to find the spots and just play win conditions, especially like pushing towards the corner, then using resources. He was so effective at that against a really good spread, because Billy as a character, you got to understand mid-range to long-range control, but then also close up. He'll touch you, he'll burn the meter, and he'll hurt you. And then he's going to, he has decent mid-low pressure after that. Right. And Lagia just consistently was just so good defensively until he ran into that Shanghai. And it was just like, whatever superpower you have no longer exists. And it was the fastest, like most deafening grand final of that top 8.
You know what it is? It's just because I just don't believe in his Gato. Like I feel like his Gato is not as seasoned compared to like a Punko, for example.
But he beat Punko.
He did, but that doesn't mean you're better, Gato. You might just be better at the mirror match.
Just being better at the match on that day.
Yeah. But it just felt like there was a lot of missed opportunities when it comes to like Lagia's Hotaru when he won SWC in the first place.
All right, guys, it's time for your picks. Are you going to go for obvious names, or are there any surprise?
Man,
store for us
to be honest, like there was a live stream recently where Zhao Hai was playing sets with like everybody, right? You know, he was on score stream and the score was just really bad with Mr. Karate. So if he's going boss mode, Zhao Hai, I'm picking the best character.
Let me just ask, who does Kindevu use?
Kindevu.
He was using
Andy.
Andy.
Oh, he was using Andy.
Crazy, I definitely thought you would have said Mr. Karate.
Andy's also a very good
That
character
guy's
too. So that's
the cheapest player I've ever seen in my life.
You know, Kindevu is an interesting player because I feel like he put a lot of pressure on himself.
Okay.
Because a lot of times he gets really like emotional on social if he doesn't perform as well as he should. So I hope he makes top 8 personally. But I have to
he's
go.
seeded too.
Yeah, he's definitely seeded because he's always
I just wanted to
placing
know
high.
who you played because that guy picks a top tier.
Maybe he will switch.
Yeah,
right, eventually. Because the thing is, it's hard to switch mid-season. Yeah. But I think Zhao Hai is the favorite by far.
Pockets.
So 13 years ago, something happened at this event that changed the course of SNK games and esports forever. KOF 13 Grand Finals, Reynolds versus Heesan Woo, where Reynolds down 2-0 runs it back a complete 6-0 to become the first American KOF 13 champion, and he is now rocking not only Mr. Karate, but also the Emperor of Darkness, Wolfgang Krauser. Managed to qualify for EWC with the character, and I don't think a lot of people are ready for a Krauser at that level. I'm going with Reynolds JT to take it all this year once again.
Listen, Logan, this guy is, this is a bias pick right here.
I mean, he was
This is a very biased. Like,
What are you talking
He will
about?
always pick,
What are you talking about?
no matter what game it is, he will pick Renault. If Renault played
then
Street
he
Fighter 6,
wins.
he'd be like, oh, Renault. So just know
How
he's
did he do?
biased.
How did he do?
He didn't beat Snake Eyes that one
Oh,
time.
come on. All right, I'll give you that. He should have won that match, actually.
I'm saying JP
Joe.
Zangief.
That's a memory.
I don't. I'm gonna go based on one of my favorite SNK players. I'm just a big fan of ET.
Okay.
Just a very, very big fan of ET in general, from KOF to whatever. Just like him as a person, him as a player. I love watching him play. I love his attitude. I love like just interacting with him is always just, it feels good. So I'm hoping for big things out of ET.
Joe, that dude likes to party too. I think y'all would get along.
Guy, dude. That's my guy.
Look, man, I'm a Billy lover. I see what Danny's doing, and he's playing really, really well. I want to see him go really far. But I'm a simple dude, bro. I use common sense. I see villain arc Zhao Hai. I gotta say Zhao Hai, man.
Mask on.
Mask on,
man.
Mask on.
Right. Find out whether Mr. Karate is going to dominate this weekend. You've heard the picks. Let's keep it moving into our penultimate game of the preview show, and it is, of course, Tekken 8.
Ooh, let's go. Lydia and the bow. Give it up for Farzi.
Oh, look at his face. He means it. The best in the world is here. Lead the body.
Oh, that's GG. Two-touch round.
Lightning strike.
Long extended knee dash combos. Can we get there? Oh my God.
Hey, serious.
Punish and then in the smash. Ikari does not care. Evo Japan champion. Ikari.
Tekken is, of course, a title that has an incredible storied history here at EVO, and it is back once again on the main stage. Let's talk about it. We can't talk about any Tekken at Evo without mentioning Arslan Ash. Right about now, he stands as only the 4th seed going into this weekend. How much stock do we put into that seeding? When it comes to the big stage, he has shown time and time again under this Evo banner.
I'm actually surprised that he's 4th seed. I feel like a lot of times if you're not too into Tekken in terms of like the competition and just like following along TWT, you would assume that he's guaranteed at least 1st seed or 2nd seed. But Obama, he knows the ranking. He's like Farzin is the number 1 seed, and
yeah, he's the 3rd ranked Pakistan player.
Yeah, right.
In the bracket.
But then I'm curious about Arslan's pick because I did see him post a thing. Is like, hey, I want to go practice my Kunimitsu. So I'm curious, is that going to be the thing that we're going to see this weekend?
I don't know about that when it comes to character selection, but I will say this, Justin, you of all people should be able to understand this too, is one of the main points I'm coming into this weekend thinking to myself is, like you talk about Arslan Ash 4th seed, Farzin's had some impressive wins so far this year since the tour started. And that's another player who we watched literally grow through Tekken, right? Yeah. He shows up originally, he's like 13 years old doing Akuma combos, just like murking people in a Pakistan arcade. Now he's a man, bro. He comes out here, and it's awesome because he has such a like cool, professional, youthful attitude. He gives me life, you know what I mean? There's like some guys out here, they get all down in the dumps when they lose or whatever. This dude's always all smiles. It's like he's always just like riding the energy of the venue and just happy to be out here competing. But against the power of that youth, here's the thing, man. Arslan Ash, something happens every time this dude gets under those diamond logos. You bring him out to Vegas, you put him in France, you put him in Japan, you put him on the stage. He changes. Something happens, and he will get that W with a very disturbing level of consistency. Something happens to him at this event.
I can see that, but Evo Japan, was that his first not top 8? Did he make top 8 Evo Japan?
He made, I think, just outside top 8. I want to say
that
just
was like his
top 16.
first. I think like he did not make top 8 at Evo, at the Evo event.
In a while, for sure. Yeah. So the thing is, like, the game's changed a lot over the past several months. Obviously, since season 3, I think there's been 3 or 4 considerable patches, which you got to think about. 4 big patches like that for a game that's played with competitive stakes like that. People traveling all over. And that was in the span of like 2 months. So you're kind of hitting this. It almost feels like to me like an almost more optimized or crazier version of what we had with like NRS games in the 2010s kind of thing.
It's also
you kind of have that kind of approach with it.
Yeah, it's also an incredibly difficult ask when that's in the middle of like prime qualification season. So it's so hard to do any training at all. Like Justin, you'll attest to this, right? When you're traveling every 2 weeks to an international event, you have 2-3 days in between an event, and you're not taking that time to sit down and lab. Your adaptation comes on the fly at the event. It's very, very difficult to maintain a level of research and labbing adaptation at that frequency when you're in the midst of this qualification season.
Especially now.
Sorry, Jay. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I did actually want to say something regarding Tekken and Tekken patches in general. Like when other games get patch and updated, sure, things change, you got to learn a lot, but I feel like when Tekken, especially when Tekken 8 has gotten patches, think about how much one frame difference does in Tekken to punishes, to combos, to what's possible. Like it's a lot to take in from an offensive perspective and a defensive perspective. So like you said, Logan, like one patch changes a lot for a lot of different reasons in Tekken, and it is like the smallest thing is drastic.
Roster is enormous. Are they what, 39 now?
A lot to learn. It's a lot to learn.
One change for each character. If it's a significant change, the number of matchup spreads that can influence is huge. And when you look at someone like Arslan, who's juggling 3 or 4 characters potentially at any one given time,
incredibly impressive.
Yeah, just really impressive on his part. Like, I mean, and you said it the best. Like when it comes to just Evo, he loves winning Evos. That's just what it comes down to, right? But I think it also comes down to the path. The path is always really hard, especially for like the really big games, like that has like large entries, large people that are like so close in qualifying that are playing for these points. It's like 32 players, all 32 can be part of top 8 if they really wanted to.
That's why I think for Tekken especially, usually I think more than the top 8. I feel like the top 24 is the hypest part of the tournament.
Yeah, right.
It's usually when
It always is, right? Like, to be honest with you, I love top 128 because that's like charging the beaches of Normandy. That there's people falling. Like, I'm looking around and people are just falling everywhere. Like, you can't keep track of all the people that are dropping down to losers and getting eliminated. It's a sensational experience to be here in person.
So especially talking with a few other folks like Rip and maybe some of the other guys who watch this game a lot, is the discussion point up until now is Arslan Ash moved to Japan, right? And so since then, I think maybe people felt like he had lost a step in terms of his competitive results and intensity, I think, with regards to competing in the past few months. Even though what a lot of that experience there offers him is maybe a wider array of players that he can play on net play with. For example, he can play a lot with more the Korean community as well, and as well as the JP community, Southeast Asia community. He has a lot more access to them, a lot deeper character roster than maybe what he's used to, and a lot more styles, right? So I think people were kind of looking at that and saying, like, he lost a step, especially going into the Evo Legends matchup, where Chikarin, who you got to remember this time last year, Arslan versus Chikarin. There's a player in JP scene named Jonah. He plays Anna and Nina as well. He's his coach, and I never saw Chikarin that frustrated to the point where, like, he looked bothered.
Yeah.
I never saw him that frustrated before playing Arslan last year. To see him go from that change to what we saw at the Legends Showcase, where that was effectively, to me, that was an entire community of people saying, like, yo, we're going to get you right for this player matchup and this character matchup. And he executed it perfectly. So now, this is, I'm sure, like, especially for you, for Joe, you guys notice, when you're that guy for that long and you got the target on your back, that's one thing. But now it's like, it really feels like communities are, like, micro-focused on every little thing he does and being able to take as much away from it as possible.
Well, I have a different read.
Go.
So, because Arslan moved to Japan and has, more different competition with, like, Japanese players and Korean players on net play, that means those players get more opportunities to fight against him. And if you look at some of the results, he always does well against Japanese players and Korean players when he was still living in Pakistan, because there's not many opportunities to play against Arslan, his style. And sometimes the players that Arslan does lose are actually the local players. But then the local players will lose to the Japanese and Korean players due to tournament experience and kind of like first time meeting each other. So that's what I feel. I feel like Arslan moving to Japan, it's not like he lost a step. It's that he helped everyone understand his play style.
Everyone else gained a step.
Yes.
Natural benefit of having that contact experience like that. And not to be rude too, but it's like, we sat down. I'm talking about Farzine with his wins. You can't forget about people like Atif who are waiting in the wings.
Yeah.
Hafiz Tanvir is in this bracket. Pakistani players, they brought some heat. Numan signs up for every tournament. That dude is a monster and an ever-present threat. Of course, we got all the Korean Classic players like Ni, especially coming off that Evo Japan second place finish. Bro, we got to talk about this game. Like Ni. Okay, Ikari, who is a longtime player, just has an awesome weekend. Sometimes you just have a good weekend, man.
Sometimes you do.
Beats Ni in grand finals. A week or two later, we have a Tekken Master tournament in Korea, and Nico's like 0-2, 1-2. How do you go from that? That's just the way competition works in this game, man. And that's why you were saying, to your credit earlier, you were talking about top 128, right? This is that kind of game, bro, where brackets just, once the gravity takes over and the big bodies start running into each other, when you get deep into a bracket like that, man, anything can happen.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to predict what's going to happen if you guys are able to pick out your potential winner this weekend. Let's start with you, Justin.
Oh man, it's tough. Like I do want to pick Arslan, but I think him moving to Japan might have hurt his chances, in my opinion. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but if I had to pick, I'm gonna go with Atif.
Okay.
Atif, yeah, the good old Atif.
I've never lost money betting on Ni, and I'm not going to start not betting on him now. So I've got Ni to take the whole way.
I'm going to say I would love Arslan to take it. I would really like to see him do it again. No offense to you either, Justin. Like I appreciate your Arslan take. I just feel like to what Obama said, something changes in him, and it's really crazy to see. Because honestly, I don't remember seeing a dominant performance like that until you, Justin.
No, Arslan is.
But that's what I'm saying.
Ridiculous, for sure.
You are the last person I remember that has ever been that dominant in a game, and it reminds me of things like you, where there was like, wow, this is the pinnacle of this game. So I want Nasteen to take the W because I want him to be the pinnacle of that game.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's not really too many things he can even add to his trophy cabinet at this point. You know, I was just thinking about this, too. Since 2013, there's only 9 people who have won EVOs for Tekken. And like I said, in this era, Arslan's gotten the bulk of that. It's hard for me to vote against him. It's got to be Arslan, I think.
Okay, we'll find out. One more title to take a look at here on the EVO pre-show, and it is, of course, the title that has the most entrants this week, Street Fighter 6.
Street Fighter 6.
2-0 for the young man here in top 8.
You haven't seen this amount of plot armor in quite some time.
You know, on fire right here. No fear on this young man.
Level 3, so smart from Blast. He is in full control now.
Mickey moving on in this path over EVO champions and veterans alike.
He's
getting ready! That's what I'm talking about!
And that means Joe had combo breaker champion.
The veteran's mindset, he just sees the weakness.
Meta RD, back-to-back Street Fighter 6 champion.
Welcome back to the EVO pre-show. We're coming to you live from the Las Vegas Convention Center, and one more title is on our list with 2,414 entrants, guys. Street Fighter 6 is the #1 title at this year's EVO. It will be closing out the main stage on Sunday. Who will be the EVO 2026 champion? It's down to us to work it out. Let's start off. Welcome back to the sofa, Vicious. You have been the voice of EVO a couple of times. What is your opinion here going into this? It's a very exciting time for Street Fighter 6.
First and foremost, it might be a little bit of a downer, but damn, I miss watching Kakeru play. It's gonna be so different. When you saw like the preview going into like this segment, I just realized like watching Menard face off against Kakeru was like watching the most legendary matchup ever. And also big shout out to Sajam for like a crazy ass call when it comes to commentary. I'm already gonna miss these moments, but going into it is kind of tough in terms of like what the bracket's looking like. The first thought in my mind was how hard it would be to actually like reproduce the same type of results for an individual like Mena RD. I feel like when it comes to like the stamina play of an EVO, it makes it so much more unpredictable. I can't even call like who I would want in our top 8 because there were so many different players we've seen for the very first time that have got their huge comeuppance ever since that breakout moment. Mickey is the one I've been actually kind of hinting at for this one. It's hard to tell like who I would even predict going into top 3, let alone a top 8.
There's always that one player that just like makes it in the top 8 and you're like, wow, really? Yeah. And then he just kills it, right? Because like EVO Japan, we had Hope, Modernaki.
Right.
So Mickey was last year for EVO USA.
Yo, I don't think Yamaguchi was that player at EVO Japan, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of these players that there's always that one, like the obvious pick,
Yeah.
like the non-obvious pick always makes the top 8.
It's a really interesting year, right? Because a lot of the obvious picks are not in the greatest of form. Like I know Mena's just coming off the back of Blink, but going into that, didn't have great results in the like couple of months before that. Blaz just coming off his worst result in a long time at Combo Breaker. And I think, looking at Lashar, who in my opinion is probably the most gifted Street Fighter player in the world at the moment, he's still in that transitional Akuma period.
Yeah, I don't know
not
about
looking
that.
great.
I don't know about that one either.
So it's an interesting one, right? Where you're looking at this and there's not a super obvious pick.
It is hard. Even if you like see like who do you think is gonna make top 8? It's still kind of hard to pick. You could pick your favorites.
There's way too many good players.
Impossible.
Like there's just the it's so dense with talent. It's like it's impossible.
What a great time to chime in, Joe.
Right?
Here we are in 2026.
Right.
And let's talk about making top 8 in a Street Fighter title.
Oh my God!
What
Is it coming?
I did not see this coming.
That's why I was laughing.
Tell us what
my
it takes
God.
What do you mean?
to make a top 8 at an Evo for a Street Fighter title. What does it take?
This guy, he did it like
but I'm asking
72
you.
times.
I'm asking you.
I played Marvel.
I mean, it was an entire year of dedication. Honestly, it was my friends that wanted to play alongside me was a huge one, and I think that's the thing that one of the reasons why I feel like I was never as good as good since was I was just around people that wanted to get better. They wanted to play, and we all wanted to get better together. So we traveled. It was constant. If I wasn't playing, I was reading. If I wasn't reading, I was watching. It took a lot. It was 9 months of nothing but Street Fighter V. 9 months of nothing but Street Fighter V. It was a long time. But
because I want to ask you this.
Sorry, never mind. Go ahead.
You're not the only person that does that. Like that's standard for all competitive players. There's a intangible. There's a spark that makes you the person out of the thousands that enter to be one of the 8 that makes it into that top 8 bracket. You know, everyone's putting those hours in. Everyone was grinding like that for that game, especially because it was the first year Street Fighter V. Everyone had the excitement and the dreams of making it to here, there, and everywhere. Did you feel like different that weekend when you were playing?
Actually.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Yeah, there was there was something. It was funny. Me and Justin were just talking about this. Sorry, Justin. So when I've never beat Justin in tournament probably my entire life, and I played Justin a lot in my entire life since like 2003. So Justin, sorry Jay, I love you, unfortunately lost to Chi Rithi. When Justin lost to Chi Rithi, I was like, hold on a second. Maybe I can do something. And then I remember walking from like the entrance to the ballroom and all the way up to the stage, and I looked at my friends and I looked at around, I was walking with everyone, and I was like, I might not be the best in this room, but I can beat anybody in this room twice. And that's all I needed. Do I think I'm better than anyone that I might have beaten to get? Do I think I'm better than Kazunoko? No, I don't. But I beat him twice before he can beat me twice, and that's all my mentality was I might not be the best. I might not have put in as much hours as the other guy, even though to my standard it was a hell of a lot of more hours. But I just knew like I could beat anyone in this room twice, no questions asked. And I had this. He said, "That's hot."
You hear that?
That's kind of deep. I don't like being in the middle of this tension, but I could feel it. I could feel the energy.
Logan,
Justin.
well, guess what? You're not getting 3 out of 5 because of what he just said.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. It wasn't my fault. But no, that was the diff, because Justin has always been my demon. So that was like one roadblock that was removed. And then after that, it just opened up like, yeah, I can do this. And then just thinking, again, it might not be the best, but I could easily smoke you twice.
So, Joe, that feeling came around, that Saturday?
That was Saturday, yes.
It happened when the Chai Justin result became evident.
The first one, yeah.
You're saying when you walked in the pools round 1 on Friday, and for people maybe they've never been to Evo before, hopefully you guys can come out and experience it for yourself once. What was it like? You didn't feel that way even from the first match?
I did not. No. I was confident in playing because like I was winning a lot, like around locally, like all the New York tournaments. I would get second or first, maybe third was like bad. Like if third was like, oh shit, I got third. But even my first couple of matches, I wasn't super confident because I knew he was a roadblock already.
Why gotta be a roadblock?
Because you're my demon, bro. I feel like
you could have beaten me that weekend too.
I doubt it, dude. Anyway, but
that just shows you the power of like.
It's here.
Yeah,
it's here.
Because for you to say I couldn't take 2 games off Justin Wong is a crazy mental block.
It is an insane mental block.
I'm not better than Kazunoko, but I can take 2 games off him.
I'm not worried about Kaza whoever. I'm worried about Justin Wong.
It's the fact that like Justin disappears from the equation. He's like, wait, why not? Why can't I win? Why can't I?
That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like.
I got this.
This is easy. No, it's honestly, it's just. Unfortunately, it's 13 to 15 years at that point of just always struggling against.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
But no, but bracket luck in a huge stack tournament is a thing, though.
Yeah, of course.
Because, like, I mean, look, if you look at Dual Kevin, how many times he has to fight a Zangief?
Oh yeah,
He can never avoid
3 times in a row.
Like,
Twice
you know
in a
what I mean?
row.
That's like his fate, his future. Like, if Dual Kevin didn't have to fight a Zangief this weekend, he will make top 8.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that as well. He's starting to sharpen up with that JP. A little bit of a sidebar, but there have been a lot of changes for like a lot of the characters to brush up on their bad matchups, given a lot of time considering from like even from like Evo Japan. We've seen some results, like back-to-back results prior to that. They're like, okay, I have some really, really bad matchups and I got to fix this now. I feel like that's really been like a big fire lit under a lot of people. You saw that going through Combo Breaker into Blink with all the Zangief players from Japan that came through. Junior, Kobayan. You saw like a big change up from then between Men RD and Dual Kevin going into Blink. They both managed to do pretty well against like some of the crazier matchups that they have trouble with.
NA showed out of Blink as well, I have to say. Credit to you guys. 7 out of 8 of that top 8 was from North America.
And Noah almost doing it again.
And it wasn't due to a lack of representation of Japanese players. But of course, it's Evo. There is going to be an army of international players coming over here. Do we think that Japan can secure their first Street Fighter 6 title?
I'm glad you brought this up because, you know, I've been watching Street Fighter 6 all over for pretty much since it came out. And that's, I think, kind of been the thing, right, is Street Fighter 6 there is such a uniquely different experience, even culturally. It's not even a fighting game, really. It's just a game. It punches a glass ceiling that it's very difficult to articulate, really, to other players in different places. It's like a cultural resonance there that you probably haven't seen since Street Fighter 2, relative to the popularity of the IP. And so that when you talk about that community and how active they are with that game, and yet they have everything in the trophy cabinet now. Capcom Cup win. Pre-EWC you had Gamers 8. Evo Japan title finally. Evo France kind of. But anyway. The title that has consistently eluded that community for the past 3 years is this one. So to me, I'm like, who from that community in the game that is so difficult to be consistent at? You guys just talked about it a little while ago. It's just with the depth of field that this game has and with the way that the game can run, with how the role momentum plays, especially in this stamina. This is a stamina tournament. Who from that community can step up and deliver a dubby and get the crown that, you know, in my mind, I think most people's mind, the most active community for that game?
It's been a problem for a while, though. I think in the last 6 Evos, there's only been one Japanese winner. It should have been Kawano in, was that 20?
Yeah, Yamaguchi.
Well, that was Japan.
That was in Japan. For US. Yeah, Kawano was the last Street Fighter 5 champion.
And Bonchan before that, right?
Bonchan won the.
Yeah, that was 20.
That was pre-pandemic, just like
Bonchan versus Big Bird. Yeah.
Eagle Spike. Yeah.
And it's tough. I mean, obviously, Obama said like the scene in Japan is just enormous, right? You have international players from here, Europe, Latin America. They go to Japan to train in Street Fighter 6. They go to LAN cafes. You know, like you pick hotels with good internet to just.
I mean, it's definitely not that they're not winning because they're winning everything else.
Yeah.
But here,
it could be a stamina thing. It's a long road, right? You have round 1, round 2, round 3, top 128, top 64, top 24, and then top 8.
Plus jet lag.
Plus jet lag.
Plus you got the $15 Fiji water, you know, you like, you know, and you know the Enyasus, that's really like $30.
Oh, then they got to worry about the yen, huh?
Yeah.
But it is.
They're all right now. They're all sponsored anyway.
Yeah, that's true. It's just a long journey.
Even the 15-year-olds are sponsored these days.
Yeah. It just feels like it's a longer journey because I think when Japan has like their Street Fighter 6 events, they're usually like event, not a long tournament.
So let me ask you this. Now, just making that point about, you know, it's a stamina event. It's a gauntlet.
Yeah.
That makes it sound like a young man's game, right?
Yeah.
They've got a lot of teenagers coming over this year. I mean, they've got the full Reject Youth Squad.
Okay.
They've got. I actually wrote this down.
You saw how San Antonio did. They young.
No. Jiyuna.
That's all I gotta say.
Got him.
They just choked.
But they were dominating the whole
Got
season. They were dominating the whole series.
Yeah, they were leading every game.
Clearly not
Knicks
the
got
end.
these New York
That's what I'm
folks
saying. The
acting different
stamina,
out
bro.
here.
You make top
Got
8, you just done.
Okay.
Come on.
I hear you.
You don't gotta look at me, Jay. I'm with you, dog.
Yeah, right. You with me?
I'm right
53
with you,
years,
homie.
huh? Yeah, 53 years.
3 years down the drain.
I'm looking at the CD now, and they've unsurprisingly got Mena and Punk making it into a grand finals.
Okay.
On current form. What do you think about that pick? And
I mean, Punk at Evo Japan was just crazy. Like he looked like he was going to win.
Yeah, I thought it was. I 100% thought it was going to happen.
I thought it was done.
Because he was just doing like the most insane reactions with punishes, and then like once he got to the grand finals, Yamaguchi just really played so solid. Didn't give him any whiffs at all, because that's kind of like what Japan is like. If you whiff against Punk, you lose. If you don't whiff, you have a great chance.
I feel like in that, we did analysis on that grand final. It was really interesting to watch the stuff that Punk stopped doing and the stuff that Punk wasn't
that
doing.
makes
Like
sense.
He wasn't using the roundhouse, for example, to
Yeah.
occupy certain ranges and force Yamaguchi into that space and be proactive. You can see that a lot with Cammy specifically, right? Because if she doesn't use her full tool set, as you know, like it's really predictable what she's going to do at certain ranges if she's not offering all of those looks. And I think he kind of gets in his own head sometimes.
Well, I mean, in his head, he thinks, "Oh, I should never use hooligan.
Yeah.
I should never use something that if somebody counters it, I get a punish, right?" But the crazy part is sometimes the hooligans work out for him, like the Hail Mary ones, and maybe
That's like saying you should never throw a fireball because maybe they jump it. But if you don't throw the fireball, they're not thinking about.
It's just more of like safe gameplay. Like that's what he's always thinking about. He's kind of when you think about the footsies, neutral, he's kind of like that pinnacle of footsies and neutral, in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
And so that means he should never do something that he thinks is unsafe. And sometimes hooligan could be, he could lose off a hooligan.
Vicious, you were there for Mena's victory on home turf.
Yeah.
It was a very impressive turnaround from him after being sent to losers earlier on.
It was the first time we've seen a Dominican Republic player win for Street Fighter 6 as well.
That's right,
Blink
'cause Cabo
Respawn,
only
it was like
won
2018, I think was the last time, maybe 2019. But yeah, I mean, it was kind of close. It was kind of scary just due to the fact that Noah the Prodigy was playing out of his mind all weekend long.
Love that new style
I thought he was going to do the repeat. I think he's been playing extraordinarily well. I think there's something different about him. It reminds me of, I think it was like a tweet or an interview where he said, as soon as I figure out how to actually play this game, you guys are cooked. And he's proving that. And that's kind of scary to me. And it kind of ties into what you were saying earlier. It feels like when it comes to something like an Evo Vegas, it becomes a young man's game where the fatigue kind of sets in for a lot of these players. And I think it's kind of scary to say, like, what if Noah makes it a top 8 again and decides to like ruin everybody's day again?
I think that's not even an outrageous prediction, to be honest with you. Like the way that he's playing as well, very, very, very possible. We're talking about Evo Japan. Yamaguchi looked incredible, but that was his first big breakout win.
Yeah.
You think it's more of this? It's going to unlock the floodgates. Is there a chance that Yamaguchi?
Well, wasn't he at Blink Respawn? And I think he got, or at least Conbreaker, he got eliminated pretty early after winning Evo Japan.
Isn't that's not dissimilar to what happened with Sahara, right?
True.
It's like come up with that big win. They're consistently in the field like that, but with, again, to go back to the beginning, right? The depth of field, when you have thousands of entrants like that, everybody's grinding. It's just like it's easy to get lost in the shuffle.
Goes back to your point that you made about knee earlier, where
yeah, I mean, when the competition is just that fierce, and with the way that the game is too, it's hard to produce consistent results like that. That's a very small percentage of players that do that. That's why we talk about Punk. That's why we talk about Men. And that's why we talk about the Nose. They're consistently able to get over that hurdle, and even they have their own struggles,
We're looking also at Xiao Hai, a player that could conceivably take 2 titles this weekend. He's done incredibly well recently, showing that he doesn't only perform at EWC.
Yeah.
What do we think about Xiao Hai's chances?
He's had a lot of games to juggle, man.
Yeah, that's the problem.
The only thing, but maybe that warms him up for Street Fighter 6.
But
right?
that is the only thing. But he's proven that he could do it, though.
Of course,
Like,
of course.
He could do it.
Evo was just.
Listen, what are you
hard.
concerned about over there? You look super concerned.
No, it's just there's a lot of great players during Evo, so it's like a lot of times focusing on one game is already hard enough. Like if you look at last year, everyone thought he would make top 8 in both, but he didn't make top 8 in City Wolves last year.
I think the schedule is an issue too, right? It's
Schedule, yeah, of course.
Day 2, let's say he makes a deep run in City of the Wolves. All of us, how does that affect the deeper Street Fighter 6
It's a huge deal as to when your round 1 pools are.
Oh, yeah.
Right? If you've got round 1 pools on Friday, you can get that out the way and rest. You've got round 1 pools on Saturday, you've got a horrible, horrible day, right?
But Saturday's worse in general.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
It's terrible to have that.
Because Saturday
You've
you're
got to play
playing
from like 9 a.m. all the way through till 10.
Yeah. But even if you have round 1 pools on just Friday, let's say for Street Fighter, you might have round 1 pools on Saturday for City.
Of course, and the more games you enter, the more likely that is to happen. As you well know.
Yeah, so it's kind of tough. I mean, I think because depending on the schedule, I think he's more locked in on City of the Wolves, just because EWC is around the corner for City of the Wolves.
I will say as well, his Street Fighter 6 playstyle is not dependent on like real in-depth interactions with the character. It's more like a generalistic approach and utilizing their tools.
Yeah, that's true. Like he already has a general amazing game plan to like execute it and get far without practicing too much. But I mean, he could make double top 8. It's very, very possible. It just really depends on the road.
Vicious, of course, every year you call the action on Street Fighter League Japan, so you've got a great knowledge of the spread of the players that are over there and that will be traveling out here to represent. Is there any names you feel we should be looking out for that maybe aren't some of the more obvious ones that might have a breakout? There's always one, as you said, that makes it into a top 8.
So I've been forcing myself to watch a little bit more of Takagi because of the fact that he was like one of the main sparring partners for the Kimono Michi from Daigo's camp.
Yeah.
Watching his CFNs, I feel like he's made such an exponential jump from how he performed as like the rookie in Street Fighter League Japan in the previous year up until this point. I think he's finally understanding what needs to be done to excel at a top level, or at least put himself in like the space of those top level players in Japan. I think he's going to give a pretty big run for everybody's money, especially with the way he's been navigating this Blanca. There's, of course, so many other Japanese players to talk about, but I mean, if I were to really solidify my time towards it, I think Takagi is the one to.
I actually really like Shigematsu as well, if you're talking about Japanese bunkers. I think Shigematsu is really impressive also.
I didn't get to watch too much of him just yet.
Let's take a look now at some of these younger players that I mentioned. Obviously, Blas is not in the best of form at the moment. Joe, I don't know how you feel about Blas at the moment. He's obviously coming off the back of an incredible season last year.
I actually appreciate you asking me this question because when we go through who we want to win, I just want to say Blas is certainly, without a shadow of a doubt, the first person in my head that I think about. I would love to see something big from at Evo. But to your point, yeah, I feel like he's gotten W's, he's gotten incredible W's, but I feel like on this stage we haven't seen the Blas that we've seen in other events, right?
Yeah. The crazy part is he's gotten W's, but not big W's.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. Like he had that one that's like, well, like we see him beat people and we see him play online and we see all these sets that he wins, right? But like holding up that trophy is something that he just hasn't done on this
It's
stage.
the grand finals curse.
He's got the Super Dune effect right now.
He literally gets to the grand finals easy.
Yeah,
like, it looks like he just dominates 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Once he gets to grand finals, the skill level just lowers. Automatically, he's like, oh, probably start thinking, oh, my dad's gonna be so happy when I win this title and everything.
Did he just recently play Geef somewhere, or did I see that?
Oh, that was Ending Walker.
Ending Walker.
He was playing
Ending
Geef.
Walker. I'm sorry. I was like, was it Blas?
Japan was going nuts after that. Yeah.
I was like, whoa.
But Blas did play Geef at
right?
last year CPT World Warrior.
That's right, yeah. And I think it was like, I forgot who else it was he was playing against. It was
Crimea.
It was Crimea playing Jamie.
Yeah.
That was a wild set to watch for sure. I don't know how I feel about like where Blas is at with like his current character selection as well. I mean, he did just fine World Warrior, but going into like a grander scale, I'm kind of concerned. I mean, I don't recall where he was at from last year's results as well.
From last year's results?
From Evo Vegas.
Oh, I can pull that up.
The specifics on that.
Did he get top
33rd?
No, he didn't get top 8.
No. I mean, I was going to say, did he get top 16 last year?
No, 30.
Blas came 33rd.
32, okay.
33rd last year. No, he didn't make top 32. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure on him as well. He's really, really passionate about supporting his community. For the first year, Chile actually have their own World Warrior as a region. Obviously, we know Blas has won, I think, like 13 World Warriors back-to-back now. It's important for him to qualify outside of the World Warrior system to open up another spot for his region as well, right? And he hasn't actually got the results even to be looking at the ranking tour points.
It is tough. I mean, you have really strong like Chilean players. You have even the Mortal Kombat brothers, Scorpion Prox. I mean, he got into grand finals with Blas the last World Warrior.
Cold, actually.
Yeah, he was looking really, really good. So, I mean, I know that they have like a Chilean school for Street Fighter. Like they just get the kids and just train them up in Street Fighter. Yeah, they were all at Evo France. They had a whole squad of kids in the front, and they're like, yeah, we're from Chile. They had a cool, yeah, these are the new kids coming up trying to learn. It's really, really, really nice over there.
All right, we've spoken around the variety of different regions. Last predictions of the day. I want everyone to call not just the winner, but who do you think is going to be in grand finals for Street Fighter 6?
So 2 players.
Yeah.
Oh man, thank you. That's great. I don't want to pick one. I don't want to pick one.
Dude, I can't even think.
All right, so my my heart pick.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. You get heart and mind.
My heart pick. This is what I want to see as a grand finals. Okay. Because I'm a huge fan. I want Blas.
Yeah. Say Xiao Hai
versus Punk.
Okay.
Okay.
Because those are my 2 favorite players to watch in Street Fighter 6.
I respect it. Vicious.
This is so tough. I've been thinking about this since I was asked to even be a part of the show, and I still can. I have so many different spreadsheets of who I wanted to pick. I actually talked to my dad about this. We were thinking about Fudo lately. I feel like he has like the utmost potential to bring out a big surprise as long as he makes it into the top 8. I think Fudo might have like a pretty big shot going into this. I think his ed has been very sharp on CFN. I think he's been doing a great job with like training everybody up over in Topanga as well. It's kind of out of the blue because we haven't seen him really perform lately, numbers-wise, statistically. But I have a weird feeling about Fudo this weekend.
I like that.
You got pick 2.
I only got 1, brother.
Pick 2.
Sorry, dog.
If I were to, damn.
Who's Fudo beating in grand finals?
You have an Excel sheet. You just said it. Who's number 2 on the Excel sheet?
I honestly think Mena's going to be in the grand finals again.
Ooh, okay.
Interesting. Joe.
It's not a cop-out. I promise you it's not
That's a bad matchup for Mena at the moment based off the statistics.
Based off your spreadsheet, Jeremy.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Numbers don't lie.
I've got it, bro. I'll send it to you guys right now.
I am going to say, again, I'm a huge Blas fan.
Yeah.
I love Blas for real. I think there was a time where I was watching him where I was like, this kid is playing a game that no one else is playing. Like, it looked very specific to just how he was approaching Street Fighter 6. And ever since then, I'm like, this is my favorite player. It's 100% him. But I would really like to see him and Xiao Hai play in grand finals.
Okay.
You just told me not to.
That's exactly why.
You just told me not to say it.
I didn't want him to pick my pick.
I think that's a cool matchup, though. I really like that one. And Blas is a
dramatic battles. I like it.
I think it's especially, obviously, like part of the theme with Blas too was even before that Capcom Cup performance. He was deep in the cut for people who were really paying attention to SF5 like that. So seeing him come into his own with a big win on this kind of stage, I think it's something a lot of people want to see. But to be honest with you, the matchup that I've kind of had in the back of my mind since Daigo versus Mena is actually what Jeremy said. What I want to see Fudo versus Mena on a big stage with big stakes like that. I think that to me is. I think even more than Daigo versus Mena, that would have been the matchup that I would have wanted to see, to be honest with you. And so, like you said, Fudo, I think, has been a little bit more inconsistent with singles-based competition in terms of his results. But who's to say that he couldn't come up with a big weekend and then get in the Bulls, Fudo versus the Bull, I think would be a really, really fun set to close out an Evo, in my opinion.
How about you?
Oh, that's easy. Problem versus ending Walker.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. I wanted to get that.
Problem.
I wanted to get the EU bias going on.
Easy. No hesitations whatsoever. Pissed off. Run it back. 2018. Thank you so much for your time and your insights, gentlemen. It's been fantastic. I am very much looking forward to this Evo, and more so to some games that maybe I wouldn't have given as much attention previously. It's really interesting to hear all the stories and the rivalries. The form coming in, the journey of the players as they all descend. I know they're flying in all from around the world as we speak, landing. here in Las Vegas. Looking forward to take part in EVO 2026. That brings an end to our preview show. Thank you so much, guys. Again, and thank you to all our other guests. Thank you, James, Jiyuna, Wisely, Hellpockets, Esteban, and Zed Tabani, of course, as well. Did I forget anybody?
The mustard.
Ketchup and mustard.
The production. Shout out to production over there.
They weren't guests though, were they?
That's your people, man.
You know, they homies.
I already did ending. And
They press start. They
was
press
my limit.
start stream.
Thank you so much to
transition.
everybody involved with the broadcast and production, and the director and the producer. Everyone at EVO, it's been brilliant. Thank you for joining us here. As you can see in the background, preparation continues as we get ready for Friday's big opening. It's going to be a 3-day festival, a celebration of everything that is great about fighting games, and we will see you right here live for all the action across multiple channels of EVO as we determine the 12 champions for the 12 titles at this year's EVO 2026. Don't forget, of course, if you've been at home taking notes from our experts as they go through these 12 games, you can get involved thanks to AT&T Fantasy. Check out upset.gg /EVO 2026, and you can have the opportunity to join us here in EVO next year with your flights, your hotel, and your badges covered. All you got to do is tell us exactly who's going to finish in every top 8 of all 12 games. Easy, right? We've given you all the information. Go and fill out the form. You need to be 18 to take part, and you can sign up on the website using just a Discord or a Google account. All you need to go on there is click each game and predict from 1 through to 8 the order of the players you think will be finishing in that top 8. On Sunday, we will be determining who has the most points. You've only got 1 day left. Closes at the end of tomorrow, so don't delay. Go and do it right after we go off air. You've got nothing better to do. EVO don't start till Friday. We will see you right here. Thank you so much for joining us again. Thank you to all of you guys again on the couch. It's been great fun. Hopefully you get to do it again. I hope you enjoyed it. Let us know in the comments. Go and tell EVO how much you enjoyed the show, and we are definitely going to enjoy the show this weekend. But from us here in the Las Vegas Convention Center, goodbye and good night. Take care.